What?
Yeah, I think you're doing.
I think you're on recap.
Okay. Last time. Clara finally woke up from her comatose state due to her grave injuries. It was explained to her by Dr. Gossamer along with Viridian, Felix, and Gwen. There was some talking around camp with the Khan, with the arrivals like Avestia and others who came to help with the Grim problem. And then after a while, us and Team Supernova and Team Nurture made their way back to Shade. Some talking with Team Nurture. Viridian and Felix had some talks. Viridian talked to fucking I forget. Clara talked to Rosalind, and then Felix already talked to Viridian, like I mentioned, and that's where we stopped.
And that's where we stopped. Hell yeah, dude. Sure, sounds good to me. Well, you know what that means? It means we're just gonna come back in on Shade Academy. Academy boy. Oh. That shit's fucking slippery. Alright, everyone, welcome back to Shade Academy. So, what do you guys have on the agenda for your time at Shade during the post-mission school segment?
Oh, Jesus, let me think about that.
Nice. Take your time.
Anyone else have any answers?
Yeah. Day after we got back, going to see Gale and Toto, along with Gale, probably.
Cool.
I think I'll go see Carol. That's alright.
Cool. Anyone want to go first?
No.
Awesome.
Okay.
He spoke with such confidence.
I know.
Richard, you want to go first?
I didn't decide my thing yet.
I'm just asking.
Well, yes, after I figured out what I wanted to do, I'd love to go first.
Hell yeah.
No, start with Felix.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't sound like that'll be a possibility, so yeah. Okay. Right. Felix.
I see Rosarim's in the library. I'm gonna go there and see what she's up to.
Nice. Okay. I'm gonna go see Carol. You can call up Carol to go see her. You can meet her at the good old sandbar. Where the fuck did I put that music for the sandbar? Right, I renamed it.
I thought you meant you renamed the sandbar. Like you just had this moment of revelation, like, God, that's a dumb joke.
I fucking hate this name.
You'd never. Okay, I got you.
I fucking hate
Sticks
this
to
name.
his principles.
I'm just so bitter about it. I have to have a fucking subplot of some unnamed NPC who runs the place complaining about it. No, I don't think you really need to justify it this much, or it doesn't even matter in the first place. Guys, you don't know how long this has been eating at me.
Oh my god.
Alright, so you can arrive. You can catch a seat with Carol. Make your way in past the refugee crisis. Out in the streets, Felix noticing his way traversing the city, and anyone who'd go on the streets would notice there's an influx of some refugees who have decided to ignore the initial plans of the VRA and have wandered their way back to Shade, so there's an influx of them. And as you all know, Shade has about the same city planning and management as, like, about, like, a fucking riot protest camp, so they've basically just taken up points in the city, like Chaz, and are setting up their own little agricultural and communal locations, in spite of everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little update on how things are going.
That's good to know that the refugees are here.
Yeah. Or bad to know, depending on how much enjoyment you
Your
see taking out the
stance.
squalor of people.
Yeah. Ish. Hey, they got their lives, right?
Yeah. Just barely, but yeah.
Hey.
A couple of them ask for money as you pass by.
Mm. Felix doesn't carry that much money on him.
That's fair. You meet up with Carol at the sandbar. She's already taken a spot in the usual area. She looks a bit tired. She's just wearing like her like a tank top and shorts and has her like a satchel pouch dropped on the desk, and there's a bunch of signs and stuff that she has not on the desk, on the table, that she's propped up there, that she was doing a couple writing and drawings of in the meantime. She looks tired. You can only assume that this is due to the influx of impoverished people in the city.
Yeah, yeah.
Carol, the
Felix will-
ever-present bleeding heart, would probably be trying to attend to those.
Yeah, yeah. Felix will sit down and be like, hey, Carol.
Hey, Felix. How you feeling?
Fine.
Oh, sorry. She lets out a loud yawn and kind of rubs her face a little bit. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's busy.
Yes, you look very tired.
Well, yeah. I've been dealing with a lot of administration things, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to do what I can for the recent influx of people from Delatodos. And I mean, it's not like there wasn't stuff to do already, so a lot of our local hostels and soup kitchen places are pretty packed. Though, it doesn't help that they were already being renovated right now, so unlucky timing. She kind of chuckles a little bit wearily, and one of her ears twitches a bit, and she sighs. But besides that, I mean, hey, at least it's helping people. Can't ever complain about doing that, just maybe I should sleep more sometimes.
I would say that you should. You can't. Well, if you pass out, that won't be helping anyone.
Yeah, you're right. She twitches her ear again a few times. Just hard. Oh well. She lets off an easy smile and lets out another loud sigh before sipping her drink.
Well, you can always call on me to help with anything, Carol, of course.
Thanks, Felix. I wouldn't want to get in the way of all your education stuff again now that you've got to catch up after the Vital Festival, but, well, I'll keep it in mind if things get really hairy.
Well, it's no trouble, I assure you.
Thanks. How has school been going anyway?
Fine. Well, the missions they send us on are always... Felix will kind of sit there and kind of stare off a bit, and he'll be like... He's just looking for the right word to say, like... They are eventful.
Yeah, I bet. There's no short supply of Grim in the world, after all. Is something wrong?
Well, the last mission we were on was quite related to your current problem, I think.
Oh no,
I know.
you guys were at Delatodos?
Yes.
She looks a little concerned and does that little twitchy rabbit nose thing and sighs and goes, oh, jeez. They really don't hold back with you guys, do they, Felix?
No, I suppose not. Although they couldn't have known how bad it would get, I suppose.
I guess it was kind of a powder keg situation, but still. None of you got hurt, right? Seriously, I mean.
Felix's face will just like already betray any lie he was trying to formulate, and he'll just stop himself and be like, Clara was quite gravely injured.
Oh, jeez. Really? You should have called or something. I would have come to see her.
Yes, I'm Sorry, I had other things on my mind. But
No, it's okay. Sorry.
she's fine now. Luckily, there was someone there who could tend such major wounds.
Well, silver linings on dark situations, you know? That's good. Well, I can't imagine seeing all that was a lot of fun.
No, frankly, it was horrifying at times.
She nods. I hear a lot of bad stories from people who end up needing help here in Shade from stuff like this. So thankfully I've never had to be there myself for something like that. But, well, 1,000 stories can go by, but I'm pretty sure seeing it's always gonna top any of those. She kind of like pats him on the shoulder reassuringly a little bit. You want to talk about it?
I suppose it couldn't hurt. It is troubling me. It's just I like to think that we did everything we could. It's hard to know, I guess.
Well, I mean, it may not be the best reassurance considering how bad it sounded it got, but you could think of it like every person you see that got displaced here is, well, a bit of your effort paying off, right? I mean, I've been hearing about how there was some huntsman who came in. I guess that might have been you guys then, too, and the VRA who helped them get here. I mean, that matters for something. It matters a whole lot.
That means a lot. It's just the whole ordeal is, well, seeing people killed in such a manner is always going to not be the... Felix will kind of go quiet and try to think of what to say and then be like,
She'll pat him on the shoulder reassuringly as he's going.
I felt as if things like that wouldn't bother me, but they do.
I guess you would think you were infallible to that sort of stuff, huh? She says kind of sadly with like a little smile.
I suppose that is my hubris.
Maybe. It's not a bad thing to think, really. I mean, no one could blame you for thinking you've been through enough already to be kind of, well, able to shrug these things off by now. I guess that's a scary enough thing of itself, besides the act of seeing it. Knowing that after everything that's happened to you that's been awful, you can still see things that still shock you. It's pretty scary to put it like that, but, well, we're all just people, so I think that's the only thing we can expect. Even if it does kind of tear up the foundation of everything we hold, you know?
Yes, Let's just keep looking at the table, not really looking at Carol, and be like, just some of the ways that it was. Perhaps I shouldn't go into detail. It's quite gruesome.
No, go ahead. It's okay. Like I said, I've heard a lot about this stuff. It's not like I've got virginal ears or anything. Besides, if it happened to you, I want to be able to help if talking about it does.
I suppose there was a moment at the beginning when I went to help someone and it was quite too late to save them, but it still hurts all the same, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that does. She kind of looks a little sadly as she opens her eyes a bit more and frowns and kind of sighs and pats Felix on the knee a bit and goes, I don't really have something that happened that gruesomely, maybe, like on a battlefield or what you had to see, but do you remember the first time I saw someone die? I mean, in Shade, it's not like it doesn't happen a lot, technically. And people die everywhere all the time for bad or normal reasons. But I remember I was 13, and two guys got in a fight in the street. I think I was out with some friends, but I think they ran off before it really ended. Anyway, one of them just ended up yelling at the other for long enough where they pulled out some knives and started trying to, well, scare each other a bit more, I guess. Well, unfortunately, they were too drunk to hold back, and one of them started stabbing the other, and I don't even think he realized he had done it until it was over, and well, a lot of people were yelling, and the other guy ran off, and I remember trying to call for help for someone to help that guy. Eventually, some people came by, the medical people around here, and I went with them since no one else was really offering to. In retrospect, it was pretty bad for them to let a kid come with them, but I did lie and say I knew him, so that was probably my fault. He didn't make it by the time we got there. And I felt bad about that for weeks. I was also kind of scared to tell my parents because I thought I might be in trouble for being out that late. She kind of nervously fiddles with her fingers a bit and kind of gives like an awkward smile. Eventually, though, I told my dad, and, well, I mean, I wasn't in trouble, so that was good. And I guess the way he put it made me feel a bit better. I don't really know if this will help you, considering it's a little different than telling a little kid bystander, but, well, I mean, he said that, I mean, she kind of pauses, thinking on how to say this, as it's as she said, it's like, I don't know if this is the same advice I can give, as she's trying to figure out the words to help comfort him a little bit more. She sighs and composes herself a bit more, sitting back up again, trying to look reassuring again. Any good amount of effort is still, well, what you're supposed to do, right? No matter if it fails or ends up blowing up in your face, even if it can sometimes lead to making things worse, you're never going to be punished for doing the right thing. Not, well, really. You do these things because it's the right thing to do and it's what you want to do. If it doesn't work out, you don't have to blame yourself for not doing enough. You just have to realize that, well, you tried your hardest, and as long as you know that you're going to try your hardest the next time also, no one could blame you for not being able to do it one time. I mean, we're not infallible, right? I know it can be pretty hard to swallow still. It's not like I felt better immediately either, but I think if we think about it like that, it helps after a while. It's still pretty scary and hard to get that sort of stuff out of your head, though. But I think there's some truth in that kind of mindset. I mean, really, it's not like there was, well, something better you could have done, right?
I do not think so.
And just think about if it had gone a bit better. Everything you did was the right thing to do. And even if he might not have been able to make it, I'm sure whoever it was appreciated what you tried.
Felix will go quiet for just a bit, and then he'll be like, thank you, Carol. I think that, well, I won't lie to you, I don't feel much better, but perhaps I do need to sit on that thought for a while.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not really something that I think can be fixed right away anyway. And it's only really something we can... Well, I don't think sitting around really ever helps any problem, actually. I mean, people tell you to think about things and be careful and make your decisions after a long bit of thought and deliberating and all of that, but I don't really think that's what makes them easy or makes sense of things. I think it's doing them and understanding them better. I don't think either of us would ever feel better if we just thought about things and tried to use logic to tell ourselves it was okay. But we need those to make sure we do them in the future. Because everything we want to do comes out of our gut, kind of. That guy, well, a lot of bad things might have happened, and it's pretty hard to think about them. But if we give up, we're never going to feel all right about it. The only thing we can do is, like, keep moving and trying to do things until we feel all right with ourselves again. When you see something bad happen, you got to do something good to feel better eventually, right?
Felix will kind of nod his head and, like, I suppose that makes sense.
No good deed goes unrewarded eventually. Even if we're doing these things for ourselves, it still feels good to do the right thing, right? So, do your best to think about what you can do. Try not to think about this too much. And eventually you'll be able to feel better when you think about this. Or it won't hurt as much, at least.
Well, thank you, Carol. It was good to talk on this.
I hope so.
I do hope it gets better to think of. But I suppose I won't know, at least for a while.
No, probably not. Though I guess this is the sort of thing that I guess you'll have to expect being a huntsman, isn't it? Well, what do you think about it? After having experienced it this bad for the first time?
I suppose I'm a bit... Well, like I said before, it's just... I thought in the heat of the moment, as there were any dangers threatening not only us, but other people around us. When that happened, I thought that I could brush that off quite easily. Not that I'm cold to it, but at least that I would be in that moment. But it's... I guess it just hit me so hard then. That's what freaked me out.
Oh. Well, you can't exactly expect yourself not to be affected by something like that, so... But, well, I guess it would still surprise you. She kind of tilts her head as her ears flicker a little bit as she's thinking about something. I guess there's gotta be a lot of ways huntsmen think about this, isn't there? They can't all have the same sort of coping mechanism. I wonder what your master would have thought about it.
I thought I would know that, but I have learned so much about him since the last time I've seen him. I don't think I know anymore.
Oh, come on, Felix. I mean, I know there's been a lot of things to make you have to question what happened with him, but you still knew him.
Yes, I did, but that is how he would act around me. Felix will kind of put one of his head in his hand and be like, this is not a topic I wish to explore right now, but...
Oh, she kind of, like, gets a little worried and pats him on the back a few times. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. She thinks for a second and sighs and goes, I mean, I guess I'll leave it be if you don't want to think about it, but Well, I don't think you don't know him. Just because we don't know everything about a person doesn't mean we don't know them, you know.
I suppose you're right, but I just do not know what he would do necessarily. I suppose with what I knew back then, I would say that he would be as I thought I would be. That he would just be unaffected. Perhaps he'd think about it later, but in the heat of the moment, he wouldn't care all that much, as there were more important things to do.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense from how you'd see it, but, well, I mean, I know you must have heard a lot different about him by now, but even if you don't think about that stuff, knowing how you think now, do you still think he acts like that?
I suppose not. I don't. Well, Felix will kind of look a little bit embarrassed and be like, I suppose that's. Well, I idolized him a lot, if that is not already apparent.
Yeah.
So, that perhaps is a childish way of thinking of how he may have reacted.
Oh, it's not childish, really. Not in a bad way. We all idealize the people who raise us. Most of the time. I mean, I still think pretty highly about my dad. So, I get it. But I guess it is pretty scary to start to know someone who seems so untouchable to you as you grow up, isn't it? But it can be kind of comforting if you realize it. It's like finding out there's more of something that's your favorite, you know? Like a new album to a band you like. Or like, I don't really think I need a dumb analogy for this one. I think you get it.
Yes, I thank you for dropping that. I understand, though. Yes, I don't mean to imply that things I've learned about him have just troubled me is all.
Yeah, I bet, from the sounds of it. Well, I know they might be troubling, but I hope you don't have to hide that part of yourself that would want to ask that away because of it. Things like that can be really hard to process, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't.
I do have quite the number of questions when I see him again.
Well, that's good. You'll have plenty to talk about.
Felix will kind of like raise his eyebrows and like look at the table and be like, yes, we have quite the number of things to speak on.
She kind of smiles reassuringly and takes a sip of her drink. It'll be fine.
Well, I must thank you, Carol, for talking with me through this.
Well, yeah, of course. Duh. I'm always here to talk about this sort of thing.
I perhaps should have waited for a better moment, Bert, when you weren't so tired, but...
She shakes her head. I don't think that's coming up anytime soon, and besides, if I get tired by all of this, I'm not going anywhere in the world. This is just another challenge I gotta face.
The indomitable spirit.
Hey, I mean, you know, I'm just the person who's trying to help. These people are going for a lot worse, you know? If I can't face them with a bit of a spirit and some pep in my step, who can I face? Ha! Carol bunches up her fist and does like a little pumped up fist pump in front of herself as she tries to look a bit more awake. That's the spirit. I can't let go of that feeling.
I doubt you ever will.
Oh, you think too highly of me. But thanks. I'll make sure not to disappoint.
Alright, I think that's good.
Hell yeah. Cool. You can drink some more with Carol. Help her write some signs down.
Yeah. I'll save my shitty joke for later.
Why save it? Why not?
Why save it? Oh,
yeah, we'll go back.
because it's bad. We'll go back. Oh, such a merciful DM I have. I'm sorry, Headmaster.
Headmaster, yeah,
Excuse
watch
me.
it, buddy.
I know, my bad, dude.
Watch it!
Eddie,
God, we really need to catch up on what's going on with Team Sapphire.
how many episodes could we have missed?
I don't know.
It must be
Smokes killing refugees!
It's probably over by now.
Season 2 probably is, you're right.
There were only a couple more episodes. It's probably over.
And I hope it never starts up again.
How dare you?
Hey, man.
How dare you? That is one of their premium series.
Yeah.
That one gets at least 100 viewers. That's good for them.
That's a shoestring budget.
There's it looks like there's 3 more episodes, and the last one came out. No, I mean the last one came out like 4 days ago. It might not be over currently. We're not that behind, I guess.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, let's go watch them right now. And we're back. What'd you guys think of the Grim Campaign?
Yeah, tune in for a podcast on the Grim Campaign.
Oh fuck! I would love to.
I would hate having to actually sit down
I
and.
would come across as such an asshole. I'm writing my own fucking campaign based on their setting, and then reviewing their show.
At least we don't
There's
use
no
fucking.
way I don't come away with bad optics.
At least we don't use fucking 5e, so.
Well,
Hey,
yeah, that's the thing. I have things to say, but I'd be such a fun.
I
would be.
Send Eddie your system.
I would seem like such a stuck-up asshole.
I don't have things to say. I can barely pay attention to that show anymore.
That's fucked up. How dare
Same.
you?
Same.
You guys are casual.
I could not confidently state almost anything about it. I might be right in what I state, but I won't believe it.
I can't recall.
The only thing I remember is that the little kid disappeared, and then they.
Taupe.
Oh no, they fought the main boss who did a legendary action, and then they
His
tried to do
name's
a mythic
Vermilion.
action.
Guys, we're spoiling. We go
Oh,
watch. Go
oh
watch.
God, you're right.
Oh right,
Oh
it's
my
also a
God.
premium series. I wonder if they'd be mad if I review. No, I just can't use clips from it. Probably.
Oh
Yeah,
no! Oh no!
exactly.
Can I still put like an Eddie face in the corner?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you can have edits.
I should put an Eddie face in the corner of this episode.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Get the
Why
ghoulish.
the fuck not?
Get the ghoulish.
Comment
grin in
if
there.
you'd like to have a podcast.
Yeah, we can do podcasts. Don't worry. I can still edit out Ben's funny language in podcasts.
We'll call it the Grim Question.
Comment the Grim Question. That is such a good name. That would get me on Bitwave. You're BitChute.
We should fucking do that.
Yeah. Comment if you play Gravekeepers. Anyway, so
We'll definitely do a podcast when the next season comes up. Just to milk.
I don't even know what the fuck next season will be about.
I know that's the exciting part.
I can't wait for Avatar Spirit Dimension Adventure.
Dude, it's gonna be so.
That shit is gonna
It's gonna be so fucking awful.
That shit's gonna be something. What if it's really good and they're like so they take the show in a completely different direction? They can actually write in this story.
Yeah. I wish.
How would that be if it's actually good?
I wish to somehow not have crippling depression, have $1 billion.
Yo, what if I had $1 million and a huge penis?
Yeah,
cool hypothetical.
I love making things up.
I love lying. Okay. Let me just think. We should let's do Viridian next. Richard? Hello?
Yeah, maybe we're not.
Richard?
It's Blake's turn anyway.
Oh, fuck, I wanted to... Okay, yeah, sure. I guess we'll do Blake, unless we want to make a cut here. No, let's just do Blake.
It's up to you.
Too much work.
No, I'm here.
Oh, don't get back! Where were you?
I was giving the dog some water.
That's fair. He
And
needs
so,
it.
and so you
He
see,
does.
and so you see, we did have a Viridian scene.
And so you see. So you see.
There's 2 faunas sitting over there in the back of the sandbar. Well, yeah, they're allowed to be here.
So you see.
They're allowed to be here.
Here. Ew! I should make a Darmon. RWBY
You should make a
universe
Darmon video with fucking
about
Carol.
faunas. Yeah.
So you see, we're not so different.
I would love if we just do a Darmon video.
Nebu would be the Darmon of this universe.
Yeah, no, we're like, no, like, we're entirely different, we're playing entirely different characters, and at the end, like, fucking Gale comes up and be like, cut!
Cut.
No, Clara, you're supposed to say...
What's up, Gale fam?
Clara, you're supposed to say, and this filthy Lagooze is in the sandbar.
Well, no, they can't say Lagoose, remember? Darmon's not allowed to use bad words.
Gale, I don't know, why am I casting this part?
And so you see... It's because you're big and intimidating. If you, like, act, maybe. Not really, lol. Alright, let's see this Viridian scene. So Viridian, Virginia wanted to talk to Rose. Yeah, you find her, sat in the library. For whatever reasons, Viridian's looking around in the library. What a scary idea. You found Rose Rim sat down in the library, reading a big book.
Nice.
Yes. It is nice.
It is nice. It is a scary idea that Viridian was in the library, but, you know, he did promise multiple people. Now, maybe I won't fail this semester.
Proud of him. He's doing it, bros. Good.
And it's like, he specifically said to one of them, after the next mission, I'll try.
Yeah.
And, you know,
He's doing it, bros.
there's that study hall, and there's the library. And someone I want to see what they're doing is in the library.
Perfect.
So he just went there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
Viridian will come up. He's got like at least like 3 textbooks because he gets so bored reading one, he wants to switch to another one under his arm. And like ones that have been taken off the shelf as like recommended study material and stuff, and is just gonna slouch down into the chair over here in this space where other people aren't, because it's by the back and it's the more comfortable chair.
Mhm.
And Rose is there with a big book.
Mm-hmm. It's a Remnant historical lexicon.
What the fuck is a lexicon?
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, just give me a second.
Of course. Gotta look in the mirror and go, I am Viridian Ames. I am Viridian Ames.
Can you hear me?
Why do you mock me?
Nothing.
It's
Okay.
funny.
Viridian will sit down with a slump and just let the books collapse on his table, and will, as he's slouching down and breathing out a sigh, is just gonna be like, how do you do it?
Oh, hello, Viridian. She perks up suddenly, just noticing you. Do what?
Rose. How do you sit there and get all absorbed in these things?
Oh. Well, it's actually quite difficult, especially for me, she says, putting in the leather-bound bookmark thing on the book in there and sailing in her lap a little bit, which looks quite heavy. After all, this is half practice for me to be able to focus on things without being distracted also, so I had to spend a lot of time doing this as an excuse in the past to train my semblance, so now it's even more difficult because I have to read such fascinating tomes as the... She looks back at the cover. Guide to Remnant, the Western Front. They don't come up with very imaginative names for these things.
I'll say, yeah. Ah, dang, I guess I'm stepping on your toes then.
Huh? Oh, no, not at all. Please. I could use a break anyway. But I did wish to do some impromptu reading and ahead of time for the next test coming up, especially on Heathcliff's. Well, he said we'd be covering the northern Viridian civilizations of the past, present, and possible future now. Albeit that's a bit of a strange consideration for a history class, but when have we ever known Mr. Heathcliff to be anything but, well, going above and beyond for us?
He said, what? Viridian's gonna, like, look down at the books on the table, pick one of those up, and go, why the heck am I reading this then? He'll say, looking at it, thumbing the cover. It's a book on, like, some part of Atlas history, I guess.
Yeah.
He's just gonna let it drop to the floor.
Yes, I would say that would be, well, quite ahead of time, but I'm sure it'll be useful eventually. Perhaps the Mantlian and Adlesian strife is on your mind for some reason.
He'll think about that for a second and go, I can't think of a reason it would be.
Good point. It really is quite fascinating, though, looking at some of these. Well, she says as she drums her fingers across the book for a little bit, she thinks of the word. There's a lot of different words for them, and I suppose tribes is the simplest one. I guess they still call themselves tribes here in Vacuo, depending on the civilization. But the wildlands themselves are very interesting.
Oh, yeah. Like, the tribes people, they's all pretty interesting. They got all this different stuff they believe, and then they all got, like, they hate each other, but some of them believe the same things, like Father Sand, or all the business they got going on that with those he'll just kind of think for a second and then go, other things, you know?
Oh yes, definitely. There's a very wide there's a very wide breadth of theologies here in Vacuo. Like the Wayfinders and all of their guiding stars and things like that in Lodestar. I've heard there's more simplistic spiritual beliefs, closer to Mistrali ones. I guess that makes sense considering settlers came from there at one point. But the wildlands themselves are very strange. There's not a lot of documentation on them because apparently they're just that perilous. Some of the only accounts we have from them are from the Columbian, and they're referenced in basically every history book I've found. This horrible thing, she hefts the big book, is the one I found with the most detail, and if I know Heathcliff, he'll be at least getting a few questions on that.
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Gale were talking about the Wirelands a bit ago when I was chatting her up. Seems like a real wild place. Guess that must be why they call it that.
Well, exactly. If Viridians call it a wild land, it's definitely more uninhabitable than anywhere else on Remnant, even that dark continent or whatever the place is. They don't seem very friendly to anyone wishing to travel in there, so the Columbian's one of the only sources of an actual explorer and historian to be able to document it. And his experience with some of the, well, people there, civilizations would be maybe going far, but they do seem quite complex and at least organized, or, well, they're held up to some level of scrutiny for a reason. I mean, she kind of flicks through them a little bit again, opening the book. Supposedly, he said they collected and, well, protected certain sources of dust that were holy objects to them. They claim they had an infinite sort of energy in them. I mean, could you imagine a dust crystal that doesn't run out?
Nah, that seems pretty far-fetched.
Right, that's what I said. But the Columbian details many of his experiences seeing them apparently use these sources for powering some of their... Well, they don't have the exact sort of modernized technology of the time. The accounts of this are from about 60 years ago, so I don't know how they would have progressed there, but he seemed quite convinced of its at least longevity. a crystal or a condensed orb, he referred to it as. Something the size of like a soccer ball that apparently they've passed down for centuries now. I suppose a very long-lasting dust crystal is possible, but still, it does get the imagination running, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it's certainly something to imagine, but when we were out there, this real expert on dust, Mr. Gossamer, he's a doctor. He was talking about Clara.
Bishop Gossamer?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
Oh.
take it you know of him. Yeah, we met him.
Well, of course, that's Elaine's father, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
I mean, you never know who people know or don't know.
Well, I mean, I've heard quite a bit about him before this. I remember he did quite a few studies in apicology and made many contributions to the recent studies, but, well, Father Glass also knew him quite well, at least well of him. He's very important to the Order of St. Rose, apparently, at least their current operations at the Argentum Monastery. So, well, he was familiar with the man.
Yeah, go figure. Well, anyways, he was saying that Clara had this real special dust crystal from her grandpa, had a lot of energy in it, but, you know, even if he used that, it would still end up used up, so something lasting years, infinitely, I don't know about that. Might just be making that up to sound mystical.
Maybe. But still, I suppose it's interesting. I'll have to get a look at that crystal Clara has. That sounds fun.
Oh yeah, it's in some necklace thing. I don't think she'd mind showing you.
Well, I'll add it as a possible research item to justify taking some time away from studying later. God, I need it. I also just found the whole subject interesting, trying to imagine it. I do wish Nawal would have been a bit older before she was adopted into the Argentum Monastery so she could have told us about it, but I guess she was a baby when they found her.
Yeah, I guess that do go putting a hampering on remembering a bunch of stuff.
Certainly doesn't help. Not everyone's like our headmistress.
Yeah, there's relatively few people like our headmistress, actually.
Well, I suppose that shouldn't really surprise me, should it?
Oh, no, she's one of a kind.
Oh, certainly. For better and for worse.
Yeah, I think it's mostly better. She's a real treat.
Probably.
I mean, it's not like she's ever done anything wrong that I can point to.
Well, not maliciously, at least. I'll agree on that. She's quite bad at hiring contractors, though.
Oh yeah, that did happen. Probably shouldn't be doing that.
Oh no, definitely not. I'm surprised Mr. Toto allows it, but I suppose he must be busy with handling all the other work she pushes onto him. Well, more so that he takes away from her.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
There's Nod sagely agreeing.
Viridian's gonna be like, well, you might be needing sorry, let me restart.
Sure.
Yeah, be like, well, you might be needing a distraction right about now, but Viridian picks up and lets one of the books flop open into his lap, and it's gonna be like, I need to figure out some way to get into these things when they're driving that there desert out there.
Sorry, what'd you say? I like misunderstood that.
Sorry. He let one of the books that he took flop open into his lap and said, I need to figure out a way to get into these things that are drier in the desert out there.
Got it. Yeah, my bad. When my ear was ringing, yeah. She nods. Well, if you can survive the desert, I think you'll be able to survive at least that for today. But do make sure to get plenty of water in between.
Yeah, these things have a way of really making me feel dehydrated.
I'll make sure to keep an eye on you as well. I wouldn't want anything bad to happen.
Oh, jeez, thanks, Rose. If I get trapped in one of these things, I need you to pull me out.
Oh, don't worry. I don't think we're in any danger of that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. There must be an easier way to do this studying thing.
Would the man who invented it would have told us by now? Though I imagine anyone who came upon that sort of secret would have kept it to themselves for success. That's what I would do.
Yeah, that's probably what I'd do too.
Hmm.
I'll either keep it for myself or sell it to people.
Well, if there's anyone I'd be suspicious of knowing a better way around this, I suspect Oliver might. Or at least have access to the questions by now.
Viridian will kind of go and think for a second and go, yeah, I wonder if that would, I gotta think on if that would be breaking the spirit of my promise.
Most likely, but, well, maybe it could be a last resort.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen Team Noir since they got back from their mission? I haven't ran into any of them yet.
No, not really. Why? What was the mission gonna be?
Oh, I haven't the faintest. I forgot to ask them before we left. That's why I was asking.
Oh, dang.
Well, I stopped by the medical office the other day, and I didn't see any of them in there, so that's a good sign at least.
Viridian will kind of like flip one of the pages and go, yeah, that is a good sign. Well, at least they don't seem to be hurt, I guess.
Right? That's what I was thinking. Oh, how was your babysitting mission?
Oh, yeah. That were something. The babysitting kind of took a back seat to a whole lot of Grimm showing up.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it kind of went real wrong for a while there.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how you'd notice. Like, weren't talking about it before, but yeah. This, big event. This, town's election and stuff, and the VRA showing up to bring them into the fold. Stress real wild. Pulled a Grimm migration in. Lots of Grimm around. Didn't even manage to meet our entourage when we landed who were going to take us there. Had to go search for them.
Oh,
And-
were you deployed in Delatodos?
Well, we were right up in there, basically.
Oh dear, that is much more severe than I would have imagined. You really are unlucky.
And he'll go, yeah, unlucky, I guess. I mean, I don't know about that. It was not lucky that someone was there that was able to keep some things in check.
Oh, I suppose that's true too. You are the star team after all. I'm not bitter about that.
Well, good. Because we beat you fair and square.
Yes, definitely fair and square. Oh, yes, nothing at all. No, my partner definitely wasn't an idiot.
Oh, well, come on, that's nothing new.
I'm still holding it against her.
All right. As long as you're holding it
Did
against
you see her?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kinda saw her a lot.
That's my point. Anyway, sorry. Back onto your horrific traumatic mission.
Matt, you have a real way of coloring these things. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, like one night, while we were doing work, just keeping the Grimm off the people trying to flee from the thing, someone from the Todos, sorry, coughing fit.
Yeah, take your time.
Someone set off a dang gosh bomb at one of the negotiating camps, some other places, trying to get at the VRA, I guess, at some time of instability. It just made everything go all to hell.
Not a dang gosh bomb.
Yeah, a couple of dang gosh bombs. Anyways, that
Well,
was the
at least
night
they seem
things all went to
coordinated.
shit. Yeah, he'll nod and go, anyways, that were the night things went all to shit.
Well, I suppose a political insurrection is just what a situation of a grim migration really needs to get worse, so that's awfully brave of them to embrace such a bad idea.
Yeah, well, bravery is not really what I'd call it. I'd say they were just plumb mad and seeing red like a cape got flashed in some bull's face.
Oh no, I was definitely being sarcastic, Viridian.
Ah, yeah, you just have that constant tone about you. Sorry, it makes it hard to tell sometimes.
Oh, don't worry, I'm mostly being sarcastic.
He'll nod and go, yeah, so had a lot of work to do that night, but the worst part was some crazy monster lady showed up.
A monster lady? Okay, I know you were offended by me joking about you, but what does that mean?
Alright, so he'll just kind of like pause for a second and go, alright, so she is one of the most obvious faunuses I've ever seen. Got this green scaly skin and these sharp teeth. And she were there. Broke out into a fight with all of us while the Grimms were still around.
Why?
Tore Clara all to pieces.
Oh.
No idea why.
Well, I haven't
Like I said,
seen
just
Clara
some
in pieces.
crazy monster lady. Yeah, she got better.
Well, that's good. Rose says as she pauses as she's processing this information stream.
Yeah, look, I'd tell you to like ask her about it, but I mean, I probably saw more of it than she did. The doctor helped her a lot.
Ah, right. That would be good. Still, I suppose having a professional on hand helps. So you were attacked by a feral faunus?
Yeah, some, like I said, crazy monster lady. Yeah, attacked. Don't know why she were there. Don't know why she were attacking us.
Was she?
Don't know why. And he's gonna shrug and go, I don't think so. She was kind of talking about it being a nice daggum coincidence or something that she ran into Clara there.
I didn't know
Makes
Clara went around antagonizing faunus.
I don't think she do. Well, I mean, there's a lot I didn't
Obviously,
understand
I was
about what were
joking.
happening.
I see. I suppose I'm in a similar boat by proxy then.
Yeah. So anyways, after that, they called in a bunch of professional huntsmen to help tidy up the situation after we was gonna be leaving. And now here we are.
She pauses a little bit as she scratches her chin, thinking about this. Well, I'm glad to see you're at least managing to get back to a normal schedule after all of that. At least the rest of you were all right. Team Nurture didn't take anything serious, did they?
No, Team Nurture, we had split up that night to cover more ground. They stayed back to deal with some Grim getting some people's escape route in the way of some people's escape route. They managed to show up to help us deal with the aftermath after the crazy lady jumped off a cliff and left. Don't know why she did that either. But yeah, after we were all worn down, they were able to come in and help us pick up the slack. But they didn't get half as near beat up as most of us there.
Well, at least they didn't have to take the brunt of it as first years. But still. Well, I suppose this wouldn't be the first time you run into strange, antagonistic foes on your missions. Maybe it'll be your one for this year like last time?
Yeah, well, hopefully. I wouldn't want to run into another one of those.
I do think it is quite troubling to have to fight people. she says, pausing as she chooses her words, deciding on your description of the person, as she's still not sure about that. It's a lot more involved than dealing with Grimm. The Red Fang are not necessarily more dangerous than them, but I have a lot more trouble with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd imagine you would. Like,
What's that supposed to mean?
he's gonna just kind of shrug and go, well, I mean, like, he's just gonna kind of scratch his head for a second and go, those are the, how to put this? Those are the, bad ones, not the ones that Carol hangs out with and runs with, right?
Oh, do you still confuse white and red together? Yes. The
Yes.
red ones are the terrorist organization.
Yeah, so, you know, we also ran into those a few times. I mean, there's a lot of them out there, apparently. And he's just going to kind of shrug and go, I mean, I definitely see why that would be more difficult than dealing with Grimm, I guess. But maybe I don't.
You don't
What
sound
exactly
so
you mean?
convinced yourself.
He'll be like, yeah, well, I mean, if it's just in a fight, it's like, you know, kind of go. They're not as scary, like in a straight up fight, but you know, it's not always a straight up fight, I guess. Anyways, what do you mean you have troubles with it?
Well, she pauses, keeping like a stony expression a little bit as she's staring forward. I suppose it's because you have to hold back not to kill them.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
She lets it hang in the air for a bit. I mean, I was kind of joking, but it is a real consideration. I don't really wish to kill people yet, and none of them have done anything too horrible for me to consider them necessary enough to go that far. At least that I know of. But like you said, an intelligent opponent is more difficult on, well, principle, but it is more troubling because you have to think more. Not just about what you're doing, I suppose. I don't mean it to be so, I wouldn't say, I don't mean it to sound so detached. I mean more that you have to consider more considering you're fighting a person. Like, what they're doing and why they're fighting you. Even if they're so antagonistic as to seem villainous, there's still a level of it that bothers me while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure would have been a hell of a different story last year if when last year us and Lullaby were dealing with that coggamany rooster fella, we just focused on that and didn't go take care of that bombs at that warehouse.
Oh, yes, that's definitely another consideration. If there was something like that, that's a horribly different situation. But I suppose I mean, well, I don't know. I don't mean to make it sound like I'm a bleeding heart, but I didn't really feel entirely comfortable fighting people for some time, and it still bothers me on some level. It's not like in the tournament where it's easy. It's in gladiatorial sport. It's training. It's things like that. I don't really have to worry about anything there. I suppose if I had ended up injuring someone unintentionally, like what happened to... Well, Lucy wasn't unintentional, but you know what I mean. I'd feel quite bad about that, but that seems to be a rare case among capable huntsmen. But in an actual combat situation, well... There's so much to consider. So much more noise, I find. I don't like listening to people think they're fighting for their lives, because I can't tune out it as easily. No one seemed that panicked, that filled with fear when they saw us in the festival, but I could feel it from them, as long as they were close enough. It bothers me a lot, I suppose. That I could be so terrifying.
Oh. Jeez, yeah. Yeah, no, that does sound tough. Yeah, how do you deal with that?
Well, it ended, so I don't have to deal with it anymore. I'd hope to have a better answer before the next time, I suppose. Hajio said it only slightly impacted my capabilities, and no one was in immediate danger because of it, so that was a relief. She kind of looks at her hand and flexes it open and closed a few times. But it does feel like a rather open wound in me now that I don't have a solid answer for it. I've never been one to allow myself to feel this ambivalent to an issue I've had before. I suppose that must be how troubling it is that I don't wish to think about it. That's new.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe if you're lucky, someone's already written something about that. He'll wave his arms around and be like, and you can find some answer in here. I doubt that, though.
Oh, no, I'm sure plenty of people have written about fighting human beings. I think that's what most history books are about.
Yeah, but I don't know if many people have your exact problem with picking up what other people is feeling there.
Probably not. It's a byproduct of the honing of my semblance. I only have myself to blame. But living in a nightmare state of being tortured by the sounds around me was not a better alternative.
Dang, Rose. Dang, Rosarin. You want a brownie or something?
No, I don't like pity. Generally. It makes me feel guilty for it makes me feel guilty for inducing it from others out of something that's not in my direct control, so, well, questionably. It still was in my control. I got better. Besides, there's someone who probably wants it more than me. I don't want to get fat.
I don't think one's just gonna make you all fat all of a sudden. But alright.
A woman watches her figure, Viridian. It's a lot more difficult for us than you. Well, you're a special case. She kind of side-eyes him a bit and raises an eyebrow. So I don't think you know much about watching your figure.
No, you could say that again.
Besides, I want to keep it in good form now. I have a good reason to.
Really? A good reason to? Huh.
Maybe.
What's that?
Oh, a girl doesn't like to kiss and tell.
Oh, wow. Well, if you're gonna keep it all a secret, I'll just wait till the gossip starts spreading.
Oh, dude. Do be patient, then. I'm a lot more good at subterfuge than anyone here.
Yeah, well, be as good as you want. He's gonna get out eventually.
Sure it will. She says with a small smile. Cockily.
Dang, well now I'm interested.
That's the intent.
So I better cool that interest down with some of this abacology stuff.
Oh wow, don't sound that excited.
Well, they just make dust sound so boring.
I suppose understanding the mechanics of our greatest substance ever discovered by mankind must be boring.
I said they make it sound so boring.
Well, it's your job to make sure it's not boring. Oh, come on, we all have to study. Don't pout.
No, I can pout if I want to about this. This is so bullshit. So boring.
You want to fade out around there?
I would like to. Yeah.
Very cool. I as well return
I don't
to
have
reading
much
her
else.
book and they can idly chat. All right. Cool. Blake,
Yes.
are you here? Oh, yeah, what's up?
No, nothing. I'm just responding. Very cool.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, man.
All right. You want to talk to Headmistress Gale and maybe Toto, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
This is the day after we got back, so after I talked to Rosalind, had my medical.
Sure.
Give my report on what happened on the mission, and also talk about how Team Nurture did and everything from my perspective.
Sure. Yeah. It's wobbly time space, so people can do things whenever they want in the timeline. All right. Can head on into the office.
I will knock.
Yeah. Come in!
We'll walk in and then try and delicately take off my shoes.
Mm-hmm. If it's that much trouble, you don't have to worry about it today, I suppose.
No, it's fine.
Right. She'll nervously tap her desk a few times as you make your way over, and she sighs and goes, well, I've definitely read over your report by now. I've been keenly aware of the situation now through other updates as well, but yours is certainly helpful. How are you feeling?
I mean, pretty sore and kind of weird.
All things considered, I hear that's quite, well, miraculous, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I think that's part of the weirdness of it. It's just how not bad I am, considering how I was.
Well, they don't regard Dr. Gossamer so highly for nothing, albeit hearing his methods in practice are quite strange.
Yeah.
But you've never exactly exaggerated in your reports.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be in their right mind to believe it unless they actually saw it happen. I mean, I didn't even get to see it, but I guess feeling is seeing in some regard.
Certainly, definitely. She sighs and kind of taps her chin a little bit and just huffs and slumps down on the desk for a second. Thanks. The situation got much worse than I had imagined very quickly.
It seems like, well, I couldn't imagine it being a worst case scenario, something other than this.
Worst case scenario is that the city was completely leveled and we lost most civilian life there. The fact that there was such an involvement on the VRA's part and your assistance already makes it much better than it could have been. As I'm sure you're aware of what happens to an unprotected civilization, or an unprotected settlement when Grimm assaulted.
Yeah, you're right.
Not that Delatodos was even much unprotected in all things considered, but the political disruption really made this a awful combination. I suppose I should stop judging people for having odd opinions on allowing first and second years to take missions when things like this happen to you all.
It's not like this happens on every mission. I mean, it's as Clara kind of looks at her arm a bit. I don't think you would have sent us out if you thought this would be the result.
No, I would have fielded, well, none of my students for something like this. But hindsight definitely allows us to sound much more intelligent than it lets us be in the present. This is, well, all things considered, you all did tremendously. Not that I didn't expect you to be able to have capable results above your current status, but still, it goes without saying. And we definitely have a few things to cover especially, but, well, it's important to remember that, albeit how tragically some parts of it still went, this is still a success.
Clara will kind of pause and put her fingers near her neck for a second.
It's important for you to understand and be able to, well, process that, after all. This won't be even the worst success you'll experience as a huntsman, she says, as she leans forward, looking a little bit more seriously and kind of dark, laying out a little dark, chuckle after that. So, in a way, as I have to apologize for you experiencing this so early, this is an important lesson to swallow.
Clara will close her eyes for a second, And then after, like, just thinking for a moment, we'll open them. It's alright. I knew from the start that this is the kind of thing I was getting myself into. I guess...
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
She holds your gaze for a second after that and sighs and goes, any other student, I would probably tell them they are in over their heads if they really assume they knew the worst of this, but I suppose you have enough experience to know that this would be a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll allow myself to believe you there. But still, like I said, take some more time to process it at least. And definitely find out a way to make sure you're able to feel comfort in how this went.
You don't gotta worry there, Miss Gale. I'm definitely not acting like I'm fun and dandy after that. I don't think I'm as shocked as some other people might be after something like this.
Right,
But-
exactly. Which is what I was going to say next, is also make sure your teammates are doing as well as they can be. Not that you'll have to do it all, mind you, but just keep an eye on them, and if you don't think you're capable enough to be the person to do it, make sure that the people nearby them are at least getting closer to them. I'll have you know, Miss Hyde already told me Viridian's talked to her about the mission so far, so he's at least taking his own steps for it.
Oh, well, that's good to hear.
It is.
I'll make sure to keep an eye on them, just in case they might need something, but, I mean, I think we've been through enough at this point that I'm confident to say that they'll make sure that they're taking care of themselves, even if I don't have a heavy hand in it.
Well, I don't expect anyone on Team Supernova to be incapable at this point, but yes, out of the four of you, I expected Viridian and Gwen to take this the worst, so as long as they're both up to something at least, that's a good sign. Then again, I suppose I'm not sure how Felix would experience something of this category, but it's not like he's lived an easy life up until now. Anyone can break in a situation, unfortunately, so you can never be too vigilant, but it sounds like you've already taken into consideration by now. So, well, just let that be a little bit of my own administration role making me remind you about these things and not be taken as me doubting your capabilities.
No, thank you. Yeah, always helps to be reminded, and you don't gotta worry. I know how to keep an eye on them, and I know they're gonna be doing the same for me, too.
That's good to hear. Now, on your opinion, do you think Team Nurture will be managing this as well?
And Clara will
Bit more of
pause.
a dicey question, isn't
Clara
it?
will pause for a moment and, hum. Well, I was definitely surprised by the extent of their problems when we first started our mission. I mean,
Really? They're a first-year team. Think about how you all were.
but I guess grass always looks greener, you know? I wouldn't like to imagine that everyone had the same... it even as rough or rougher than we did.
Oh, no. Most of the time it can be much worse. At least on the surface level, you all managed to be, well, sociable enough to a degree until things boiled over. Many teams are outright hostile for the first year especially. I mean, well, admittedly, this might be due to Shade's own policy on accepting students, she quickly says, but we get the most resignations out of first-year teams after all. Especially once missions like this happen. Not that these go to this degree, but the ones that push teams to have such troubling breaking moments. Definitely lose a lot of students this way. But none of them have filed for resignation yet, so that's a good sign.
Well... Claire's thinking. Well... I'd like to say that after seeing them on our patrols and everything, and especially how they handled, well, when things really hit, well, when things really went bad, and all the bombs went off, the grims started flying everywhere, and, well, it was pure chaos out there. I think when push came to shove, they were able to step up to it, and, well, they saved us for sure.
It is an interesting bit of detail to note they did so well, all things considered. It didn't sound great up to that point, she says, as she flicks through the scroll, one of her scroll screens, which you assume your report is on. Well, at least it seems like Miss Kaguya is doing better than she appears to be doing in abacology. Interesting.
I think that we're still probably gonna have plenty of rough patches, but it seems to me, at least, that they seem to click in some way.
Well, from what I've been able to observe personally in their current attendance, Team Nurture at least seems to all have an inbuilt level of capability among themselves, despite their, well, most of their members not having any sort of formal training or anything that we'd be able to measure in a, well, what's the word? Not scholastic, or an academic level. I can't exactly judge how well, for instance, Miss Mongani's tribe trained her, but it certainly paid off in her capabilities. The only one that attended a combat school, after all, is Mr. Tate, and even still, there's more considerations down his own personal history that left him with quite a different skill set than anyone else would, coming out of Sanctum, but, well, those inbuilt talents definitely have paid off for them, and they at least know how to handle themselves under fire. Their cooperation definitely could use some more work, but there are signs of it shining through in spite of their troubles.
Yeah, I think
overall, I'd say they remind me of Team Supernova.
Yeah, I think that's not wrong to say.
Well, it's why I assigned them to you in the first place. Even if Miss Jean-Kiel wasn't injured currently, I would have sent them with you. Team Lullaby had a much more harmonious first year, all things considered, and I think a team that went through a similar situation like yours would be the best sort of mentors for them.
Yeah, you're telling me. I don't think many teams start off like Team Lullaby did.
No, that was quite a lucky break for them. It almost makes me wish I had thrown in someone a bit more chaotic into the mix to test them, but, well, it seems tests come in different ways for Lullaby.
I'd say looking at how they're turning out, it's no big problem that they developed in their own way.
No, definitely not. I had very high hopes for Miss Jean-Kiel, after all. Personally scouted, after all. I mean, I wouldn't be wrong about a student.
Right, you did personally invite Lucy.
I did. It was on one of my trips over to Mistral to go visit Fia. I definitely normally take a less standard travel method, as I like to see the countryside.
Well, that was a happy coincidence then.
Oh, certainly. But I did feel a tugging to go there in the first place, so the world certainly wanted it to go that way. She takes after me, if I say so myself, Gale states proudly, with a little bit of like a proud, smug, little self-assured look.
Wow, that's quite the endorsement coming from someone like you.
I suppose. You don't mean that I'm too stingy about these things, do you?
No, I just mean you're one of the most renowned huntsmen out there.
Oh, Clara, she blushes. Please. That's just what people say. But yes, I am.
Clara will just pause for a moment, like her just like like abashed praise of herself.
Yeah. The humbleness instantly melting away. But anyway, enough about her. It seems like at least there is still some progress to be made with Team Nurture, but assuming they make it through this might be a good point that sparks some more chances of their team. Well, considering their efforts to reintroduce some teamwork within themselves. Seeing the situation so dire and realizing the necessity for those patches to be fixed on their broken tatter of the team synergy may be good for them. Or, of course, this may make it worse in the coming future. We'll have to see, but that'll be a test of their own skill and capabilities.
I mean, I'm kind of liking it to the mission we had to go on in the first year to go get Tiz. I mean, that certainly ended up with us having to, well, rethink a few things.
Can you give me a report roll?
Yeah. Sure.
Gail lets out this little, sudden laugh of, uncomfortable air. Like you were a little too accurate with your summation for her. Oh, well, isn't that the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, but...
I suppose we should talk about the Goliath in the room, then?
Oh, yeah. I just want to finish that up by saying I have a lot of faith in Yuya and the rest of them that they'll come out of this better than ever.
Yes, I would agree as well. So, about the most troubling incident during your mission.
The person Viridian calls the Huntsman Hunter.
I will assure you, though I suppose it's not much of an assurance, she says, as she moves her skull screen to move your report out of the way, and she leans back in her chair, sinking into it a bit so she's even shorter looking at it than normal. It is not an urban myth of sorts. I would summarize from your description and what was in the report that would most likely be the figure that has inspired that story.
Claire will just pause for a moment. At least we have some type of ID on her.
Well, yes, some. None so clear on exactly what her true objective would be, however, which is the most troubling part. I assume, since you wrote it down, you're assured in her insistence that she wasn't exactly there for you four, right?
Claire will once again put her fingers in her neck. Trust me, if she was there specifically to hurt us, I don't think I would have walked away.
Oh, that's an astute assumption. I do think she might not have been as destructive as she could have been, given the situation. I hate to insist that you were lucky, but you really were, given her reputation.
I think if she wanted to... Well, I think she was only a few, marks away from tearing out my life from her neck. And I don't think that was purely by her just missing.
No, it wasn't. Gale says, almost dismissively, and nods and sighs. Which is, albeit a good thing, but it does trouble me. The assumption that she might have been interested in, perhaps... I can't claim to know a woman's like that's direct motives, but one may be able to assume that new rising huntsmen, congratulated as the winners of the Vital Festival, might have been on her list of interesting targets to, continue her infamy with, but it seems that was not the case either. Which brings me to the troubling point of not knowing what she might be doing there in the first place.
It really doesn't feel good to make it by the skin of someone else's teeth.
Well, at least you're making jokes about it.
You had to do something, you know?
Oh, definitely.
But... well... I didn't write something in my report that was troubling me.
She kind of narrows her eyes a little bit and huffs and goes, alright, but I assume there might be a good reason for you to exclude something that could be critical in an investigation like this. I need these reports and things to be able to be sent to the Huntsman Union, especially about someone like this.
I guess it was just kind of... Well, I don't know if I can exactly place it as being... right?
Gail lets her frustration kind of fade off her face a little bit as she rubs her forehead and sighs and goes, "Alright, well, I'll make an alteration to the report if necessary, depending on what it is, so..."
Well, she was... Well, she roughed everyone up, but she was specifically trying to go after me. I mean, right when we saw her, she jumped after me, and I think I have the scars to prove that I was probably the one she was playing with the most.
Well, you certainly put yourself in front of your team most of the time.
Yeah, but...
Go on.
Well, she kept commenting about my eyes. How, well, it was lucky to find someone like me out here.
Did she?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Curtis about it. I'm sure you're familiar.
Yes. You can assume I know most huntsmen operating out of Shade, don't worry.
And Dr. Gossamer a bit. He told me about, you know...
She frowns a little bit.
Silver Eyes relating to vegetarianism and all that.
Did he now?
Well, I mean, he was saying a lot of things, and... I mean...
Like what?
How they're, well, how they're like a good son from the goddess, and how their saintess, well, had silver eyes and all that.
Yes, I'm surprised you hadn't at least heard something about that, but I suppose from a remote Mantlian settlement, you probably wouldn't have had many fens there in the first place. Though I believe the freighters still have... She sighs. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I think Roser...
That was all?
I think Roser mentioned something like it, but I guess I just never paid much attention to it till now.
Gail kind of clicks her tongue a little bit and sighs. Right. I suppose she might have.
Curtis mentioned that... what was the name, Noah, of the people that, direct the Rangers?
Wayfinders.
His Wayfinder, the man who taught him back in his home of Lodestar. Taught him that his silver eyes were pretty special, too. Even said it lets him do some nifty feeling thing.
Nifty feeling thing.
Even he didn't know how to explain it too well, so don't look at me too much. It says
I presume it's just an evolution of his semblance, Clara.
I mean, he tried to argue it was something a bit different.
Well, the Wayfinders certainly like to guide their rangers along their own line of beliefs, so can you blame someone for making their own assumptions? No, but...
Well, yeah. I mean, that's... I guess mostly what's real confusing is how many different people say different things about, just my peepers.
Well, I suppose if you had the same eclectic knowledge as Mr. Heathcliff did about this sort of thing, you'd know a lot of cultures have a wide variety of, developed mythologies and beliefs about silver eyes for some reason.
Yeah.
It's one of those strange things that comes up quite often within the history of them, and they can be quite varied in what they mean. Most Mistralis believe they're a curse.
Well, if you went through what I just went through, I guess it's an easy thing to think.
Huh.
So
it rattled you quite a bit that she said this, obviously.
Well, yeah. I also got told they can sell for a high price, which I guess is... Well, that would be probably the most understandable thing, if not really a good feeling.
Such a tasteless practice. Of fens. Unbelievable.
Fens buy you?
Well, yes, depending on the person. Normally, clergies and things scramble to have holy artifacts of possible saints and things like that. And preserved eyes like that can be quite easily convinced to have been from one of their, well, saintly figures. Many they have in the Radix.
That's fucked up.
Well, yes, it is odd, she nods. I don't exactly like it myself, but I believe it is a practice to give themselves a connection towards anyone who seems to be a benevolent guiding figure in their faith, and believing they have some sort of charm around them. I can't exactly blame people for that. I have a lucky pair of socks myself, but still, it's a bit extreme for my tastes.
Alright, I think I can blame him a bit more easily given my personal connection to this.
Well, I wouldn't hold it against you for doing so.
Uh,
Anyone who would go hunting for one, though, is, well, more morally dubious than I think any buyer would be.
I guess I'm just shaken up, you know? I mean,
Of course, I know. That's horrible.
I've heard plenty of people comment on, my eyes in the past, now that I'm thinking about it. Lucy said some things. Rosarum said some things. I've heard many people just comment things about them, but I never really thought much on them. Just thought they were being, nice.
Well, they're quite a striking piece of, well, not a piece. They're quite striking, I suppose. Maybe that's what started the whole cultural obsession with them in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm no historian, so I have no answer for you on that part.
I guess this is just the first time I can think that someone tried to kill me for him. Being so direct about it, too.
Well, for all we know, she sighs, kind of looking a bit more exhausted than especially when you came in, as she plays with like a pen on her desk, kind of like rotating it around a bit. For all we know, she was just trying to unnerve you even further. A woman like that, if we can call her that at this point, isn't exactly someone I would put below, or I would put above taunting and attempting to mentally disturb their foes. From the descriptions of how I've heard of her, she does take this to a degree beyond simple confrontation. A sort of long-term stalking of her targets has been observed in the past, at least from the trusted sources the Union's been able to collect on her. I probably should also mention for you to keep it a, well, non-publicly disclosed topic that the Union is gathering information on her as well.
Yeah, I know, I won't go blabbing or anything. I don't want to go messing something up like this.
She sighs, but then nods and gives you a small smile. I'm glad you understand how difficult it could be if things like that were more publicly known. It's a delicate thing we have to handle, and it's definitely not good to allow people to realize the severity of this myth. Albeit I would prefer for them to know about it to defend themselves, but we have enough things to worry about. One woman in the entirety of Remnant who's a berserk lunatic who would harm huntsmen is not more concerned than the Grim.
You think she's even still out there? I mean, she jumped off a giant cliff.
That's what I was hoping. I have no solid proof of her actual psychological state, but perhaps you may have witnessed the final death of her, if that was it. It's not like many people could survive that fall easily. Though, admittedly, there's at least a few ways to mitigate it, but from the description you said, it sounds like at least Miss Aranea saw her hit the bottom. So it's not as if she cushioned her landing.
I'm probably the last person to know. I was already pretty out by then.
Right.
I only know whatever you read.
Well, we can hope for the best on that topic, at least. Perhaps her fascination with you would just be fleeting enough that you won't have to worry about in the future should she still be alive.
That's the hope, alright. I mean, here's hoping she didn't get back up after falling all the way down.
Well, it's not as if we don't have some people looking into it right now.
Well, please tell me once they've, at least looked as hard as they will, what the outcome was.
And of course, Clara, I'd want to be able to put this off your mind forever should I be able to find anything about this. Heavens, it'd be good for me as well.
Alright.
Should I find a woman like that who tried to kill my students, don't worry, I won't let her live after that.
Clara will sit there kind of thinking on that, and just kind of thinking in general for a moment while she's trying to think of how to word what she's saying next.
Gail continues to spin a pen in between her fingers, doing an expert job of getting some wildly ridiculous finger movements to be able to spin it.
Right before she jumped, she did mention something that keeps catching my mind.
Gail kind of tenses for a second and nearly drops her pen and then quickly relaxes again. Oh, yes? What is it?
Well, she said that she was lucky, and that she didn't have to worry because she wasn't a Grim. Well, about my eyes, I mean. And I really don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Well,
like, aren't you supposed to rattle someone by saying something they can at least, think about? That was just kind of a momentary confusion. And then she jumped off the cliff, too. I don't really get what the point of that would be.
Well, like I said, I have no idea. This woman is insane, admittably. But, I mean, as said in at least the Radix, supposedly Saint Rose was able to perform miracles with her blessed eyes, right? Dealing with Grimm was just one of those. I'm sure you've heard. She pauses and sighs. Father Gossamer mention it, right?
Yeah.
I assume she just meant that.
She didn't seem much to the religious type to me.
Well, she had to be some sort of type.
I guess.
I wish I had a better answer for you.
No, it's okay. I just thought I'd share to someone.
Right, I'm sorry, Clara.
No, it's fine. I'm just... Guess I just have a lot of thinking to do and reading. Because apparently everyone's got their idea of what, my eyes are supposed to mean to them.
I suppose it would be a good excuse for some cultural lessons. Gail kind of laughs a bit humorlessly, and admittably for her own sake, or for her defense, she does look pretty sad and guilty that she can't get a better answer for you.
Not like I'll be able to do any combat training for a little while.
Right.
Might as well do some studying of my own.
Well, she says, kind of trying to shake off her little funk. Exams are coming up, so I would advise that for your own sake.
Yeah, maybe taking some more time to do a bit more reading rather than some running might let me clear my head a bit.
Would it be tasteless to say silver linings?
No, that's kind of funny.
Thank you, I thought so too.
Clara will kind of lean back in her chair a bit. Can I ask you one more thing? This isn't about the mission.
Yes, of course. Not that it would be a problem if it was, but yes, go ahead, Clara.
Well, we're talking more about the mission. Do you have anything you want to ask me about it? Like to close up the report?
She pauses for a second and flicks through the report again, pulling it back up. And, taps the desk a few times. Well, I suppose at some point you should ask if you're still interested in assisting Team Nurture, perhaps asking about Nadeshko. Well, this seems to be a bit recounted off your teammates' observations of whatever Nadeshko did to that Grim afterwards, but I don't recall understanding any sort of technique like this used with dust that we've taught yet. She doesn't have the highest grade in abacology. She may be more of an intuitive learner than I expected. So for her sake, if that is how it's taught, I would appreciate her being more forward with, fuck. No, I'm dying! Sorry, with Dr. Fuchsia at least. She's not opposed to assisting in different teaching methods if necessary. I just don't want her to fall behind because she doesn't understand that herself.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was already planning on talking to her, but I can make sure to, go over that.
You might as well. Sorry, that was a bit more mundane than you expected. The rest of your report is satisfactory enough. Though, did Dr. Gossamer truly give no better reason than just traveling, looking for more of his own personal research?
Clara kind of like just move her eyes up as she's trying to think. I don't think so.
No matter then, I suppose.
To be fair, I don't think we had much time to really chit-chat, especially after things started getting really hectic.
I suppose you wouldn't have any reason to dig deeper, yes.
I think Viridian chatted with him for a bit, too, so maybe you'll have better luck asking him? I know he talked to him a bit more than I did, especially before things started going awry.
Maybe, yes. Well, if you hear from him that he said anything more odd about it, please send him my way.
Sure. I'll make sure to give him an ask about it.
Right. Thank you.
So,
what was it?
Right. Claire's just thinking. This is kind of a weird question, but, do you think well, before you start looking at me weird, this isn't really me asking, more just, it's been brought to my attention.
Get on with it, come on.
Do you think I'm meant for something different besides being a huntress?
In spite of your protest not to, Headmistress Gale looks at you funny.
Listen, I'm not really asking because I'm having second thoughts about what I'm doing. I was just getting earful about it yesterday.
Well, I can't imagine who'd be telling you something like that. No, I think you'll make a good huntress, Clara, if that's what you're asking.
It was Ralston talking to me about it. She said she said I would be better suited to doing more important things.
Ooh. That's quite harsh. Are you two... I don't keep up on my students' romantic lives too closely, but are you fighting or something?
I don't think this was meant to be picking a fight. I think she was just giving her thoughts.
But those are certainly fighting words. I wouldn't call someone... well, I wouldn't take it well if someone called me a bad huntsman.
I think she meant more as, I can do things that protects a lot of people as opposed to just people I run into doing huntress work.
What, like... No, I don't really understand what that's about.
Yeah, I'm not...
Gale blinks kind of owlishly.
I can't say I quite get it either, so I just told her we'd talk about it a different time.
Right. I would say that in my limited romantic experience, that sounds like a bigger issue than what you just covered.
No, that's fair.
I believe people generally say that people will say things that are more complicated than they are. Something like that.
No,
I don't know how you put up with that. That sounds awful.
It's okay. You don't got to try too hard. It's fine.
Thank you. This is not something I'm very comfortable with.
Yeah,
I don't have any idea of what to say.
It's alright. This was mostly me just gabbing because it's been on my mind since yesterday. But I think I know other people I can talk to that might be able to give me their own keen observations.
Whew, thank goodness. Oh, and if you're looking for relationship advice, don't talk to any of my teammates.
Clara will just pause and look at her.
None of them are good at it.
I mean, yeah, I kind of picked up on that.
Oh, did you already?
Do you know how many times I've seen Hephaestia in the bar? And she's always crying about Tiz, asking about her. And then Tiz is just awkward about it. I mean, I guess I'd be too. Hephaestia's kind of drinking a lot. And crying to people.
Yes. She's never been graceful.
Can't you do something to help?
I don't know what to do, Gale says, looking like back and forth for a better answer and shrugs. Like I said, this is not exactly something I'm good at.
No, that's fair. I mean...
Besides, I'm kind of stuck in the middle of this one.
Yeah, I'd be asking a lot.
It would be, thank you.
I mean, that's like me imagining Viridian and Felix in this situation. I think I'd be paralyzed.
Ugh. Yes, just hope that no one on your team intermingles like that. It's generally troublesome.
I don't think I gotta worry about that.
I can only hope so.
Clara will shiver a bit at the actual thought, because she was just making a joke.
What? Headmistress Gill just shakes her head. Well,
I might as... Clara will kind of get out of her chair and kind of wince a bit before taking out a little capsule, or like her little bag that she got from Tiz and vomiting into it. Alright. Well, I think I better hit the library and see if I can find some books in my eyes.
Oh, yes, definitely. Make sure to dispose of that somewhere else.
Yeah, don't worry. I've already gotten a good what to do from Tiz.
Right. Good luck on your relationship troubles, I suppose. But I suppose you might have better luck actually looking for what that mad woman was saying than that.
Oh, thank you. And
Right.
She meant well. She was just, saying how she felt.
Are you saying that for my sake or yours?
What? What? Just to make it clear.
Never mind. Gale waves a hand. Yes, of course.
Clara will start walking out and go to put her shoes on slowly. Alright.
Are you sure you don't need any help with that?
No, I'm okay.
Well, hurry up. It's uncomfortable to watch you need help.
Alright. Thanks for talking.
Anytime, Clara. Clara can hobble on off. Gale, meanwhile in her office, is just gonna sigh and lean her head down on the desk as we stay focused on her for a minute as Mr. Toto comes out of the passageway behind one of the bookshelves and looks over at her. And she just kind of cranes her head over and goes, "You could have interrupted. I didn't want to." Oh my goodness. I don't like this, Toto. Yeah, well, good on you for not ruining it. Would it really be ruining it to explain things to her? She says she pushes herself up at the desk and kind of glares a bit at Toto as he's walking around the desk and dusting part of it off. And he just shrugs at her and kind of gives her a stern expression. Well, it's not like it's going to be kept up forever. She'll find out eventually. And what's the point of all of this in the long run? We should explain to them what they do. If they knew in a situation like this, Toto says, giving her another measured glare, scolding her, then we know talk wouldn't have let her live. So I'd say it worked out fine for today. Dale just sighs and sinks in her chair a little bit. I really wish the situation hadn't gone so awry up north. At least then we might have been able to get Garrett here to teach her how they work. I'm glad that didn't work out. The man's an idiot. All I'm saying is it would be something, wouldn't it? Something awful. Wouldn't want her to pick up his habits. Any progress? None yet, but we're looking. Alligator's not gonna make it far, not after the mess she caused in the forest. Good. Are you gonna need some time to go look for her? Probably. I'll be back in a few weeks, though. If I hadn't found out anything then, the trail's cold. Right. And Gail will just sigh and look at her monitor as she pulls up some pictures of Talk and starts to flick through them, and we'll fade out from there.
A few moments later.
Fuck.
Maybe I will go find Olivo and ask him about his mission.
Okay,
That
cool.
seemed interesting.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Does anyone want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Ooh. Raising to the occasion this time. What a brave man. Let me see if I actually put Irene down somewhere. Or if I need to go get her. No, I need to go catch her. Anywhere in particular you wanted to run into her? Or just anywhere fine for you?
No, anywhere's fine.
Cool. You can catch her as she's leaving her room at one point.
Okay, let me just make the cut.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can start now.
Okay.
So, as Clara May is heading down the hallway in the afternoon, you catch Miss Nachovi exiting her room with a bit of a huff as she dusts herself off in a moment of checking her own clothes and everything as she fixes up like the hem of her shirt and straightens it out a little bit. She looks over and sees you in the hallway and nods at you. Oh, Clara. Good to see you. I see you're in better shape than I expected.
Yeah, hey. Yeah, I'm feeling alright today.
Well, that's good. Rosalind made it sound quite grisly.
I think I gave her the most... I gave her a pretty worrying description of how it turned out.
Well, she worries enough for most people, so yes, I imagine that only fed into it. Well, that's a relief nonetheless, though.
Yeah, certainly. What are you up to?
Well, nothing currently. I was going to go find something to occupy my time, and, well, it seemed like the world had it in for me, because here you are. That's good.
Do you want to go, I don't know, get something to drink or something in the city? Not like, okay, we'll check our watch. Not like alcohol, I mean, just, like, you know, somewhere to sit down.
Sure, why not? She says. She nods and will start leading you along the way. I have quite a few questions, none so that I imagine would be too insensitive, but if you're still reeling from the mission itself, I don't have to pester you much.
No, sure, go for it. I'm not that bothered.
Right. She surveys you for a second and raises an eyebrow when you say, I'm not that bothered.
Well, I'm not that bothered by you asking.
Right. You'll head out into the city a little bit, and she would have been asked over most of the mundane or non-immediately insane question topics, like how it went, the Grim you fought, and stuff like that. The details on the city and things being destroyed. By now, you would have both gotten some drink from one of the vendors and been walking through the city. Well, enough destruction to make it another exciting affair.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, this is probably the most exciting mission we've had yet.
Maybe. At least the most real mission, I'd say. One I expect to hear horror stories about from seasoned huntsmen. Well, I suppose I've beaten around the bush enough. So, that woman who attacked you.
Yeah.
the huntsman hunter.
That's...
It was really her then?
Well, Viridian thought it was, and I think Gale's pretty sure of that, too.
Well, I'll take the headmistress's word more sincerely than, well, I assume Viridian only knows about rumors and things and gets spooked on most missions.
Yeah, he only really knew the rumor, but Gale, I think, pretty heavily confirmed it, at least from what she thought of the report.
Her name is Talk, or at least her alias she goes by.
Really?
Mm-hmm. She's quite the figure. An undocumented amount of kills under her belt, but there are at least more than a dozen documented ones. All huntsmen.
And I assume probably a pretty high regard, too.
Oh, sorry, I completely fucking blanked at what you said. Irene will kind of tilt her head and nod slowly. Well, none so it's significant that you would have heard about it, or you would have missed hearing about it and be horrified to hear, but enough. It doesn't seem that she has a particular taste, though, outside of them having to be huntsmen. A few were just graduates of... She pauses and goes, the Mantle Academy, anyway. That was a case within the city limits. Half of a team killed. The others maimed. But like I said, one of a number. The others have been documented at least in fields and things that I've heard, or on the field and things I've heard, but that was a particularly close to home case that brought me to the awareness of the subject.
Well,
I had Inspector Bates about it.
I guess that makes sense why you're already pretty informed.
Well, yes, exactly. When things happened in the purview of the inspector, I generally looked into them. At least what I was allowed to.
You know anything else?
None so helpful outside of her particular taste for hunting them, and of a brief, well, psychological profile that the inspector summarized. From the accounts that have been able to be recovered from anyone who is in the scene of the crime and, well, the remaining teammates. Her savagery and lack of exact, well, tastefulness? I guess that'd be the most polite way to put it. Irene huffs a little bit. She sounds like a mad woman, though conscious enough to not be completely helpless herself, obviously, from her record.
Well, I wouldn't say that the way she fights is particularly elegant.
No, she's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, she chewed up some of my bits right in front of me. It's enough to, I think, shake anyone.
Well, I'm glad you were only shaken about that. After all, one of the dead was severed at the neck that way.
I mean, you might not believe me, Irene, but I looked worse than this before. Or, when she got a hold of me.
Of course I believe you. I can see your aura. Well, lack thereof currently, but I see it spurting ever so much like a broken faucet once in a while.
Yeah, that's supposed to be it doing its work.
Well, I don't doubt the method necessarily, considering it came from a highly venerated source, but I do still feel it must be quite uncomfortable to be that naked, especially in a dangerous city like Shade, but... She sips at her drink a bit and looks around. But I suppose I must admit, the residents never seem to be that worried, so I suppose I should begin to stop worrying so much, but I'll still keep a vigilant eye. You never know, one of your many antagonists may come out of the bush looking for revenge in a weakened state.
Well, thank you for looking out for me. I'll make sure to stick close.
I didn't mean to offend you, sorry.
What? I'm not offended.
Oh, I just knew how that could sound, sorry.
I mean...
I realized it a bit too late to stop myself from saying it, and I still would have said it, but it's important to make sure I'm not saying you were incapable out of nature, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think I can feel it more than anyone. I don't really have the usual method of fighting back.
Right. Eileen kind of clicks her tongue and shuts herself up for a second and coughs into her hand and straightens herself back up. Well, thank you for saving the embarrassment of over-explaining myself. I just know it might offend some people to be talked down to, even if they are injured, and admittedly, I know my tone can never be quite diplomatic in means in times like this.
I think we've been
I'm
friends
glad
long.
you're still, as always, good-natured about it, as always.
Yeah, I think we've been friends for more than long enough for me not to be offended by the way you talk.
Yes, I suppose that would subvert the need to worry about, or would avoid the need to worry about these things in principle, but I've been told one can never be too sure, and I've offended more people at a surprising rate than I expect sometimes, so... Well, some people have particular landmines about topics. Besides, who knows what kind of state you could be in after the mission like this. Though I would expect you to hold yourself well enough together that I would feel free about saying these things. I do like to cover my bases.
Well,
I'm sure you know that by now.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. Yeah, it's fine. Don't gotta worry too much. Although, I'm
just
sure,
a healthy amount.
yeah, I'm sure this won't be the last time that we'll go along this conversation.
Probably not. We're beasts of habit, after all.
Gail said that, well, she thought that this talk wouldn't be the type to exactly leave someone alone once she's gotten a taste of them. And after hearing her talk, I'm not that, well, I wouldn't be surprised by that.
She grimaces a bit. If it's any comfort, I know the victims, the remaining teammates who were disfigured, haven't been hunted down by her yet, and that was about 5 years ago. But still, I suppose that doesn't put them out of her sights. After all, serial killers and the like can go dark for quite some time before they resurface. I imagine it's the same for active murderers like her.
Yeah, it's still something I think I am gonna keep in my mind.
Definitely.
Can't really.
Well, try not to lose too much sleep over it.
I think I'll be okay, at least for now. I don't know if my body would let me, not catch sleep when I can get it.
I guess that's an upside of your current condition, if you're willing to call it that.
I mean, gotta look for some silver lines,
Ugh. Your optimism knows no bounds, and it's quite obnoxious sometimes. Are you alright? Do you need to sit down or something?
I mean, sure. I think that'd be nice.
You're hacking up a lung. It's just for you to take a seat nearby on the barrels and things, and we'll stop. Ugh. She looks down at her watch and frowns and kind of sighs and rubs the bridge of her nose.
Am I keeping you from something?
No, not at all.
So, what do you guys get up to on your mission?
Oh. Nothing entirely fascinating. None so that comes close to the bounds of what you've covered, but... Well, we had to deal more with a domestic threat rather than anything so... explosive, pardon my phrasing, that you dealt with.
Right. Nothing. Yeah, no, me and Roslyn were kind of preoccupied while talking, so I never actually got to hear what she was up to, I think.
No, yeah, you didn't ask.
Right. Well, anything interesting happened there?
Interesting in an objective sense or an actual sense of my own interest?
Objective sense.
Ugh, she sighs. No. Well, yes, technically, I suppose. The Red Fangs seem agitated. We were dealing with a current potential offshoot of that similar migration that I suppose you fell victim towards in Del Odos, down in Coquina, and between that and Crown Step. Quite a bit of land to patrol just for ourselves, but, well, it wasn't assumed to become anything serious of the Grimm's effects, and it wasn't, necessarily. Though a Red Fang cell there seemed to be agitating the populace in Crown Step. I don't know what's got them in a bothersome sort of rut like this. I had heard that the locals here hadn't had such a active cell previously.
Oh, that's
At
certainly
least a
peculiar.
variation over one.
That's certainly peculiar.
Well, I imagine it might have something to do with whoever agitated them a few months back. I thought it was a rival Red Fang cell originally, but perhaps the reporting wasn't exactly accurate on that. At least there might be something more that we hadn't realized.
Close thinking.
You've run into the Hawk once, didn't you?
Yeah,
Was-
when we, were in the, what's it called again?
Oh my god, the Grindstone.
Yeah, when we were in the Grindstone, he busted out of there, taking, Bossa and the pigs with him.
At the time, I was a bit worried about the idea of them reinforcing themselves like that, and I suppose there might be some level of, well, reason for that worry now. It seems whatever's ruffled his feathers. I can't believe myself. She takes out like a bit of her handkerchief and wipes some sweat off her brow as she seems very frustrated at her own pun she walked into.
Claire will
Whatever.
snicker.
Nonetheless, whatever's bothered them has gotten him enough to be agitated and is reintegrating some cells across some of the local village or local cities and settlements.
Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe they're condensing their own power after they realized that one of their foreign cells could walk over them like that.
Well, I guess it won't be that surprising if any one of us has run-ins with them on missions that have to do with, the area around here.
Domestic areas are going to become much more highly volatile if they become active. Though I imagine, from what I've heard from Lieutenant Shock, the VRA isn't exactly deaf to this issue. I hope it doesn't have much impact on their current attempts to secure the area. After all, their recent expansion might have been well-intentioned, but it certainly did have some, dangerous results.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yes, I don't think I need to tell you.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty well aware of, what can happen.
Well, I hope for the sake of the populace, the generals choose to condense their power as well, and make sure they can focus on making sure their security is well established, and that the recent crisis has not impeded their own, hold on their own territories before they go fancying more. For an organization with such ties to the Viridian ancestry, they certainly don't act like it, which I believe rubs some people the wrong way, but I've never claimed to be an expert on any of the culture here. Just merely a foreign observer, I suppose.
Yeah, the VRA and all that, that's definitely an aspect of that here that I think I have a bit of trouble looking at like a local would.
Well, you've never been much for politics in general, have you?
No.
Yes, I know. Unfortunately, I think you must know by now that I've been quite deeply entrenched in them, and I wish I could just focus on back home, but I'd be an idiot to ignore them here.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's a lot of complications, and I'm still trying to just wrap my head around the basic stuff I'm hearing.
I feel bad that I'm looking so forward to the term being over, but I really do wish to spend some time home and get a better idea of what's happening there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading back home too, so I'll probably try and do the same once I'm, back there trying to, my time here has given me at least a little perspective on what I think I should be trying to learn while I'm back home.
Huh. Well, it'll be nice to actually know I can visit you then.
Yeah, maybe I can treat you to some baked goods back home.
I'd like that. I don't get out as much as I should, obviously. Well, I do, but never in the healthy, normal way. More so poking and prodding around places rather than actually trying to enjoy myself. I must have missed quite a few things like that. Vacuo has at least taught me to do that much, she says as she sips her weird fruit mixed beverage.
Maybe you can introduce me to this inspector you've mentioned.
Oh, certainly, if you'd have any interest in that, and she blinks and smiles a little bit. Honestly, I'd like to rub in his face that I do have friends. He
Oh,
seemed
well.
quite determined not to believe me on the authenticity of what I was saying.
Well, I'll make sure to provide a real example for him.
Thank you. It would get him off my back and make him have to listen to me more about requesting some more involvement.
And I mean, considering how hard-headed you can be, someone that you look up to and respect this much, I mean, certainly seems like a very interesting person.
Well, of course. I'm hardly hard-headed. I'm focused.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to hear you call anyone else hard-headed, after all.
Oh.
You take that way too literally.
Yeah, but that's part of my charm, you know?
I don't see it.
Well, I can't really give you an example right now.
At least you're that self-aware.
Right. I have a question for you, Irene.
Sure, what is it?
Um,
Don't normally proposition it like that, so I have to imagine it's something serious.
well, I don't know if it's... Well, I was talking
You're
to
uncomfortable with it, at least.
Yeah, I was talking to Rosa, and she got me thinking about stuff.
He just sighs loudly. Go ahead.
So after you graduate from Shade, you're going to work with your inspector, back in Mantle and everything.
That's the idea.
So you're not looking to actually, be a huntsman in, like, the traditional sense of going out and doing huntsman work.
I didn't plan on it, she says, as she kind of sighs and puts her empty drink down and fishes around in her pocket for some cigarettes. At least, at first. You want one?
No, I don't smoke.
I didn't either.
Someone stressing you out?
No. No, I think I'm just letting Oliver have a bad influence on me. These are mostly a dust-based anyway. They're not supposed to be that unhealthy for you. And they smell like cinnamon and spices more so than some of the stuff we have back home, but still.
I don't know
I don't
if
think my mom will be happy to see that, so I'll have to go without them back home.
I don't know if I want to be intaking foreign dust right now.
I suppose you have enough of that in your body, don't you?
Yeah, I think I'll be living with this for a while. Or, as she looks at her arm, maybe ever in some areas.
She winces a little bit, empathetically. Well, go on. What is it about Rosalind?
Well, you just said something interesting. Are you, rethinking what you're doing?
She clicks her tongue, realizing she was caught avoiding it. I don't know. It's given me a lot to think about. I won't pretend to have known everything about the world and my future back then, but I certainly always acted like it. I suppose I've been humbled in some ways. I have to consider what I'm going to be doing in the future, after all, in a different way. Operating with a team gives you a different mindset for these sorts of things, and operating in the field on missions like this gives me a different view of what I could be doing.
Wow.
So, it would be indignant of me to be able to just ignore the opportunity that I may change my mind.
Well, if you ever want a friend to talk to about what you're thinking on this, I'll always be open.
Oh, right. I always considered that. Don't worry. It's not that I've meant to keep this to myself for some troublesome reason, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, just making it clear, because, some people can be awkward with things, kind of make
No,
it...
don't worry. You're very easy to read. Your
Right.
intentions are always clear.
Right. Well, that's good to know.
Is it? I thought it could be troublesome, but I like it.
I mean, you're... Clara will kind of, like, just scoff a bit and, smile. I mean, Irene, you're pretty good at it, so just because you can read me doesn't mean everyone can.
She smirks a bit. Oh, of course, Clara. My mistake.
Right, but Rosalind was mentioning to me that she thinks I'm, suited to do more important stuff than just be a huntress.
She eyes you for a second, raises an eyebrow and goes, when was this, and what was this about in the first place? Because I could take that in a number of different ways.
I was talking to her the day I got back from my mission after I went to go see Tiz to make sure I was, doing alright medically.
Right.
I was explaining to her what happened on the mission. I mean, she was obviously really worried about the injuries.
Say no more. I understand now. Well, I don't believe Rosalind's been ever lacking praise for you. But...
Yeah, I know.
She narrows her eyes a little bit. Well, is it bothering you?
I mean, yeah, a bit.
Oh, well, that's good.
I mean, I tried to tell her that... I'm not... Even now, I'm not really questioning what I want to do. I guess I've always really wanted to be a huntress. Even before what happened to my village, I really looked up to my grandpa and always loved the idea. It just became a bit more, I guess, serious after what happened to me.
Well, yes, of course, that makes sense.
But even now, I mean, I feel almost bad listening to Rosalind talk like that, and I guess not feeling even a little swayed by it.
Huh. You're incognizable. You feel bad about not being convinced by her?
Well, I mean, she's obviously real worried, and I can get why she...
Yes, Rosalind's worried about plenty of things like that, and you're the main subject of it.
Well, yeah, see? That's why I wish I didn't sound so... I mean, I think I was making her angry when I tried to tell her that I didn't agree with it.
You think? Yes, Rosalind doesn't like people disagreeing with her. She laughs a little bit and then kind of sighs and tries to look a bit more serious about it. I would assume, well, that it comes from a reaction of worry, obviously, but, well, trying to convince you not to be a huntsman sounds like a fool's endeavor to me, so I don't know what got it in her brain besides her own concern that she'd try and trick you out of becoming one. Not trick, convince.
I guess it's just a weird feeling, you know? I mean...
Well, yes, I believe if I was in a relationship, if my significant other begged me to leave my passion, my dream job, I wouldn't exactly take it well either. What did she say she wanted you to do? Greater things? Did she exactly elaborate on whatever that vague notion is?
She wanted me to help her help more people. Something about, like, being the type of person to, like, build the wall to keep the Grim out instead of the ones defending the wall when it breaks.
She's talking about making sure you would actually retire from the position and just remain at her side when she takes her inevitable attempt at returning home and reassuming her position. Irene flicks her cigarette off down into the ground. Goodness.
Close is kind of looking down and thinking.
See, that hasn't exactly been taken out of her. Or, let me restart that. I see her fire for that hasn't exactly died down yet.
Sorry, just give me a sec.
Sure.
Alright. I said that in character, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Sorry, that didn't.
Yeah,
She's just waiting.
Alright, man, that's more serious than I was thinking.
What did you think it was about?
Well, I just thought she was using some type of... Well, I don't really know. I didn't think much more... I didn't think it was like that literal, you know?
Rosalind combines passion and realism as much as possible. It's how she sees the world. I think you should know that by now.
Well, yeah, but I guess that's...
She's shockingly naive about things in a well-intentioned way.
Clara
I
will,
blame her upbringing for that more so than any of her intellect, obviously. She's not stupid.
Clara will frown a bit and look down. I guess I was just not in the best headspace after what happened.
Oh, well, no, I would imagine not. After all, the best time to convince someone of something is when they are in an ill-mannered situation. I suppose she was being optimistic that the injuries and the horror of your mission would help convince you to see things her way. If I'm being the least generous I can be to her, obviously.
Definitely make that sound kind of malicious.
Well, objectively, it would be trying to twist your arm, yes.
That wouldn't be a good idea. My arm's already pretty hurt.
Very funny.
Uh,
Well, if it makes you so uncomfortable to consider, you can assume that's not what she meant to do.
what do you think?
Oh. And that's a dangerous question to ask, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I
Are
can't...
you sure?
I mean, yeah. I trust your opinions.
It's not so much that I'm asking if you trust my opinion, she says, frowning a little bit and like dusting off her elbow as she is leaned up against the counter, and there's some built up grit and dirt from the stall built up on it. It's that I'm asking if you wish to hear them like that.
Listen, Irene, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't ask not knowing what you're probably gonna say.
Alright, I didn't imply you were stupid. I just thought it would be best to be attempting to keep things civil and comforting, but I would assume she meant it that way. At least, well, some way like that. If I see things in the way I imagine someone in her position would. After all, I'd like to say I have a pretty good judge of character on her by now. Albeit she did dissuade us from knowing the truth about herself for some time, but even then there were inconsistencies that were piling up. Without her dramatic reveal, I would have put it together much quicker after that, after all. But anyway, besides that, she waves that off, that little tangent off. I would assume that Rosalind was able to see this as an opportunity in spite of how panicked she was about the situation. I won't say she was exactly cold about a manipulation like this. I'll have you know she's been quite out of sorts recently about it. But, I mean, well, like I said, it's not like she never worries about you. It's quite consistent.
Wow. Thank you for telling me.
Sorry, I suppose.
No, it's alright.
I don't feel comfortable talking poorly about her. Not that I think this is entirely poorly, but, well... Perhaps I'm no expert, but that's not what I would have focused on at the time, but I presume I wouldn't, should I have been in her position, been in the right state of mind either. Ugh. I hate interpersonal relationships like this. There's a layer to them that's so difficult because you can never be certain about it. I don't know how you are able to manage your own schoolwork and things alongside something like this.
Well, I mean, she helps me study a lot.
You two seem to be on each other all the time when you're together. I didn't imagine you could hold back that long.
Clara will blush a bit. That's not true.
It's kind of true.
How much are you watching us?
Well, how much are you going to act out in front of us?
What?
I can't apologize for my own perceptiveness.
Listen, you should... We don't do it that often.
She gives you a very stern stare and slowly cracks a smile. I think your reaction explains enough to me.
Clara kind of.
Do you want me to talk to her about this?
I don't know.
I mean, objectively, as a friend of both of you, and as her team leader, I suppose I have some excuse to handle it myself in a way. Third parties aren't unheard of in things like this, are they?
Well, you did help sort out that stuff with Roslyn and Kid a lot quicker than we were.
Ugh, I suppose I've become the coach for you all.
I mean,
Only they both listen to me.
I don't think it's unwelcome. I trust your judgment on how to get involved if you choose to.
Right. I suppose I'll prod if it seems appropriate, then.
Yeah, I'd say just do whatever you think is necessary. And
As long as I have your grace on this. Or your blessing, I mean to say. As long as I have your blessing on this.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. And I mean, hey, don't go too out of your way. It's not it's not like this is a problem that I think is gonna start escalating very heavily right now.
This is Roslyn we're talking about. These things can flare up whenever you least expect it.
I can help.
Well, you did ask for my honest opinion before. I didn't know I was supposed to stop.
What? It's fine. Don't feel like you gotta hold back with me, even if it's tough.
This is a dangerous thing to tell someone like me, but I'll take your word for it because you're quite sincere about these things.
Well. Well, this was nice, but we should probably make our way back to the academy, yeah?
Yes, I suppose so. I'm glad you had at least enjoyed part of it. It was nice to get out.
Yeah, I mean, even if the topic's kind of heavy and I don't exactly like everything I'm hearing, it's still better than just sitting there and not talking about it.
Well, as long as you're able to see that, yes. Shall we study more for orology? At least try and make something of our time now?
Yeah.
I don't think either of us are in any danger of failing it, but we might as well do a review over some of the topics that'll be covered in the next exams.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I mean, I've been trying to use this time to catch up on, my study subjects rather than my physical ones.
Perfect. Good.
I guess we can end that.
A few moments later.
You had an idea, right? What was it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go try to talk to Oliver.
That was it, right.
Yeah.
Do you want to allow Ben to take the next spot from you?
Yes.
How very
fine with
gregarious of you.
I'm a generous guy.
Yeah, I hope it is only out of generosity.
Oh, you can start whatever. I'll make the
I
cut.
don't want anything impeding it. Alright, so Felix wants to go look for Mr. Toto.
Yeah. Real quick, you can't hear the fan in the background, can you?
No.
Okay. Just want to
You
make
can't hear mine, right?
No, that's fine.
Awesome. Nice. We're all doing good then. Excellent. So, looking for Mr. Toto.
Yeah.
As you were traveling towards the offices to go actually look for him, you will surprisingly see him across the way. I'm sorry, Blake, do you start recording again? Do you make an edit? I didn't even ask, I just realized. Here, why don't you remake the edit here, because I'm being autistic, and I had to check. Okay, sorry. Yes, as Felix is going off to look for Mr. Toto, instead of actually making his way to the office and finding him there, he will spy him as he's crossing the courtyard to get there. Actually in the courtyard, looking like he's in the process of leaving for some reason. So you've actually caught him at a perfect time. He is done up in his cloak and everything, like he is sometimes, especially during announcements and things like that. Can you give me a... wouldn't be rapport. I don't know if it'd be chance either. Let me consider this. Really quick.
It's alright, I'll take the L.
Why don't you give me a... I guess it technically wouldn't be wit either, but... No, it could be spied as wit. Can you roll wit? Wit is
Yeah.
generally persuasive stuff, but it's also like quick thinking also.
Wit rapport, they're the same score anyway.
Based.
Alright. No, 12?
No 12. Let me see. I guess I would kind of let you use sense of strength for this. So you could roll another one. It's supposed to be a chance one, but it's the same kind of roll.
Alright.
Yeah, so free for you to do another. Okay, so what's the 7? Unlucky.
I'm trying
Alright,
to
yeah.
pog. What the fuck? Where's the 12?
He does have a serious face about him that almost makes you a bit hesitant to approach as you get closer, as Toto has the usual presence of doing to any student without a serious reason to talk to him. But you manage to ignore that weird feeling you get from him as you approach. He'll slow his pace, which was admittedly a bit quicker, and he'll sigh to himself a bit and turn to you, looking more neutral. Prince, how can I help you?
Hello. He'll kind of, look him over and be like, hope I haven't caught you at an inopportune moment.
Well, none so much urgently, but I am leaving for now. So if you had something you needed to ask, you got it at the most fortunate moment you were going to get.
I guess I'm in luck then.
Certainly. He'll gesture over towards the bench and walk over towards it and let you either sit down or not if you want.
Yeah, Felix will sit down at the bench.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Felix will kind of stay silent for a second and then say, we were down there. The Khan spoke of you.
His face goes sour a little bit. Of course the old fool would. Well, what did he say? Something's got you bothered by it?
I would not say bothered, but curious. He referred to you as a butcher.
He sneers a little bit, showing off one of his fangs. Did he now? I guess that's a polite thing you could call me.
I see.
He levels a stern gaze at you and scoffs a little bit quietly. Well?
Well, I suppose I'm simply interested in the war you were part of.
Figured kids would know that it's not so much of an interesting topic, but, well, I guess that's only because we lived through it. Earned myself enough of a reputation, I guess, that people still remember it.
Yes, he spoke highly of a lot of his opponents and allies.
Makes sense. That old bastard's built for war. Real excited about that sort of thing. Figure he wouldn't mind if another one broke out. Then again, he's also, well, against his own wishes, not exactly the type who goes picking fights. He's a weird old bastard, but he's voracious, I'll tell you that. Hard to deal with. Sorry enough you had to talk to him.
Well, I found our talks to be pleasant.
Hope
not
your
in the
ears aren't ringing
traditional
anymore.
sense. Yes, well, his tone was something you have to get used to. There's no doubt about that.
Only if you're unlucky. Yeah. I guess he would call me that. A lot of people would probably back then.
I see. I'm not so naive as to believe it's. Felix will kind of just look at him and look for the word and say, necessarily true.
His steely look stays on you with minimal slow blinking. Why wouldn't it be? We all fought in it. Well, a lot of people in my generation did. Besides, you should know by now that as many times as huntsmen say they don't want to get involved in a war, it's not like they're not employed in it. Free huntsmen generally will stay out of it for their own sake, out of, well, morals are all good and all, but plenty will do it just because they don't have the sort of care for it. Does an awful thing to your reputation to go slaughtering people, even in a war. You gotta be careful with how you angle your career. People will take it badly, even if they're, well, not exactly giving you a lot of options. Locals normally get a pretty good break, though. Can't really hold a man accountable for stepping on his doorstep and ransacking his house and then getting shot for it. Not many people blame the Viridian huntsman that took part in it. But still, there were some that didn't get much of a break, and the ones who weren't Viridian like me and made a name for themselves, well, guess there's enough of a memory for some of them. You know, if you're curious, you gotta ask questions.
Yeah. No, can I roll a rapport real
Please.
quick?
Sure. Go for it. What about, if I may ask also?
Basically what he... I guess what he kind of... More details on what he means by, like... You know, he said, like, the Viridian ones are alright, but, you know, ones like me...
Yeah. Okay,
stuff like that.
You can use up front for that, assuming Felix isn't going to be very assuming Felix keeps the tone of just directly asking things going forward up front would work well for this.
Okay.
Helps him deal with
so be a
Toto's
13.
pace. Nice, good work. Well, yeah, obviously that implies immediately that, okay, Toto's not from Vacuo, so he's not a local. So he got involved on behest of Vacuo. So he was either, that either implies that he was doing it out of some mercenary style work of being assigned and getting paid to do it, or for some other personal reason, which you assume seems more likely for Toto. He's not exactly a guy who, as little as you do know about him, you don't go to assume some level of direct sort of kill for money from Toto, and you're pretty sure you would have heard about it if he was a mercenary at some point. So that means whatever reason he had to get involved at the time was some either personal or favor to someone else. Which means he did have to involve himself. The war didn't just stumble upon Toto when he fought in it. It means Toto came to the war doing it intentionally.
Okay.
Which is why he's implying, people like me who got involved means there's probably a stigma to anyone who was, not directly in the area protecting their own land and was a huntsman and went, well, I'm going to go fight in the war. There's probably a stigma around those people because, that's something mercenaries do. Huntsmen who aren't directly involved in, a military huntsman, like Atlas, how they have specialists now and things like that, or the Knights of Vale and stuff, probably have a pretty bad stigma for jumping into human conflict. If they're not directly involved, yeah.
Well, in that case, then Felix would ask him straight out, and he'll say, then what was your stake in the war?
He tips his hat up for a second as he sighs and looks around for a second like he's considering if he'll answer it, and kind of turns his gaze back to you, his red eyes not really blinking or looking too angry, just serious about this. Was a favor to the old man, and I had to look after Gale. No, you say Dorothea. Wasn't about to let her get involved by herself, after all, even if it was at his behest.
Felix will look a bit confused and then be like, I see, why would he ask that of you? Getting involved in the war, that is.
Well, Osiris had quite a stake in it, you have to imagine. He's not just a headmaster, after all. It was his land originally. He says that, and it's kind of like a hollow sort of excuse, and he sighs. Plus, he wanted it to end in the best way possible for what he wanted. The post-war world, the Huntsman Union that came after it, that idea didn't come out of nowhere. It was in plans before things really heated up. It had been a long time since a conflict on this scale had been here, and we needed a lot of consideration for how huntsmen would be involved in them. We've only gotten stronger over the years. Better technology and better training facilities mean better and deadlier huntsmen. The old man wants a lot of peace in the world. He's a bit of a philanthropist, I guess you could say. Besides, something like that would stir up enough grim to wipe out half the cities in vacuo if it was left unattended correctly. The headmaster took a direct influence and effect in the war. Gave the alright once Scheherazade got involved too.
I see. Then it must have been quite a lot of people involved in his... Well, I can't imagine you were the only one.
No. He's got a good network of friends and all. Headmasters look out for keeping this world in a pretty good state of affairs. They're not just teaching the huntsmen, they're trying to keep us all safe from ourselves half the time, you know? It's why people give them the respect they deserve. They're bastions of training people to deal with Grim. When it comes to the Grim, they're the ones you go to. All of them were pretty interested in ending the war as quickly as possible. Pretty vocal about it in most cases, but it's not like they're going to talk everyone out of it that easily. I happened to be in the right place for him to request that of me. Besides, if Dorothea was going to be involved, I wasn't going to be far from it. So yeah, I had a bit of a reputation. If you don't understand the basics of warfare, you don't exactly let the enemy huntsman just do willy-nilly. But sending a platoon or some tanks over at him isn't exactly going to be solving the issue normally. Especially the ones that are fielded in conflict. They're trained for anti-infantry and things like that.
See.
And it happened to be that I was trained for anti-huntsmen.
Okay, Felix's face will be like, something clicks for him. He's like, I see. I imagine then that is a fitting name.
Yeah. No ways around it. Wasn't exactly like I was fighting to protect myself. But in war, and in everything, you gotta be active. You can't be the one reacting to everything. You'll never set the pace then. Old man and I both know that, unfortunately. He sighs as he scratches the back of his neck, lifting his cloak up with his arm, and you can see that the thing you had noticed is Toto is like you see him sometimes with his cloak sitting around, and you see that today he's strapped with his like equipment. He has like these military style harnesses on with a couple pockets for things in them, and two large. They seem to be in the sheath. Seem to be just like normally rectangular and square. Two longer sort of daggers that kind of look like cleavers, but a bit like not as wide in the length of the blade from back, but still with that same square butchery style, which probably would also explain the nickname a little bit. And those seem to be his weapons. And he lowers his hand again back so the cloak falls down. And you understand that that weird bit of note to him was probably just realizing, like, oh, he's, like, ready to go fight if he has to, for some reason, wherever he's going. So, yeah, not exactly something you go putting on walls, even if you get enough accolades for helping in a conflict, especially if you spend the rest of your life training the same kind of people you had to put down for a few years. No, in this world, we're hopefully avoiding that sort of influence of letting huntsmen run into the muck of things like that. At least the ones who aren't already enrolled in the militaries we'd be fighting against. Can't do much if they're signed up, but, well, hopefully we won't have to deal with any conscripted or who got a little too patriotic now. Union should take care of that. That's the idea, at least.
Okay. Felix will look a bit sad when he says, like, he's teaching people that he had to put down, like, same type of people.
Yeah.
No, like, I see, that must be difficult.
He shrugs. Well, you won't go hear me complaining about it, sure. But I've had plenty of years on it. Not like it's something I cannot think about, but I got too much important things still riding on the line to ever let anything get to me. War's not good, kid. I don't think anyone would tell you it is. I saw a lot younger than you fighting in it. Consider yourselves lucky, the state of the world. I know after what you saw, it can look pretty bleak, but at least, for the most part, you got to see humanity trying to survive. It's at its worst when it's at each other's throat. Start to realize how pointless things can seem. Of
course, I suppose I will count my blessings then.
Yeah. Probably it'd be for the best. Well, live for making a world without that sort of thing. That's the best advice I can say. Not like any one man could stop wars from happening. Best we can do is keep telling each other that, though.
Felix will just nod and kind of look off, thinking on that. I know, kind of look back up to him and be like, I hope I'm not holding you up. It seems that you're, wherever you're going, your business seems important.
Well, he looks ahead and sighs. Yeah, no need to be coy, I guess, since we're already on unpleasant topics. I'm going to go look for that crocodile.
Felix will raise his head up and look at him more intently now and be like, is that so?
We protect our own.
I do hope you find her.
Likewise. I got a thing or two to ask before I'm done with her. Well, take some rest after all of that. You need it, Prince.
I thank you.
He just nods and kind of gives you another stern sort of look over as he looks you up and down and sighs, and then starts to walk off, his ragged cloak trailing behind him.
And Felix will just sit there on the bench, thinking about
Toto murdering.
fantasize. Yeah. That's that. Thank you. Oh, thank God. My headmaster got it.
I hope he kicks that fucking crocodile.
God, I hope you kick.
Stab her!
Hey.
Yeah, get her, Toto! Get her!
I'm a sovereign citizen!
I'm a sovereign citizen, you
I'm a
fucking-
sovereign citizen!
You can't fucking tell me what to do, you fucking cunt! I'm a sovereign crocodile!
Yeah, Toto's gonna ride with the police.
If you call us here again, we're taking you to the grindstone.
We're taking one of you, man.
We're taking you to jail. Alright, thank you. God bless.
God bless. We love our cops, our law enforcement.
Oh, fuck.
Alright. Viridian!
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I want to go find Oliver.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the thing
Fine.
I want to do, by the way, after when it comes back to me, is talk to Felix.
Cool. Nice. Alright. Viridian can go find Oliver, who is conspicuously hanging out in the back of one of the study halls.
Oh, okay. Back there.
Yeah,
Me.
flipping through his scroll. He has a few of his school books on the table, but they don't look like they've been touched in a while. Or at least nothing serious has been used out of them for a bit. Seems like he's just kept them with him.
Okay. Just zoom out so I can make my way over there.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy map. Okay, just give me a second.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, wait,
Viridian's-
sorry, no, I'm changing it. I want to talk to Glenn, not Felix.
Damn it, I thought I was gonna get break. Go ahead.
Cool. Okay, yeah. Viridian is going to come up. It's looking a bit not like agitated, angry, but like he's been pulling his hair out. That kind of agitated.
Yeah.
Gonna let stuff fall on the desk and gonna go. Oh, I can't do this no more.
Oliver looks up at you. Oliver's in a sort of casual outfit. He's got like a light green t-shirt on it with a Viridian like emblem on the chest, on like the over the heart, which is clearly like a school something you got either in town or from the school. Just like
Right.
shorts, flip flops, a small like gray patchwork scarf on, and like a trilby that he like tips up a little bit as he looks over at you, and he goes. Puts it on the table and he's like, what is it, man? You look like a cat's been clawing at you.
Oh wow, did Gale tell you where to shop? Okay, yeah. Back into it. He's going to slump down into this chair and go, I don't know if it's coming right off our mission or if this is just this hard, but it don't sound so hard. It's just reading stuff and then thinking about that same stuff. Why is it so boring?
Because it's schoolwork.
Right, you can say that again. Okay. You can say that again. I can't do this no more today. Please, Ollie. Tell me you know about some shit going on, please.
Oliver looks you up and down a few times and pauses, and he's like, what kind of stuff are you talking about, man?
He's gonna be like, I don't know, you're the kind of guy who's, like, best at the ear to the ground for anything. Like, is there anything going on? Or is it all just gonna be this?
Wow. You're a real action junkie, aren't you? I mean, we just got back from our missions. You'd think you might kick your feet up for a little bit.
I can kick my feet up, but I just look down at everyone studying and just kind of grimace and be like, I can kick my feet up, but I just can't keep going on this all the time, and I need to ease my way into it, man.
You need to ease your way into it. The schoolwork's going a bit too fast for you.
Nah, it's going a bit too slow. I mean, I sit there and I work at it, try to read and think about all that stuff, but it's gonna rub his head and go, it's just, there's so much of it.
Damn. Not going to school really fucked you up, dude.
I
I mean,
guess it
seriously.
did.
Did you never, like, read anything on your boat? Kind of seems like there'd be a lot of dead time to do it.
He'll kind of pause for a second and go, well, I mean, there was stuff to read, like, the doctor had some stuff around, but, generally, if there was, like, free time, the captain wanted you to be working on something he'll just kind of shrug and go, better yourself, and I was more of the running around kind of guy. I mean, I read a bit of stuff back in Charwood.
Yeah, like what?
And he's gonna be like, he'll shrug and go, like scripts for plays and stuff. There's this acting troupe that came around every once in a while, and when they were done practicing, they'd throw out their scripts, and me and Rob, we'd sometimes go down and dig them up, and, well, while we was hanging out, camping out, no TVs in the woods, kind of like read them off to each other every once in a while. Make fun of it and stuff, That's about it, I guess. I mean, it passes the time sometimes, but he'll shrug.
Huh. Yeah, that is pretty weird. Guess that could be funny. Yeah, not really much of a buff myself. Haven't gone to too many plays.
I mean, we didn't really see much of the plays. Like, they put on performances you could sit in on. But, I mean, like, it's pretty funny when you're just hanging out with your buddy and you're making those funny voices and using those funny words, I guess.
Yeah, I could see you and that Rob girl being pretty entertained by a funny voice. Classic comedy.
You don't know what you don't know what you say until you've seen it.
Nah, do a funny voice. See if I'll laugh.
Oh god, I need to do a funny voice now.
You could just say no.
Yeah,
I have that option.
I do. You're right, I forgot I have that option, thank you. Alright, yeah, he'll just be like, man, right now, nah. You get a few drinks in me and I'll pull that shit out.
Yeah, wouldn't want to disturb the studying students.
Yeah, I get... Shoot, was I being too loud before?
Jeez, man, you need to relax. What crawled up your ass about this? You look like you're fucking tweaking.
He's gonna slump down and put a head down on the desk for a second. Then pull it back up and go, I just spouted off some words to some people, made some promises about trying to do the best I could this time, I mean, I weren't lying, and if I ain't lying, I intend to keep my word. So I gotta actually try this time, but maybe I'm trying too hard right now.
Maybe. I mean, from what I learned, different people study different ways. Can get pretty good results the same way. I mean, Lucy's kind of an idiot, but she figured out a way to do it. She does all right in the tests enough of the time, so I guess there's hope for all of us. My method's a little abstract, but it gets me really good results.
Really?
Yeah.
You know how she does it?
Huh, Lucy? Yeah, no, I have no idea. She just sits around cramming for hours on it, and I think it's like a Miss Scrawley thing.
Oh,
Gwen
wow.
does it too, but for like next year's material.
Oh. Wow, I mean, good for them, but that sounds horrible.
Oh yeah, Lucy said they had a whole class in Sanctum about teaching kids how to study. Combat schools are really no joke, man.
Class teaching you how to... You
Yeah,
can
I
go
know.
that deep in it?
I know, it sounds stupid, right? I tried to ask Irene if they had one of those up at Olgite, and she said not to make fun of me, and that was that. Or not Olgite, fuck, that's Clara's place. What the fuck is, what did I name the school? Shit. Like, do you remember? Kyanite, thank you. I knew it was a knight in there, because I was going with the mineral theme. Yeah, I asked them if they had that back in Kyanite, and she said if you need a class on how to study, you're an idiot. Then Gwen started yelling at her, and they got into a fight. It was really funny.
Aw, dang. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Nah, they probably would have turned on you eventually. You're a real magnet for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I just cannot figure out why that happens.
Yeah, boss has a stick up her ass about, well, you.
I'm sure she still do.
Yeah.
I know that, Gwen and I are alright, but she sure does have a stick up her ass about doing things her way.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you guys are alright. We're talking peak, though, I mean. Well, I guess it's a bit funny. Well, you got Kid at least, but the other two, oh man. They still aren't over first year Viridian.
Well, alright, I mean, they can keep holding on to that, but that was a long time ago.
I mean, not really, but yeah, I know what you mean. I noticed the difference.
Like a long time ago.
Yeah,
Used
probably
to
you do if you're desert drug trip, kind of acting like a more time in your brain.
I mean, I saw a lot out there, man.
I know, man. I don't doubt that.
Alright, good. Good. It's gonna really help me when dealing with some Duration people someday, probably.
Probably. What, you're gonna work in Vacuo still after you're graduated?
Well, I mean, probably gonna come down here from time to time. Got some people around, but I wouldn't mind visiting, and could always throw in some hunting while I'm down here.
I guess. It's not my favorite place still. I like it down here, but the outside, ugh.
Oh yeah, it's
I fucking hate deserts, man.
yeah, it's a dang bit too sunny, a dang bit too hot, but there's ways to get around that.
Yeah. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I'd rather go someplace where I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, same, but at the same time, I ain't gonna let the desert scare me off from going wherever I want.
Still, I figured you'd shack up in the Verdant Vale somewhere. Vale's your, like, big home dream, isn't it?
No, yeah, it sure is. I am a homegrown Vale boy all the way through.
Yeah, I heard that before.
From who?
You.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was right.
Yeah, definitely.
So, can't wait to get back there and set myself up right, but I shrug and go. Once again, I'm not too much of a stickler for really not going wherever I want.
He just nods a little bit.
And, you know, Vacuo, it rubs myself a certain way that I find mighty pleasant.
Yeah, that's a weird way to put it, but yeah, fair enough.
You know, y'all say weird. I say it was an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, that's fair. Different strokes, huh?
Viridian will just kind of give a cocky grin and like, nah, I take my strokes a bit differently than everyone else.
He raises an eyebrow like, oh shit, you're continuing this line of discussion. So should I ask my teammate to find out how, or is that a horrific thing to hear?
Yeah, that would be mighty horrific.
Oh yeah. What the hell did happen on your mission? Weren't you guys in that place that blew up?
Yeah, we was in that place that blew up.
Boss mentioned something about that. Ugh.
Yeah, it weren't too pretty, actually.
Uh,
The whole thing kind of went tits up.
yeah, I got the cliff notes. Just double checking. Maybe that's what's up with her.
Up with who?
Kit.
Oh,
Seems worried about something.
maybe. I mean, if she heard it weren't too pleasant, she could be worried about it. And he'll shrug and go, I guess if that might be the case, I should go set things straight that everyone made it out all right.
Oh, haven't talked to her about it yet?
And he'll be like, sorry, 1 second. And he'll be like, yeah, sorry, I got back and had to, I guess it maybe were a bit heavy on my mind, and then I tried to get into this studying thing. No, I haven't talked to her about it, but it hasn't been too long. I'll go find her.
Oliver just throws his hands up. Hey, I wasn't like reprimanding you, dude. I don't care how you handle it. I was just asking. Sorry.
Yeah, I ain't saying you were saying it. You just reminded me I probably should.
Yeah, don't sound too happy about it. Trouble in paradise, or is the weight of relationship finally sinking in?
He'll just kind of be quiet for a second and go, just trouble in some things I've been thinking about, I guess. Wait.
Hey, I'm here to talk if you want to say it.
He'll pause and be quiet a bit and then go, look, Ollie, I generally tend to agree with everything that you have to say about this.
Thank you.
From a certain perspective, I mean, you've got some very good points, and it's very practical. Can't go arguing with that. Like, so it ain't too bad to talk about that, but from where I was sitting, it's just gonna kind of shrug and go, from where I was sitting, I ain't too much thinking about, Kid and I being anything other than what we is right now.
Raise an eyebrow after you finally make it to the way you want to explain that. And he goes, uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be like, I don't wanna, and I can see why you might say it might be necessary, or some other way. Shut up. You might say that it might be necessary or some other way, but I don't wanna stop being with Kit, but I don't know exactly. I'm gonna pause, think a bit, and then go, I don't know exactly how to, like, take it to, like, a next step.
Next step. And Oliver leans back, like, obviously or it's caught off guard and, like, not, like, disgusted, but, like, that's what you're trying to do?
He's like, well, it's a thing I have thought about. And as I have said, I do not currently entirely know how.
What is the next step? Are you gonna propose to her? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't figured that part out either.
Oh my god! Oliver just starts coughing and, like, leans forward in his chair, his feet falling off the desk that they're propped up on. And he looks up at you, caught off guard, like, dude, what the fuck? No, you shouldn't be thinking about that.
And he's gonna kind of look at him for a second and then go, well, why shouldn't I be thinking about that? I mean, it might not work out, but it also might work out.
Dude, you started, like, dating her, he just quote-unquote, just like a couple months ago. Dude, you are not seriously thinking about fucking marrying your first girlfriend, are you?
And he's like, I'm leaving it a possibility, and that's
Oh, Viridian, you're fucking killing me, man. Come on.
He's just gonna kind of shake his head and go, "Yeah, I knew you'd think that."
Oh, you should be thinking that. Come on, man. Listen, I know first relationships are a lot, but you can't lose your head over this. Besides, aren't you getting like a little ahead of yourself? I mean, do you even know she's that serious about this?
Nah, I don't know how. Don't know that.
That's all I'm saying. Just don't go over like the jump yet, right? I mean, you're seriously in for like a heartbreak if you're considering if you want to marry her already.
He's gonna be like, I mean, seriously? I mean, is considering it automatically make it serious?
He gives you an incredulous look, and he's like, I mean, I think you know the answer to that, man.
All right. So what? You're saying I was just not supposed to think about stuff?
I'm saying you're kind of going in on this really hard, man. I don't know. Maybe take a step back and look at it a little bit. I just don't want this to be something you look back a couple years on and get embarrassed about.
Viridian's just gonna kind of like, he like crosses his arms and gonna be like, yeah, well, I mean, good to know your heart's in the right place then.
I'm just trying my best, man. I got a lot of advice for relationships, and no one's ever willing to listen on their first one, and it always ends badly for them.
Yeah, you got a long list of references for me then?
Oh, yeah, half the girls in school.
He's gonna be like, and who was these relationships with?
Me, I always tell him.
He's just gonna kind of sigh and go.
He starts chuckling to himself.
He's just gonna sigh and go.
Come on, you walked into that one.
Yeah, I suppose I did. Look, all I was really saying is I don't currently know where it is going.
Yeah, I can tell. Sounds like you're kind of losing control of your own emotions a little bit.
How you figured that?
Well, you said you're thinking about how serious this can go. I mean, give it some more time in the tank if you're really gonna try it, but I don't know, man. Look, Kit's great, he says, leaning forward a little bit. She's a lot of fun. She's nice. But, like, kind of taps the table a few times with his finger as he's kind of trying to look a bit more seriously, like, friendly about this rather than laughing at you, like, almost apologetically. But, like, let's be real. Do you really think she's, like, long-term material?
Yeah, I mean,
Try not to let your, like, heart or cock blind you to this. Whichever one's driving this up.
yeah. I don't know what long-term material even is, Ollie.
Well, it's probably not a girl who's so or closeted about everything. You have to, like, wring it out of her if you want an answer.
Yeah, that is a negative point you have there.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know. She might not be good for long-term stuff. I mean, she hangs out at the bar with Carol a lot. Who knows?
I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Carol's a pretty good woman.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, maybe it's not always Carol. Not like I follow her there all the time. I'm not trying to put brain worms in your head. I'm just saying. She's
Right.
nice.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, man. Every time you talk about this sort of thing, you seem like a homely guy trying to marry the love of his life and settle down and have a perfect, rounded out family in some Valish countryside house.
I mean, it's gonna be like quiet and soft for a second and then go. I mean, like, and what's wrong with that?
I didn't say there was something wrong with that. I mean, yeah, it sounds dorky and naive, but he sighs and he shrugs and he goes, I don't know. If I had a guy like that be like my dad or whatever, I wouldn't exactly think he's lame. I'd think it's a nice life you provided for us. Be nice to have that in a way. It's just that it's not easy.
Yeah. I mean, there does seem to be a lot of things out there get in the way of something simple like that.
We're pretty young still. Trying to find something like that early on, I don't know. I just can't see it. Like, especially here. I mean, half the people I end up hooking up with for a while are pretty driven. Well, for shade at least. It's not like they're all schlubs. He shrugs. I'd be dating outside of my sort of huntsman lifestyle group, since I wouldn't want like my wife to get murdered by a death stalker while I wasn't there or something. Personally, that is. He shrugs. But I'm not exactly really too focused on that sort of nuclear family option.
Yeah, right. Well.
I don't mean to be a dick, man. I'm just looking out for you. I don't know.
I just gotta say, sometimes I do dislike how you talk like this. And it does make sense.
What's that, Richard? You cut out a little bit. What'd you say?
Daniel just kind of shake his head. Oh, sorry. He said, I do hate that you sometimes talk like this, and it does make sense.
He gives you he gives you an apologetic smile and goes, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm right most of the time, but doesn't mean I'm really happy to be the bearer of this news. Who knows? Maybe Rosalind's right. I'm just bitter.
You? Bitter, Ollie? Nah.
That's what
He's
I
jealous
said.
of you.
Well, I gotta be jealous of.
No, he said she's just jealous of your charm.
Exactly. I didn't even have the noble upbringing to get it.
Yeah, exactly. She can't stand that she's being outpaced at her own game.
Yeah, it's true. So touchy at that.
He's gonna be like I said anyways, it was only a thing considering. Not like I was considering it hard. Just a bit.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, no need to commit to anything, especially not in your thoughts. I just wanted to, give some advice. I will say, if she finds out that I talked you into breaking up with her and is pissed about that, I'll never live that down. So definitely don't take my advice as a bullet that puts an end to your relationship, dude.
Oh man, well, I mean, Oh, you can trust me, Ollie. There ain't no way I was gonna do that to you.
Thanks, man.
I mean, unless you, do something to piss me off.
Ah, fair enough. I guess I'll try not to piss you off so much you break up with your girlfriend.
That's a good idea.
He just laughs a little bit and shakes his head.
I never realized I had this kind of power over you. I'm gonna have to abuse that.
Go for it, man.
Oh, abusing that means breaking up or getting close to breaking up with Kit. Maybe I don't want to do this.
Hey, your choice. Maybe that's your subconscious speaking out.
Dang. Why does getting such petty revenge always have to be so complicated?
It's just how it goes.
Yeah. And Ollie was gonna say something?
No, you said that's just how it goes.
Yeah, okay. He'll be like, I would honestly be okay with this scene now.
Oh, like ending here?
The only other thing I would ask is how his mission went in. I guess I'll ask that a bit, but I think some of it was already covered with Clara and Irene.
I mean...
Did I make that up in my head?
Well, what do you remember? I don't want to say more than I revealed, if I didn't. No.
I don't know, but my mind's blanking.
Do you want me to say the details?
Maybe I'm just crazy. Yes, please.
She mentioned that they went to... they were basically doing a patrol out in Shade between two locations. And there was a Red Fang cell that became active there recently that they townspeople said... I forgot the specific name of the town. They said that it wasn't very active right now.
But she didn't mention any details about what happened.
Yeah.
She brought up that it was there.
Yeah. So it's just they dealt with Red Fang.
Cool. I will ask then.
Yeah.
He'll be like, so our mission was a total giant, filled with several giant explosions. How did y'all's go?
It was kind of weird. Didn't exactly go bad, but he leans backwards a bit, kicking his chair back up on his back legs as his feet hit the desk again. He brings his arms behind his back of his head and he stares up at the ceiling for a bit before looking back. I mean, we didn't fuck it up and it didn't go badly, but I guess we came into a situation that we're not really supposed to be involved in and didn't. Irene wanted to get a bit more involved, but considering the time frame we had and, the possibility of the migration being an issue, we didn't really have time to address it directly. Told about it in the report back, so I think some VRA guys might be investigating it, but, we were patrolling a pretty big area, all things considered, in between Coquina and Crown Step. Coquina was about the same as ever, but Crown Step, there's a bit of a civil dispute issue going on. A Red Fang group's been real active there apparently, and town was tense as hell. We almost got in a fight with the guys there a couple of times trying to antagonize us. But, Irene didn't really want us to engage in it without proper, understanding of what was happening, which, to be fair, there's a big cell of them in there and we fired on some guys. We'd probably have a whole group of them on our ass the whole time, and I don't want to start a fight in the middle of a town. That'd be awful during the migration, so we kind of had to just do our best not to piss them off while we're around the area. Once they realized we weren't digging around about them, they kind of cooled off, but still, they seem so on edge. People there too.
Huh. Really? That's kind of coincidental.
Really?
Yeah, Rose and her team apparently had an actual scuffle with some of those Red Fang guys out on their patrol.
Huh. No shit.
Oh, yeah. Hmm. They're not too actually organized over here in Vacua, are they?
I don't really keep up with it, but from word around the city, people never seem too intimidated by them, so yeah. Some of the guys just hang out around Shade. I guess I haven't seen too many of the ones I'm used to seeing recently, but I really haven't been out in the city too much recently with exams and stuff, so I don't know. Kind of weird now that you mention it, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I just hoping those bastards ain't up to something.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have the highest opinion of them by now.
Oh yeah, definitely not after that one tried to kill us and that other one tried to kill us and that other one tried to kill us.
Was free times?
Let's see, there was the chicken guy and there was the spider lady, and then we ran into the chicken guy again later in jail.
That wouldn't really count.
I mean, he seemed pretty bent out of shape, but it didn't go nowhere, so I guess we'll half count that.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, the intent was there, even if he didn't try too hard.
Yeah, guess you made some enemies.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we'll just kind of shrug and go. Well, I mean, didn't really get the details of why exactly they were fighting Hagios' group. Something must have erupted there, but if they's just backing down when you ain't messing with them, we'll shrug and go. Maybe they ain't up to something. Maybe something's just up with them and they all antsy.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure they were up to something. We saw them coming into town with a couple covered trucks at one point. That was enough to set Irene off for a little bit, but we didn't really want to risk it, and, well, gave the report to that lieutenant guy. So, probably VRA looking into it now, but hey, if there's like a bombing in Crown Step, 50% chance we might have been able to stop it if we acted, but probably would have brought too many casualties on if we went in guns blazing without knowing it, so not gonna really be too bent out of shape about that. I think we did the right thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, the way you was talking about it, not good odds trying to go in on that.
Yeah. Never fight a battle you're not gonna win.
Yeah? Well, I mean, nothing's happened so far, so VRA can probably handle it now.
If they're not fucking stretched too thin and dealing with the mess in Delatotos.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Wow.
It's pretty messed up. Went down to the bar last night and I saw like a bunch of those refugees guys have set up like a tent camp. I feel bad for them, but oh man, making the city even more unorderly.
Yeah. I feel bad for them myself. Most of those guys making their way out of there didn't ask for it, with some trumped up assholes in their politics and stuff setting off those bombs, making things crazy.
Huh. Yeah, you think it was all the politicians' fault?
And he'll be like, well, I mean, one of the roots of the problem, definitely I can say.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I try to just blame the Grim for that. People are gonna be people.
Yeah, it certainly would have been a lot less of a. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on a word.
Nice.
It's like, I don't mean to say catastrophe,
Yeah.
but it's a word like that. What am I thinking of?
Calamity?
Yeah, that fits more. I mean, it wouldn't really have been so much a calamity if there weren't no Grim involved. But, yeah. I mean, there's always gonna be when things like that happen.
Yeah. Migration didn't help, but definitely. He just shakes his head. Depressing shit, man.
Yeah. You know, like thinking of that again, I really don't have the head for studying no more. I barely had that when I walked in here.
Hey, any excuse is a good one. Want to go get something to drink?
Hell yeah.
Alright, Viridian Oliver can go off to get something to drink.
Oh boy.
Nice. Alright, who wants to go next?
I have another scene, I guess.
Oh, cool. What is it?
I'm here.
Nebu.
Oh, nice. Did you want to go next, or did anyone else want to go next?
I can
I
go
don't know.
next.
I'll leave that.
What'd you say, Blake?
I'm good to go.
Alright. Ben, do you have anything you want to do?
Is he back yet?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
He never put B.
Based. B stands for based, and he's not. Yeah. What do you want to do, Blake?
Well, I want to talk to Gwen, but I'd like to run into Rose's room on my way there.
Sure.
I can find Gwen at whatever location Gwen would most be at.
Sure. Go find Rosarim. Get out of here, Felix. You can run into her as you're passing by outside. Rosarim is just, it's probably sometime after classes. It's just passing by through the field, or the, not field, the garden area.
Alright. Sure. As I'm walking by, start walking around and I'll spot her and then walk up. Oh, hey, Rose.
Oh, Clara May, how are you? She smiles and walks up to you and starts tapping and lightly feeling you up a little bit all around your body.
I think I'm doing alright, all things considered.
There's the injury, she says as she kind of squeezes your arm a little bit.
I got one on my neck and then lift up my shirt slightly, one down here.
Oh, goodness. Yes, I suppose if these weren't so healed, I would call them into bits.
You'd be surprised.
No, I wouldn't be. I heard all about it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's a bit gruesome.
I don't really think I mind hearing about it so much as you might have minded experiencing it. And besides, it's not like I'm squeamish.
Yeah, but...
Well, all things considered, you got out pretty lucky, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was between this and probably not getting out at all.
Exactly.
So, I think I'm thankful for the option that lets me keep on keeping on.
Well said. Make sure to actually enjoy your break now.
Yeah.
Between missions like that, you can't exactly go running into the next one.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the best use of this downtime I'll have.
That's good.
So, it seems like your mission went pretty alright.
Oh, well, nothing cataclysmically bad like that happened, that's true.
Well, that's good.
She kind of hums a little bit. Not exactly without incident, I suppose, but beggars can't be choosers when it comes to this sort of thing.
I mean, what happened?
Oh, well... We were assisting Feldspar. They were moving locations again, or at least planning to. That was until, well... there was a bit of a dispute. Originally, it started because some of the Kamazats in the area, a large alpha had infested the plains nearby and some of the hollowed-out cave systems. They were planning on trying to leave. So, we were dealing with that in the meantime, but we didn't realize when the time we arrived there that they were at the cusp of just leaving the area. So, there was a bit of a dispute initially for if they'd leave or not, whether we were going to clear it out or not. Luckily, we seemed to convince them to at least wait for us to take care of the Grim, but, well, by the time we were returning, it turned out the division was a bit more... how should I say... split seems redundant. a lot of the people there were motivated by a political bent, I suppose, or more so a socio-economic one. I don't really know what to call racism.
Oh.
Or fear of racism? I'm not sure. It was those Red Fang people.
Oh. Oh, you were having problems with them while you were doing this?
Well, they were the ones trying to get them to move, apparently. Some of the citizens of the place had been starting to be courted by them, and more of them came by to go and help them move, apparently. I guess they had some, well, investment in either wherever Feldspar was moving its operations, or maybe even the caves they were inhabiting that we were clearing out. Either way, they got very belligerent, and we had to deal with that.
Well, that sounds not asked for. It's annoying.
Well, a huntsman isn't supposed to complain about their jobs in the middle of them, but I came certainly pretty close.
Yeah, Well, did you make it out of that alright?
Oh, yes. They were lacking compared to us, easily.
Yeah, I guess. What happened with the people and everything?
Well, they didn't exactly take a lot of their, neighbors' attempt at a sort of insurrection well. And a lot of them were exiled from the place and sent off. Supplies and things, but no immediate weapons for them to come back and deal with them. So, it was a smaller exodus of around 100 or so people. But they were pretty grateful, all things considered, that we managed to at least keep their homes safe.
Oh. At least it ended, I think, in a better way than it could have.
Oh, well, yes, certainly. If more people had split up and they had just turned into a sort of civil war, I mean, that would have been awful. Oh, that's a bit insensitive. Never mind. Sorry.
No, I'm just happy that your situation didn't turn out like ours.
Oh, well, definitely, yes. I'm overjoyed at that. Not to, rub it in.
Please.
I know, it's fine.
Don't bother me. Don't bother thinking about that.
Well, I can't really control my mind, or I would have made a bunch of different decisions in my life, but thank you, I will.
Yeah.
Try at least.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, Clara. I guess you've had plenty of experience with the Red Fang, so there's no use complaining to you about it. You've heard it all before.
Yeah, we've had our fair share of run-ins that have been, well, really unpleasant. So
I tried to go in with an open mind, but it turns out that what people say back home about them is certainly true. They're a lot more nasty in Vale, though.
Yeah, we did have a more pleasant experience with the ones from Mistral.
Certainly a stranger story.
And Erza speaks pretty well about the ones from back in Mantle.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that frozen hell of a home you have.
You should give it a look sometime. It's pretty nice.
I'd rather not. I'll freeze to death.
I mean, that's what a coat's for.
I suppose I like my coat, she says as she idly stretches out an arm in one of her white furred coats. But, I mean, I make sure these are comfortable before practical. I mean, I don't overheat myself in the desert for a reason. I suppose I like the choice of wearing them, not the insistence upon it.
Well, that's true. I mean, once you're there long enough, you can get used to, staying pretty light.
Yes, but I consider long enough is probably longer than you're willing to admit.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is me being born there.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, I used to jump in the water back there, and I don't think that'd be for you.
Oh, yes, you probably ruined your body doing that, and that's why you have such a resistance to it.
Would that really be ruining it?
Well, I mean, I can imagine it would have side effects, but maybe you got lucky. And besides, sometimes ruining things makes them better.
Clara shivers thinking about Rose's food.
Good of you, and how very astute of you to remember. She smiles happily.
Have you seen Gwen? I was looking for her.
Oh, I think your funny little teammate's still in the study hall.
Right, thank you. Maybe you can study with me sometime. Oh, wait. I also think you learned a lot about Fentarianism, right?
You could say that.
Well, I was trying to figure out more stuff about my eyes, because apparently a lot of different places mention them. So,
Oh, yes, you're blessed by the goddess, of course.
well, trying to get a different perspective and stuff. So maybe you could tell me.
It's not my perspective not good enough.
Well, no, I mean, maybe you could tell me more about your perspective later, is what I mean.
Oh, well, unfortunately, I don't think I can.
Oh. So, is that really it then?
Yes. She kind of says awkwardly and pauses.
Well,
And just sits there staring at you a bit.
well, I mean, that's fine then.
Oh, thank you for being understanding about it.
Well, I can't ask you to explain something you don't actually know to me.
Oh! That's not the trouble. I'm just not allowed to talk about it.
Well, I guess I can't force you?
She nods. I wish you could.
I'm confused.
People generally are when I talk about things like this.
Okay. We should study later, and maybe you'll think then if I should force you or not, considering you seem weirdly accepting of the idea.
Well, I'm not sure it would change it, but yes, I mean, I wouldn't stop you from trying. That would be cruel.
Alright then. It can be a date later then.
Oh, lovely. But you have to be careful talking like that. You wouldn't want me to get the wrong idea.
Come on, Rose.
And imagine if your girlfriend heard that. She might try and kill me.
Rose,
She holds a hand up to her mouth like it's scandalous.
I'll try and watch my words in the future so I don't lead you on too much.
Careful, a woman's heart is precious. I don't want to throw myself on you by accident.
I know, I don't want to... I'll make sure that
Don't want what? Are you saying you would be unhappy with that?
No, you're very pretty.
Oh, why, thank you. But be careful. The walls have ears.
Alright, well,
She'll lean up and pat you on the cheek and start to walk off. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you.
As she laughs to herself, you see her pleased with herself.
Clara just walks off being like, well, it's okay. I picked up she was having fun, and that's really what's important.
Rose was fucking with me, Gwen. I don't like it. She's bullying me. She doesn't get to do that just because she's got funny hair.
Think she's so funny? I'll show her who's funny.
Ben, you bet. Sorry, I just imagine Clara putting on like a funny costume while muttering that to herself. I don't know why my mind jumped to there immediately, but like Clara put it on like the fucking oh shit, what is it? What's the fucking Donald Duck? Ronald from fucking Kangen. Whatever his name is. Putting on like a mascot suit. I'll show her who's funny.
Yeah, I get to be yeah, no, sorry.
Maki?
No, Viridian would be Maki. He's
Maki,
tall enough to be Maki. That's weird.
Because he horribly contains himself to fit into the tiny costume.
Then he gets out of the suit.
The land of dreams is over. So he shoots his mask off.
Alright, well, I'm going to walk into the study hall.
Right, I was gonna ask Ben if he's back, because if we do if he wants to get in a Felix seater. But if not, we can just continue. Unless you want to get in a U scene, Richard.
No, I'm good. I'll get in my scene after this.
Sounds good, man.
I think
No way for Ben to one day return.
Never coming back, he told me.
Nice.
I think he died.
Awesome! Let's go! Alright, you can come in on Gwen in the study hall. You find your partner where you expected. She has laid out a row of well-organized books and papers and things that she is moving between at different intervals, with a snack container nearby with some gummy Miss Crawley candy she got from home that she's having once in a while to keep herself focused. It is a beautifully arranged area that makes it easy to, at a distance, think it's a mess, but as you look forward, you see, yes, Gwen's fastidiousness is still in display here.
Gonna walk up, not trying to hide myself, trying to make my presence fairly easy to spot.
She takes a second as she's in the middle of typing something on her scroll laptop thing, whatever they're called. I'll come up with a name at one point. I think I called them a tome at some point. Maybe I'll find that in the shower anyway. Not everything needs to be fucking cute in this world. As she looks up and goes, "Oh, Clara, hey. Sorry, do you need a minute?"
No, I was just about to say, yeah, that's a pretty good name for it. Then you're like, it's fucking stupid.
Well, once in a while when you're like making this shit, you stop yourself and you go, does everything need to have a different name? Do I need to be cute? Do I need to try and make this like haha? If it's just a laptop with a hologram screen, do I really need to not call it a fucking laptop?
Well, yeah.
I guess I do. Money is credit cards. Okay.
God.
Anyway, Gwen will look up from her tome. Oh, hey, Clara. Sorry, you weren't standing there long, right?
No, I just walked in.
Okay, good. Oliver stood there for like 10 minutes laughing his ass off at me the other day, and it pissed me off. Because, I mean, objectively, he's right. I am about as aware as, like, a slug is when I'm studying. Well, still.
That's why I tried not to sneak up on you.
I mean, I appreciate it, but I also feel embarrassed that you have to consider this. Whatever, it's fine. You want to sit down?
Yeah, sure. As Clara sits
Move
down,
a couple books off one of the chairs nearby and put it on the ground for you.
Clara sits down, trying to not disturb any of her circles.
Yeah, she'll make a little quick, like, be careful, and then let you sit down and offer you one of the gummy candies. They're not very sweet, but they're very chewy and still have, like, a fruit flavor that lasts for a while. Kind of like a taffy sort of gums thing, but with this, like, chewy rice texture.
I'm allowed to eat Flintstones vitamins!
They're not Flintstones vitamins. Fuck you. God damn it.
Gwen, look, the imposter!
Shut the fuck up.
Sus.
Sus.
Mongoose.
I wish Ben came back right at that moment.
Okay, yeah. Claire will eat one of the gummies. Oh, this is pretty good.
Gwen will tuck a bit of her hair behind her ear and kind of look over at you. Yeah, I mean, I had them a lot when I was a kid. Mom taught me to motivate myself to be able to study early on by, like, doing carrot and stick method stuff, and I don't really need it anymore, but it just makes me happy to think about, so I guess when it's, like, times like this, I like to have them nearby. I told her it's exams soon, so she sent me some.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I think it's always nice to have a treat, waiting for you.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying I'm not a kid. I don't need it anymore. But yeah, it was nice of her. Makes me miss him a little less. Not like as in like a good way.
Oh, sure you'll get the chance to go home again over the break.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. But, I mean... I guess it's weirder this year. Last year, I was not going to miss them because I was angry and upset about everything back then. But I guess I came back a little less hung up on my, what would Viridian say? My own bullshit or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, now you're coming back as the Vital Festival champion.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, man, that is weird to think about.
Oh, you're still invited to come with me back home if you want to stop by there for a little while before going back to Mistral.
Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll see what works best for me, and I'm probably going to see if Sanctum's still doing the tutorship program, so I'll figure it out. I'll try and make time, though. I'd like to see her home, obviously.
Well, we have plenty of time to work that out in terms of actual planning.
Yeah. Man, it is really weird. I guess I expected winning the Vital Festival to go in my head more. I guess now that's been kind of like a month or so now, it's not like I forgot, and people still bring it up once in a while, but That really was a crazy couple months.
Wait, you really thought you'd get big-headed about
prepping
it?
for tests and exams and stuff seems so mundane compared to like prepping for the next match, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, certainly a lot less stressful when you know, it's not like before where we only had a day to figure out what we're doing and we don't even know what team we're going to be fighting. But
yeah, the uncertainty part was definitely the lamest part. I like being prepared for my exams.
yeah, I mean, I'd say for the second round we had it more lucky, but we actually didn't, considering the fights we got into.
Huh.
No, like we got to really prepare for any of them but the first one.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, but we won anyway, so think of how well we could have done if we actually had time to prepare.
That's what I'm saying. Could have avoided some of our first round losses. No, I'm definitely not still bitter about them, by the way.
Water under the bridge.
Yeah, you shouldn't have brought it up.
What?
I was making a joke because clearly it still rubs me the wrong way. But I brought it up. So I was making a joke like, haha, you brought it up, like trying to make myself seem ridiculous. Man, that studying's really frying my fucking brain, Clara. Ugh.
Here, have a gummy.
Thanks. Well. So, how are you feeling?
I'm not vomiting as much.
That's good. How about mental-wise? I guess that's kind of hard to separate, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, like, better? As in, like,
That's good.
I felt pretty exhausted physically and really mentally after, the mission was happening and then after it. But now I'm just, you see me, I'm sleeping in a bit more. Reading, not really. It's not like I can participate in combat class or do any of that. So I'm just trying to make the most of the more relaxed time I'm taking to just read and study.
Oh, I'm glad. I thought you might have been really bent out of shape about it. Not unnecessarily, obviously.
I guess.
Maybe I thought that because I thought I'd be way more bent out of shape about it, and I'm kind of worried I'm still just, coasting. I mean, Gun pauses and looks down at her work for a second as she stops, scribbling idly once in a while, even while you're still talking. She's like, I saw a lot of people die.
Yeah, I can't say I'm actually okay with what happened.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I never saw someone die before in real life. I seen people die obviously in movies and shit, but I'd seen a video of someone die before, yeah, but still I never smelled it before, and that was really bad, actually. Did I vomit a lot? I don't really remember.
A little bit.
I mean, that's to be expected. I think I really went into overdrive then.
Yeah, you got real focused real quick.
Yeah. Miss Patina says that's one of my coping mechanisms and self-defense mechanisms. I did call her to talk about it. That helped a lot, I think.
Oh, that's real good to hear.
I guess I've just been kind of off-put at how detached I feel about it. Which I read is a mechanism some people use to deal with this. I just don't know if that's healthy for me, since it's the first time it really became a situation to me.
I mean, this is the first time I've seen it like this since I was a kid.
Right, sorry.
What?
I guess it was probably wrong to assume you'd be more prepared for it because of that. That's not exactly training. That's just trauma.
Hey, I don't think that's exactly what you were thinking.
I kind of was thinking that.
Well,
I just figured you kind of wouldn't be as shocked as I felt.
I think even I was trying to think that. I think for my own sake, hoping that I could make something good out of what I went through. Make it so I could act better in the moment. But, to be honest, I don't think it helped me much.
Oh. So I guess we both used the coping mechanism that seems silly. Not silly, seems weird.
I mean, I think it's just what people have to do, yeah?
I guess. I mean, you can read about it all the time, right? But, like, it doesn't feel the same as in, like, experiencing it. I guess that's what's so off-putting. God, that's the worst thing to feel off-put about, she says as she, like, kind of cradles her head in her hands for a second and lets out, like, a into her palms. I should not be coming away from this situation as she kind of steeps her hands in front of her face a bit, thinking it's not the same as reading about it. That seems so wrong to be the thing I'm hung up about, but I think it is.
I guess what's really getting me is how relaxed I feel. Just going about my day, reading, walking around, trying to take it easy. I find it almost scary how easy I feel, or how naturally I feel I can kind of relax right now.
Well, yeah, you're a very empathetic person, naturally. You are able to process your emotions very efficiently. I think you're being off-put because you're handling it well, which means you're kind of having a feedback loop of assuming you should feel worse about it. Sorry, I mean, I've been digging up psychological reactions that people have to shit like this, like, for the last couple days. So, I mean, I'm kind of doing armchair psychology thing, but to be fair, I've asked Tiz about it also, and I think she said that's something that can happen also.
Hey, I appreciate it. I mean...
oh, good. I'm sorry. I just feel like, I mean, I guess it just seems silly for me to be talking about it, considering I just read about it, but...
Oh, man. You and Irene just have to learn to not apologize when giving your opinions. Not like I'm gonna bite you for saying what you're thinking.
Well, I'm not a freak like Irene. I'm just still kind of bent out of shape about things, and I'm trying to figure out how to talk about them. I mean, God, she looks around, kind of seeing some of the students nearby studying. I don't know. I guess I am still kind of in that weird... I don't think it's actual shock, but it is weird to look around and just see everything be normal after all of that again. Like, I mean, after you're, like, stood there for a few hours, you know, fighting off some grim from the front lines and seeing some people, like, get brought back, refugees or bodies and all of that, I wouldn't say I got desensitized forever, but I had to keep just waiting, and Deshko, Felix, and I basically just sucked it up for a while and tried not to feel too awful about seeing all that, especially after you guys left. The soldiers were pretty good for that, but I don't know. I just feel a little out of place all of a sudden. I don't think it's serious, she says, just kind of furrows her brow a bit. So you don't have to worry too much. I'm just still coping like we all are, I think.
I mean...
That's why I'm apologizing so much. I feel like half the things I say are thoughts I would normally keep in my head. You know, my mouth's kind of running more than I normally do. Well, yeah, I talk a lot, but what I intend to do.
Hey, it's fine.
Thanks. I'm glad it's not that weird. It's probably just my own self-awareness being a little too neurotic at the moment.
I mean, that's good reason, too. I think this is probably one of the toughest parts of the job. I know that kind of goes without saying, but trying to, you know, figure out and take the good out of these type of situations. I mean...
I don't think that goes without saying. I expect the hardest part of the job would be killing the monsters that are inhuman freaks that try and kill us as they live and breathe. Instead of living and breathing.
Well, I said this is like one of the hardest parts. I think that's easily probably the hardest part.
I don't know. I feel more comfortable doing that than this.
Well, I think comfortable and actual difficulty... Well, I think it's like apples to oranges. I don't know if you can exactly compare what you're doing.
I don't know. I guess I thought it was before this. So, you're probably right in that case, because I'm obviously feeling something different than I expected.
Yeah. Gail told me to try and take the positives out of what we did on the mission.
Yeah, it's a good thing to hear. I don't know if I can really follow that advice, though, and don't try and force yourself to, obviously. I mean, Gail is, I don't know if she's really one who could give the same methods for everyone else. She's definitely unique. But
Yeah.
there's some, there's a nice meaning behind there.
Yeah. That's for sure. And I know what she means. Just not to beat myself up too much about this. And I mean, Tiz, a lot of people seem to be worried I'll be doing that. And I guess that's what's making me feel kind of even more weird is I just feel kind of relaxed about it. And I'm not beating myself up enough. At least it seems like people expect me to.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've been getting some of that story stuff, too. I mean, even Oliver seemed, really worried a bit at first, and that kind of pissed me off. He figured it out after a while, but I don't know. Like I said, it is kind of weird to feel this... like we're laying it roll off our backs like this. And I mean, I imagine a lot more people would be worried about you. I mean, no offense, but people probably remember what happened in the first year in Grimm Studies, and I mean, they might assume that could still bring up bad stuff for you.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
I can't really be mad at people for being worried about me.
And I can't really hold it against people for assuming I would be an asshole for a while. We guess we just have to ride out our past behavior for a while, don't we?
Yeah, and I mean...
it sucks to feel like I have to be mature about these things. God.
I think you're holding it up pretty well.
Yeah, I guess. I miss being a dumb teenager.
Yeah, but I think after the things we kind of start to see, it's hard to actually be like that for long.
I know, I don't know. Everything was so simple back then.
Yeah,
even now, I mean...
You used to be a hell of a lot more cocky back then.
Yeah, that was cool. That was untouchable feeling. I mean, I was totally not at all, but I had convinced myself I was.
Yeah, but I mean, at least you know now you're miles better than you were before. And you were already pretty above the curve before.
I guess. But I didn't want a pep talk. You don't have to worry about that. Thanks, though.
Oh, I was just gonna pull that in, because you said you thought you'd be more big-headed after the Vital Festival, and I mean, if you asked me, I'd be surprised if you were. I don't think you're the type to get overconfident anymore. You see, you're a lot more, just confident, but it doesn't, at least, not unwarranted confidence.
Well, it's not like I'm just doing that easily. I could very easily slip back into bad habits. And I'm not trying to ask for praise for doing that. I'm just saying it's not like that disappeared. My brain normally goes to things that I probably wouldn't say, but I'm just analyzing it a bit better, or more than at all before. Think before I speak, be a little more self-aware about it. It's not like I don't think about that sort of stuff. I just figured in this case it might, relapse again.
Right. Well, I guess it's a good sign to you that it didn't.
Yeah, it is, I guess.
Oh.
Not gonna exactly throw a congratulatory party for myself, though.
Oh.
Especially with everything else.
Oh yeah, probably best to just take it as a good sign and not throw a party for not getting too big on yourself.
One, it would be counterproductive. Two, it would be in bad taste after the last mission.
Yeah.
To be celebrating anything that mundane.
Yeah. Say, I got a question.
Sure. What is it?
How do you feel walking through the city, seeing all those refugees everywhere?
I mean, kind of bad that there's no better place for them than to go live on the streets of Shade. I can barely understand why people want to live in the city half the time normally, but to live in the streets is... well, it just goes to show that they really have nowhere else to go. Right now, at least.
Guess it's just a bit, surreal in a way.
Our missions don't normally follow us home like this.
Yeah.
I guess Miss Tisiphone is the only one I could think of that's so literal.
Yeah, but that was kind of the end goal. This is just an unfortunate byproduct.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff's, like, on the news, like... The migration affected a lot of places in the area,
Oh, yeah,
So-
I was talking to Rosarum about her mission, and Irene, too, and, it must have had some hand in what they were doing.
Probably. I guess it is surreal to realize we were probably at the epicenter of something that's gonna be around for a while.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that, situation with all of them is gonna get cleaned up anytime soon. We'll just be lucky if they manage to do their best while having to live on the streets like that.
Yeah.
I guess it just feels weird, seeing them out there looking, obviously being in such a bad situation compared to what they were in just a couple weeks ago, before all the stuff started happening. And now, well, I guess it's just a lot to think about knowing that we were there and with these people when their lives got flipped upside down.
Oh, yeah. I'll say.
Don't know if I really have a point in that, just kind of asking how you felt on it.
No, honestly, I don't think there is much of a point to, get to on there. It's like, well, can't really do a lot besides what people are trying to do now, so I think this is just how it feels. I don't think there's going to be something better than this until, well, literally every person's gone back somewhere they can go, and I don't even know if that's possible. So, yeah. Don't blame me for not having a point. I don't think I have much of one either, besides saying it's gonna be weird.
Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna talk to some of the people I run into that are out there like that. At least, just hear what they're feeling.
Well, yeah, Miss Mermaid, you're gonna be helping them for a while, aren't you?
Maybe after some more rest.
Yeah, don't go blowing it and ruining that rest time. You'll make it through, though. Only, 3 more weeks now? 4?
Yeah, I think about 3, but I'm gonna make sure I'm keeping up with Tiz before I end up actually doing something.
How far you've come.
Well,
And to think you used to throw yourself off buildings.
Well, I think these are the type of injuries I really don't want to go messing with.
Good. I'm glad you're self-aware enough.
Well, I brought my books if I can carve out a corner over here for myself.
I think you've earned enough right to make sure I can accommodate for you, she says as she moves some books down and away. Besides, I probably could have put these away a long time ago. I just like to keep people away from my study station who I hate. Come on, get over here.
Clara will put the gummy jar in between them.
Nice.
I think we can fade out on that.
You guys can get studying together. Did Ben ever come back?
A few moments later.
Back in. I apologize,
No, it's fine.
but thank you for telling me.
No, I just want to. I didn't mean,
Yeah,
let's stop. I just wanted to inform you what I knew of the Ben situation.
Alright. Cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Viridian.
Yes.
On one of the mornings, you'll wake up to seeing this. So, morning, mid-afternoon, whenever Viridian wakes up that day.
Alright.
we can say it is a week. It's a weekend for that also, so it can be whenever. Viridian will have a message on his scroll. I don't know if he checks these enough, so you can say he checks this not even like within the time of it being sent. It can be from a few days ago if you want, if that makes more sense to Viridian's character of checking his scroll or not. I don't know where we're at in the stage of his life if he's finally realized he needs to accommodate to having modern technology again.
Okay.
When do you think he would check? Do you think he would have caught it within the day?
Well, I mean, I kind of wanted to know what the more context before deciding, but I mean, he's still not. It's like, yeah, he would probably check it once a day.
All right. Yeah.
But he's still not like, sometimes he might not even have it on him if he just went out.
Mm-hmm.
But he probably would have figured out. I should probably check this at least like at night, see if anything.
Good.
Or
good.
in the morning, whatever. Sometime.
Good. It's a message from the CT relay, which is the continental transmission relay network, which is the Viridian inner network of the CCT network, which is cross-continental.
Right.
Technically, the CT network in Vacuo and Vale is shared, so it technically could be from Vale also. But he has a message there that he could collect.
Okay.
So you'd go down into the city to actually collect it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Wonder what that's about.
All right.
Probably make his way down there and figure out what that's about sometime today when he saw it.
Nice. For a little lore explanation, just so we're all caught up on things. Good old times in RWBY is longer-term communication. Scrolls are local networks. You could think of them like really fancy walkie-talkies, technically, that work depending on the area. So scrolls work for miles upon miles. In shade, especially, you're fine for the nearby settlements and areas and stuff, but depending on where they are, CT and CCT network channels, definitely across continents, you need to use the CCT towers to relay between them. So you actually go to a place and do video chats and shit. But even for intercontinental ones, it's safer sometimes for making sure a message travels and is reached within a time and accurately transmits detail to just use a CT tower. So it's not the weirdest thing. This is normally how you get in contact with anyone that far away, is go to a CT tower or a relay. And luckily Shade has one very nearby. So you're probably not unfamiliar with this if you ever keep up with your actual friends who are far enough away. You probably go to the CT tower once in a while. But messages like this are sent to by administration there when you receive one from a source that you're not familiar with, or else you'd know who it is.
All right.
Yeah, that's just a brief lore thing for understanding that, it's not like Viridian assumes he's gonna get a message in the mail being I'm going to kill your family, respond to this message. It'd be this is the same sort of thing he would receive once in a while when Robin or someone sends him a message, but it just means he knows that this is from someone who isn't, on the network of his contacts already.
And I hope this isn't a telecom ad.
Yeah, they generally
always post during dinner.
It's pretty sick. So when Viridian makes his way to the CT relay building and walks in and checks in to go get to one of the communication terminals, he can hook up his scroll, which handles all login information and stuff for him, and he'll see his CT inbox and stuff. There's a few idle messages from the Blythe buddies you hadn't gotten yet that are also showed up. They're just friendly bullshit from people from Beacon.
Yeah, nice.
But the communication message you have is a long written, or not written, it's a voice message from one Kalen Basile.
Whoa.
Yeah. Would you like to listen to your message?
Yeah.
Okay. You'll click on and you'll get the voice message. And you'll quickly realize that he's probably written out a written message, like a mail, like a piece of mail he said, because it is clearly said in a very, like he's writing a letter.
Of course.
Dear Mr. Viridian, how are you? I am doing okay. I saw you guys win the big festival, and that was really cool. If I could have watched it all, I would have, but I missed some matches during my surveillance hours. Huntsman duty comes first, I think. Right? I think so. Anyway, I've been training like you told me, and I got a lot better. One of those bigger Beowulfs snuck past our barricade a month ago, and I got to take it down all by myself. I did it from a distance, though. I remembered what you said. Control is important. Oh, but speaking about bad things that happened, one worse thing happened. They said that something bad happened down south, and we were supposed to move. Our town, not just us. There was one of those grim migration wave things. By the way, is that really big, like, black grim water, or were those old guys at the bar lying to me? He pauses for a second and goes, you feel him crumpling paper as he's moving down a list of things. So, anyway, until that settles down, apparently we're under recommendation and orders to go live in Vale. Well, not Vale, but Mom's uncle is letting us stay in Vale for a bit. We're in the Vale Wall place. That's how I'm in this communication tower thing. It's really big. Do you have one of these where you live? Is it this nice, or is it dirty like the rest of Vacuo? I hope it's dirty. This place is too clean. Anyway, I don't really remember Mom's brother, who I guess is my uncle. Or maybe my mother's brother. I don't know what's proper to say. But anyway, Mr. Strider said he's an asshole. And then Mom said I couldn't say that word. But don't worry, I don't think it counts because I wrote this down. So I didn't technically say it. It's in a message. Crumple. But I don't think she really disagreed with him either. So that was kind of funny. Anyway, I kind of miss Mr. Strider since he let me shoot at him. And I even kind of been starting to miss my sister. She's would have been really fun since we've got to pass by a lot of cool rocks and trees on this trip. And she normally came up with fun stories for those. Also, she hasn't sent me any messages apparently, so that sucks. I kind of wish I knew where they were, because I wanted to send her and Mr. Strider some messages like I could send to you while I'm here. But they said they weren't ever going to stay in one place long enough for something like that. So I don't know if I'd ever be able to. Maybe they'll send me one day here, I hope. So I guess I'm going to have to explore Vale for her and me, which should be cool, assuming you weren't lying about how cool it is. It kind of just looks the same as home, but Mom said it's different. Is it really that different? Please come back to me on that. I hope this comm relay thing, I hope they have one of these where we're going, because I'd like to be able to send messages like this more. But even if we don't, Mom said we could go to the city at least once a month, so I'll check it in there. And I'll see your message there, I think. I don't know if we're going to be here long enough before you get this anyway, though. We're leaving in a few hours, so... He pauses, and he goes, oh, I just shrugged, sorry. Anyways. Oh, and there's a little talking. He goes, oh, sorry, I think Dad wants to send a message now to Grandma's friend in Atlas, so I gotta stop now. I know they're both still kind of worried about the move, but don't worry, I'll keep them safe on the move. Oh, and don't double worry. It'll be super fine, because I got Dad to bring Mr. Sticks and Stones with us, so we'll be safe. And we'll be safe where we show up, so Uncle won't have to worry about it either. Anyways, bye, Mr. Viridian. Say congratulations to everyone for me, and get back to me soon. Kaylin.
Wow. That was nice.
It was nice.
Maybe there were some not nice things in there, but overall, that was nice.
It was.
I like hearing from Kalen. I will send him a message back.
I
Nice.
hope he just brought like a stick for Mr. Sticks and Stones and not like the whole fucking thing. I hope that's what he meant. He brought like his bucket.
Yeah, I want to take Mr. Sticks and Stones. God damn it.
Son, he'll just like fall
All right.
apart, son.
All right,
Do I look stupid?
all right.
Do I
Caleb.
look like I'm joking?
You can bring one thing. Either Mr. Sticks and Stones or all of your other possessions.
Mr. Sticks and Stones.
God damn it.
Honey, you knew he was going to say that. I know. So yeah, this screen will sign off after the recorded message, and you'll have the transmission log of that to reference. And yeah, so apparently the migration even affected up in Witch's Pouch. So a bunch of the towns nearby have also had to be migrated for their safety.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to hear from the boy.
It is. He's keeping up with his training. He also said your term was cool. He just had to miss a few fights because he was on patrol.
Well, he's right about that.
It's okay, we had to
Okay.
miss a few fights too.
I
I missed your semi-final match. So did we.
missed your semifinal match. I think.
that's okay.
I don't know. I think everyone missed it also. That was weird.
It's okay, we won.
Is that girl whose arm was destroyed fine? She didn't look fine.
Oh, you saw that. Ooh.
No.
That was pretty cool.
No, she's better now.
Oh. Does she have a cool robot hand?
No.
Lame.
Yeah.
I'd want a cool robot arm.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, yes, that is the message Viridian receives, and you can say Viridian sends a message back. This was basically me reading out a thing to you. I apologize that there's not much work for you to do in response.
Fine, I didn't have many interactions because he could not respond.
How did Viridian feel about that message, and are there any parts that he's curious or worried about hearing?
So
Anything substantial, unless you don't have it. It's like, go ahead.
yeah, of course. It's like, oh yeah, the tournament was great. Thanks for your support. Your training's more important, though. You're right about that. Always got to do the huntsman's work.
Nice.
What do you mean, Mr. Strider and your sister are gone? She's with that creepy guy? Well, I mean, I'm sure she'll get back to you as soon as she can. And responding to some other things in there. I don't have a full comprehensive thing set up right now, but he sends a message back.
Nice.
He tries to do nice talking back about important points he caught from Caleb.
Yeah, exactly.
And definitely tell him that no, he wasn't just talking of Vale. Vale is great. It's a big city. It's got things like buses.
Nice. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. So you'll probably receive a message back at some point from Kalen in the future. Get excited.
Yes.
I love my boy Kalen.
A few moments later.
Okay, so what do you guys have up next? We are still in the time segment. Remember, if it's ever really relevant to what it is, preface what time frame you want it to be. I think basically we're operating on it's been probably like a couple days or maybe a week at this point, unless there's anything more pressing within the immediate sense. Because we had a couple of events that were like telling of something's happening in the background, like, Toto leaving and stuff like that. If you wanted to talk to someone like Toto, you could have just put it in there and we'll go back to a time before he left. But we're working off the assumption it's probably a week or so, at least after the mission now, unless you need to change it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and of course, you can always do it further along. Like I said, we can be pretty fucking free-flowing, unless you cause, like, a chain reaction.
Yeah. I would like to talk to you. Yeah. Time is not very important, but it probably be like, not that long, like not that many days after I talked to Gail, because she mentioned she'd like.
Let's fucking go! I'm back.
Oh.
Oh, you actually cut out.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Oh,
were
I dropped from
streaming.
Discord.
Oh.
Yeah, my
Okay.
Discord shut down. Okay. Yeah. I was just sorry. I was just saying if it didn't cut me out, I was just clarifying. Obviously, we'll be going through time, but tell me how further and backwards you want things to be.
You were coming
sorry.
through fine until you dropped, which sounded just like the end of you saying stuff. So we started talking.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta look at Discord. Right, sorry. Yeah, so who's up? Who's got ideas? Tell me them all now, and we'll decipher who goes first.
I want to talk to Yuvia. Probably only be like, it wouldn't be that long after I talk to Gale, so like maybe a couple days at the most, but it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, if the timeline doesn't matter, you don't have to
yeah,
press
it's not
it,
very
obviously.
important.
Don't feel stressed out.
So I would go talking to her.
Sure. What about you
Yeah,
guys?
I want to go talk to Lucy.
Nice.
The timeline doesn't matter.
Nice.
Fine with it being time later. I wanted to go speak with Nebu.
All right. Cool. Any takers for first place?
Not all at once, guys.
Let's fucking go! I'm gonna start with Blake then.
Okay.
Let me go find Deschko and decipher where she would be. Probably study hall. Right, here we go. Clara May, you can go find Nadeshko in the study hall. She is cramming, it seems like, anxiously tapping her foot and spinning her pen a little bit. Not spinning it, chewing on like the end of like a pencil or something as she's staring at a piece of paper that's obviously some either like test form or something she's filling out with a couple of books from the library nearby, and a bit of idle music playing from her scroll. That just seems like sort of background, no lyrics or anything like that.
Right. So
It's funny to see her actually in the study hall. You don't see it a lot.
Yeah. I will walk in the room. Just walking around, probably going to study a bit myself, and then walk in and see her and think that this is a good opportunity to talk with her.
Certainly.
So I will see her and start walking up, trying not to spook her, trying to stay in direct sight so she might notice me before I walk up.
Yeah. Can you give me a wit roll?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Don't know if you have anything that'd be relevant for this. Let me look.
I don't think I have. I have no talky things, so
Fair enough. Yeah.
most of mine are pretty irrelevant most of the times.
They're activity focused. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, they're very specific activity focused.
Brag about it. Damn. This guy's got skills.
What the fuck? Oh,
Blake out here with Pathfinder skills, knowledge, aquatic beasts. Yeah, I got this, guys. Hold my fucking beer. Yeah. You as you walk forward, you can kind of read the room and think there's a couple of people eyeing Nadeshko a little bit. Like, some people listen to music themselves and talk in study hall, but her music is like a little too loud, and she doesn't seem entirely focused on her own studying. And she just kind of notices you right away and folds back in her chair and nods to you as you make your way over, seeing her.
and we'll walk up and come and sit down.
Hey, senpai.
Hey, you. Studying not going well?
Huh? What's studying supposed to do? God. She kind of moves the pencil out of her mouth and fiddles with her fingers and snaps it by accident and looks down at it. One of her eyebrows twitching, and she tosses it over vaguely towards one of the garbage bins near the side of the room and starts digging for another one. Fucking hate cramming.
You want some help studying? I mean, I've probably done most of this before.
I mean, don't you have your own exams to worry about? Look, I know you're looking after me, but I'm not a charity case, right?
Huh? No. I mean, I've been doing plenty of studying myself. I've had a lot more free time recently.
Oh. Yeah.
And
Just kind of sighs for a second. Right, I guess you actually would, huh?
yeah, and
Sorry.
besides, I mean, I can study and help you at the same time. It's not like I'm gonna be
What
doing
are
all
you,
your work
genius?
for you. No,
Raises an eyebrow, confused.
no.
Isn't that hard?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't really done it yet.
Well, then you shouldn't go trying on, like, an exam.
I think you're making too big a deal out of this.
Froze her brows, staring at you like you're an idiot.
I can just sit here and study and then, help if you have a question on something. It wouldn't take that much of my time, I think.
Well, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, you can study. I'm not gonna say no to that. Not my fucking place to say it anyway.
Claire's is confused by her obstinance. Well, not confused, but just like, Jesus Christ, come on. As Clara will just take out her books and start reading a bit.
The disco goes back to chewing on this new pencil, quickly ruining the freshness of it and leaving teeth marks across near the top. As she stares down at these pages and keeps looking back to an open book once in a while and glaring at it like it's offended her sensibilities.
Can I roll rapport?
Sure.
I'm specifically I'm trying to figure out, like, if she seems to be slightly frustrated, if it's just purely from, books being spooky, or if it's, if it has anything else that I might be able to, like, intuit in any way. Like, in terms of her mental state.
Yeah, I got it.
Never mind.
It's a 12, that's pretty good, like.
Well, it's like, I just see the number I roll.
Bad.
I see the potential number.
I fucking hate dice doomers. Anyway, remember, I mean, depending on what you're rolling, it's not like, especially if it's a mundane thing, it doesn't really take a lot to get out of it. Yeah, Nadeshko just seems bothered by the exam. There's nothing, you don't think there's anything gnawing at her. You probably would have noticed sooner than this if you saw her and something was bothering her more than usual. It just seems like she's frustrated with exam work. And, I mean, it's not her usual thing to cram. Nadeshko doesn't seem like she ever really fails classes much of the time. Not that she's, like, some overachiever or anything, but, I mean, it just doesn't seem like she's used to this.
Right. So after reading for a little bit, we'll look over. So is there a reason you're getting so hot about this? I mean, I thought you were doing pretty fine.
It's an exam. I don't want to fail it. Is that fucking weird?
Hey, do you think you'd fail it anyway? I thought you did pretty alright in your classes.
They're exams. They matter a lot, don't they?
I mean, yeah.
You only get like a couple of these a year.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly important, but Clara will, like, think for a moment, being like, her inner thoughts are like, well, I mean, is it really that important? Viridian doesn't give a fuck, and he's still here.
Yeah.
Or at least he didn't give a fuck till very recently.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, how important are they? But then she'll look over. I mean, I don't know, you just... I guess I'm not used to you looking so, what's the word?
Yeah, take your time picking it. I feel like this could go either way.
Peach about this.
What the fuck does that mean?
Claire's thinking. Well, like... Well, it means indecisive, but I don't know if that's the right word.
Then why didn't you just say indecisive?
Huh?
Why didn't you just say a word I'd understand?
Oh, Sorry. It's just natural way I talk.
I guess. Right, sure, whatever.
But yeah, I mean, it's not like you're stupid or nothing. Do you really have anything to be, like, worried enough where you look like you're about to bore a hole through your book?
I want to succeed. Is that weird?
No, I just thought you'd be able to succeed without having to look like you're, you know, going...
What, not try hard? I mean, only an idiot would think they could coast through things.
That's not what I'm talking... You're taking it too extreme, you know?
I don't know how else to take it.
I mean, you either have to, like, okay, you're about to keel over from all your studying, or just not really care. It just, I don't know. I've never really seen you this, focused on this sort of thing.
Yeah, well, we haven't really had an exam yet, have we? These things matter.
Claire's thinking, well, I mean, isn't that more than enough reason to, you know, accept help from some people? Like, if you don't think I'm good enough to give you a hand, I could go ask Gwen or someone like that.
I didn't say that, Senpai. I just hadn't asked for help yet. Besides, I still want to try and learn it on my own first. I've had a teacher already. You know, the one who teaches the class. I should be able to get off with just that for now. And I have the book right here. I'm just... Well, it's a lot to take in. I don't know.
Alright. Just want to make sure you're, you know, willing to ask for help if you end up needing it.
Between you and Lucy, it's unbearable not to ask for help.
Claire's trying to think if that's like what that exactly meant.
She just massages her forehead a little bit and looks slightly, like, annoyed, but, like, not like I'm fuck off, leave, just, like, aggravated at the moment, but just kind of pacified about it. Look, if I'm really losing sleep over something, you don't think I'm gonna come ask for help?
Yeah. Well, no, it's more that, you know, I thought we might be on the way there, but not gotten to that point yet.
I'm fine right now.
Alright. That's all good.
Yeah, it is. Look, Senpai, I know you probably want to do more since you're, like, laid up, but you really don't have to, like, worry that much about this, I think. I mean, if you wanted to help, I'd probably need more help, like, I don't know, convincing Tammy to study than actually do it myself.
Clara will furrow her brow a bit.
But I'm not asking you that, because that's a lot to ask out of a person.
Clara will
and
look
it's also my own business right now.
Clara will look a bit frustrated. Why does everyone assume just basic questions are me, you know, worrying a ton?
Because you go overkill every time. You know, when people most of the time say, like, I'm good, most of the time people expect you to, like, stop insisting. But, like, I mean, it's like you're trying to offer me a cookie or something, like a mom or something. But instead of when, like, I say no, you put it down, you try and shove it in my face. Like, look, it's not, like, a bad thing all the time, but I don't know. You seem worried about everything when you're that insistent. It's not like a bad thing, I guess. It just...
Claire will pause for a moment. Well, yeah. I don't know. I just... Claire's thinking for a moment. Guess I don't exactly, I don't know, I'm just doing what comes naturally, and it feels weird when people keep pointing out that, it feels like I'm doing too much.
Well, I don't know. Maybe not everyone's used to someone, like, bothering to help them all the time or something. Maybe it
Yeah.
happens because you got a sister or something. I'm an only child, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do with, like, an older sibling or a younger one either way.
Yeah. So, do you want me to leave you alone?
What? No, I didn't say you had to do that.
Well, since I've been,
God, Senpai, you're all such overreactor.
well, I've been through a similar thing before, and that ended up being the right thing to do.
Not everyone's different, unfortunately. Makes it difficult to figure things out sometimes. What do you mean, anyway?
Huh? Oh,
Been through this before.
I used to bother Felix a lot when we were in our first year. It got
This
kind
guy
of,
just rolls her eyes. Should I be offended that you're comparing me to Felix? He's kind of weird.
huh? Well, no, not really. Just, similar strokes in terms of what we're doing right now. Not exactly in the way you respond to it. He was a lot less direct for a long time.
Well, he's an awkward guy.
Yeah. A lot better right now.
Yeah. He was worse.
What? Oh. It's almost like night and day.
Ugh.
I mean,
guy.
and now he's basically, normal. Before, it was a lot different.
Well, I guess really living with that hermit in the woods did something to him.
Yeah. Well, I think he's better off now. At least I like him more how he is now.
Yeah, I mean, I like Felix Senpai well enough, yeah. Seems like you guys were good for him. I
Yeah.
guess that's reassuring to know people can get better within the second year. Maybe I'll have some luck with that.
What, so you worried the team is gonna go failing?
Well, yeah, I mean, a bit.
Hmm.
People say the first year exams aren't that, like, rough at the start, but still. There's
Well,
no point in doing poorly at something if you could do well at it. I swear, I don't know how to relate to Viridians. It's like no one taught them anything. Like, hard work gives you rewards or something. I don't know. For guys who survive in the desert, they sure don't really seem to care a lot about anything.
Yeah, the way things work around here definitely took a lot of getting used to.
I'm never getting used to it.
Well, I'm sure it will grow on you in time.
I hope not. That means I'm getting lazier.
Well, maybe not that part.
I don't think that's kind of the core part, isn't it? They're always coming up with some holiday to be celebrating.
I don't think that's out of laziness.
It's a good excuse to just get drunk.
Clara looked at her a bit confused. What does that have to
Why?
do with it?
Do you really do anything productive when you're hammered and partying?
I mean, I guess it can depend.
What do you do that's productive while you're partying? She says, looking like bewildered.
Clara is currently thinking specifically about all the time she's gone out with Rosalind and she's like Nebu and stuff. The Nebu ones are unproductive, but she remembers she's had a lot of intimate conversations where she opened up to Rosalind, and that would have taken a lot longer without alcohol, and that was productive.
Yeah, that's productive.
They can really help you get closer to people a lot more quickly. Upperclassmen gave never mind. Yeah, I got given that advice by my upperclassmen when I was in my first year, and it actually helped a lot getting closer to some people, some of my good friends now. Going out drinking, celebrating. It's a good way to break the ice, you know? Find more common ground through inebriation.
I mean, stews on that for a second, lets out a annoyed huff. I guess that's something. I'd hardly call that productive. That's like a different category, though. I mean, like, yeah, it's good to know people. I'm not an idiot. When I meant productive, I meant to, like, ourselves. And, like, I don't know. I guess our career, she says kind of, like, awkwardly, like, trying to figure out how to word that correctly.
Well, isn't, you know, think of it like this. Clara will, like, raise her hand, so she's trying to do, like, a visual demonstration.
Yeah.
You go out drinking, and then you break the ice and connect with people a bit easier. That saves you time in the future that might be spent dealing with that kind of thing when you're not, you know, drunk. And then you have that time to work on, you know, more personal things.
Yeah, I understood what you meant the first time. I'm not an idiot.
What? But I didn't explain it like that.
It's still the same thing.
Oh.
You just went over it more.
Right. Well, you know, I just wasn't sure that I was, you know, making that point before, so.
How sheltered do you think I am that I don't understand, like, talking to people?
Well, listen, I'm doing it more for my sake than yours, I think.
Huh? She just looks confused.
Well, you know, reassuring myself that I got the point across.
Oh.
Listen, there's some...
Tedesco kind of looks sympathetic for a second, like, oh, that's much different than what I expected. And she kind of nods. Well, yeah, point taken.
Clara decides of it. There's some people around here in Tedesco that are a bit thicker.
Like who?
Claire's thinking for a moment. Well, I wouldn't want to be rude.
I thought thickness was like your thing.
Clara looks at her for a moment. That's funny.
Thanks.
So, have you tried, getting Tammy to study?
No. I don't think it would go well.
Yeah.
I don't want to, like, badger her more than I should.
Yeah, that is a tough, that is a bit of a tough one. Claire thinks for a bit. I don't really see anyone approaching from that angle would get much out of her.
No, probably not. I don't know, maybe Raina. Besides, Tammy seems preoccupied.
Oh, right. Yeah. I think I saw them as they were getting back. I think they got back already.
Huh?
Well, one moment, just have to get some water.
Sure. Yeah, don't blow your throat out.
Yeah, a friend of hers, was sent in, you know, to clean up the grim that we left behind. And I think they're getting back, I think they might have already gotten back by now. So, she might be spending some time talking to him.
Huh.
His name's Curtis Quicksilver. He's a real good guy.
Huh. Well, that's, interesting. I didn't know she had, like, a friend who was, like, a huntsman.
Oh, yeah.
Seems very un-Tammy-like.
Yeah, they're both from, Lodestar, and she was telling me that she's known him for, like, you know, basically her whole time.
Weird.
They go back a long ways. So I'm happy that they've gotten a chance to see each other again.
Yeah, that's cool, I guess.
Oh, I'd recommend probably, giving him a chat if you see him around somewhere. He's a pretty nice guy, and I'm sure he might be able to, give you some kind of useful insight as an active huntsman.
I guess I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. Yeah. Maybe I'll check when exams are over if he's still around.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. As Clara continues to read. Thinking.
Sure.
So, now it's been some time. What are your thoughts on the mission now that it's all over and you have more time to decompress?
She grimaces a little bit, like chewing in one, like biting one of her cheeks on the inside a little bit. Oh, yeah, I guess I should have figured you'd want to ask about that at some point. Well, I don't know. It went pretty horribly. I mean, right?
Claire's thinking fairly seriously.
I guess objectively it could have gone way worse was the point everyone else said, but still. Even good for us is still pretty bad to see.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
It's not like there could have been a lot done there anyway.
It was a real gruesome sight to see. And
yeah.
It can feel real tough knowing that, well, I feel we basically did all we could, and it still, went the way it did.
Yeah.
But, well, it's a lot of people have already told me, and I'm trying to tell you now. I think we should probably look a bit positive, We did actually end up doing all we did, and there's still plenty of people we did end up helping.
Yeah,
So I'm sure we made a real good difference, being there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pout about it or anything. I just, guess I didn't know what to expect about what a real huntsman would have done. I mean, Mr. Grouse was pretty clear with me. Says kind of like, by now she's abandoned even pretending she's going to be studying anymore, and just has like her chin in her palm as she's looking forward towards like the front of the room with some of the scroll boards still like moving over information on them and stuff. Some muted televisions and things. I mean, I don't think he was just trying to be nice when he said even some trained huntsmen would have had basically the same results. There basically was nothing that could have been done from our end. I didn't know it was so hopeless. Even for huntsmen sometimes. Kind of thought it'd be different if, like, they were good.
Claire's thinking for a bit. Well, it's, kind of something to aspire to,
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Grouse said that, some trained huntsmen wouldn't be able to make a difference. Not all.
Senpai, I mean, you know what he means.
Yeah, I know, but I mean...
There's not a lot anyone could have done there. If you look at it. As huntsmen, she also quickly clarifies. Like, yeah, if I had dug around town and found out there were people with bombs or whatever, and some dissident group or whatever the heck was going on there, I could have maybe, like, told someone important to stop them, but even still, there might have been enough uproar and things that would have gone south to cause the migration to veer off. I don't know. I kind of thought, like... Never mind.
No, go on. Come on.
Well, I mean, what do you think? Like, do you really think a better huntsman could have stopped that from going that bad? I thought that, but I don't know. Like, just think about all the shit we saw, and we were still not even at the, inside of Delatodos. That place got it worse, apparently.
I guess the way I'm thinking is that, well, a better huntsman could have at least done more than we did, Saved at least a few more people. And in the end, I mean, every single person saved is monstrably better than the alternative.
This guy just rubs her forehead a little bit. Not impressed with, like, that seeming answer for some reason. Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm not an idiot, but, I mean... I thought the best could, like, stop things like this from happening. But it doesn't even seem feasible for, like, even one of the best huntsmen to completely stop it. You'd need, like, a whole army of them to deal with that many Grim.
Just thinking for a moment.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not under any illusion that there will certainly be times where things will feel almost overwhelming. That there'll be such a large problem that, I mean, feels like no single person can truly do nothing. But... I guess... Now, this is probably pretty stupid to say, and I'm not treating you like no idiot for me saying it, just mostly getting the thought out there, but... I guess... I mean... I can recognize that, but... doesn't really make me want to do nothing different, I'd still want to, do all I can, thinking that I can do something to make things different.
Nadeska kind of looks off to the side for a second, and kind of taps the desk a little bit, and she seems a bit hesitant to speak up for a second, or for a few seconds, and waits, and then goes, I'm sorry, Senpai, I wasn't saying we shouldn't have done anything. That's not what I meant.
I don't think you were saying that.
Well, it sounded like you thought I was. Yeah, like I said, I shouldn't have said it in the first place.
No, I just don't want you to go thinking that just because it might be almost impossible for an individual to truly stop everything, that, well, there's not a point in trying your best anyway.
Yeah. We have those lessons in Mistral too. Sorry. She rubs her face a little bit, looking like aggravated, and sighs. but I still want to do better than just what I could have done. So, I don't know.
I mean,
It's really more annoying to hear that he doesn't even think someone better could have done anything than knowing I couldn't do it at the time. I can't do plenty of things right now, but I at least had the hope of doing better in the future.
Clara will kind of look at her and smile a bit. Well, I mean, I guess that, well, at least to me, that looks like Mr. Cross was underestimating you then.
He's not an idiot, don't give me that.
Well, no, he was saying that trying to, cheer you up in a way or be more realistic. Thinking that
Yeah, well,
you might get down on it, but you seem to just be thinking of what you could do even better next time.
well, I think you've got an optimistic look of it, Senpai. Yeah, I know that's what he probably meant, but he wasn't lying. Never mind. We're talking about two separate issues, I think, and... See, this is why studying's so goddamn hard sometimes. I can't think of it how I'm supposed to be thinking of it for the test. Just like she flops, puts her elbows up on the table a little bit, and puts her head down in her folded arms for a second, lets out an aggravated ugh, and then puts her chin up on them, looking a bit pouty almost. Maybe I should just stop for the day.
You sure?
I don't know. I meant studying, not talking. If you still want to do that, I'm fine. Once I hit my head enough times, I feel like I'm just gonna be, looking like an idiot if I keep doing it. I got a bad habit of doing that until I look like a clown.
Clara will pause for a moment and smile. To smile a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you want to take a break from studying and whatnot, we could always go somewhere we don't have to be so quiet. Maybe go get something to eat or a drink or something.
Yeah, if you got nothing else to do, Senpai, I mean, you sure you don't want to read more? I don't want to put you out.
Oh, no, trust me, I'm fine.
What, you just came to study for fun?
Huh? Well, I mean... Claire's just thinking. Is that like a trick question?
What? No, I just meant I've been at this for 5 hours. I thought you might need more time to get your work done.
I mean, I've enough time to take a break. I think I've been going at a pretty steady pace so far.
This guy just raises an eyebrow, but doesn't really disagree and goes, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. As Clara will kind of look at her. I mean, I've been studying for the past couple days, ever since we got back, really. So.
Right, I guess you kind of got a start on me.
As Clara will kind of get up and look a bit happier because she's now like, yeah, I know how to study. That's nice.
I know how to study. Congrats, Clara!
As
This girl will start shoving all her shit in a bag and just huff it over her shoulder and start walking off with you.
yeah, and we can walk off to go get something to eat or drink or such.
Sure. Sounds good.
I have nothing else to say.
Okay, gotcha. What's up next, bros?
I would like to interrupt with a cutscene.
With what? Sorry?
I would like to interrupt with a cutscene.
Oh, sure.
I have the message I'm sending back to Kalen.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
One moment.
Thank
Here, I'll put you back on the shade map for this. Okay. Viridian back at the CT tower.
Yes. right after he got the message.
Mhm.
So, timey-wimey.
Yeah. Obviously, back to that during the scene with what the actual message you send back is. Yeah.
Yeah. So Viridian's all he's very glad to hear from Kalen here. He's all right, hear what's going on, but he's going to his uncle's, which is near Vale, and they'll be in Vale at least once a month. Could get more messages, and it's like, well, I will send him something back right now. Real shame, but maybe I'll have to keep my scroll on me so I can see when the next one is coming in. That way we might actually be able to talk. Anyways, he's gonna start sending his message now.
All right.
Give me 1 second to tell myself you are Viridian.
Certainly, of course.
Callan, it's great to hear from you, kid. Thanks for taking the time to think about big old Viridian. Really sorry to hear about the news about Witch's Post. But it's great you guys are all headed to Vale for a bit of a vacation, eh? Thanks for looking after our buddy Sticks and Stones. I knew you were the reliable type, kid. And Marigold, she's out with that Strider fella, eh? Well, that's... Brief pause as Viridian considers this. It feels really weird that she's off with Garrett Strider, but he doesn't want to worry Kalen. That's pretty incredible. You ain't too jealous, eh? I mean, who knows what kind of treasures he can find out with a real huntsman around. And nowhere safer, you can take that from me. Nah, you ain't jealous. You told me you took down a Beowulfie all by yourself? That's pretty impressive, kid. I mean, currently that's nothing for someone like me. I take down Wolfies by the barrelful, but you're gonna get me sweating if you can keep that kind of pace up. Must have mastered those steps I showed you. Well, don't worry, because I'm gonna keep up the pace and make sure I get my licks in on that giant fella before you do. Anyways, yeah, Vale's great. The city, I mean. Obviously, no, but Vale's great. But the city, it's big and it looks pretty nice when you look down at it from up at Beacon. Not sure if y'all see that view, and I didn't get enough time in the city myself to gush about it, but it was real incredible. You should find some time to wander the place. Oh, hey, I know. I'll send a message to my buddies over in Vale and tell them about you. You'd love them. They're great, and I'm sure they can show you all a good time with things about Vale I can't quite clarify over the phone like this, over the scroll like this. And they'll love to hang with you when they can. Anyways, thanks for the message, Kalen. It was real nice to hear from you. It's people like y'all that really appreciate the Huntsman laugh that make it worth it to go through all this. Also, take it from me, learn how this dust stuff works. Like the science of it. Abacology, to call it. It'll really come in handy when you go to school for it. Wish I understood it already anyways. And you can get a head start. You saved yourself some of this pain. Anyways, hope I got some free time while you're at your next comm tower so we can talk for real. Nice hearing from you again. Viridian out.
Based. He's gonna be a junior Blythe buddy. Oh no.
Yeah, it'll be great.
It'll be great. Let Rob get her hands on this kid. Be like, oh, don't worry, I'll help you become a huntsman. I know all the tips.
Oh, Rob, no.
What have I
all the
done?
tips.
What have I done? Excellent. Thank you, Richard. Very good. Very nice. The message will be set out for the comm channels to your new contact, Caitlin. And you will have to wait for a bit to see if he ever does get back to that response with anything significant, of course.
That's fine.
Yeah. It may just be insignificant, but I'll tell you if you guys start communicating with each other again, obviously.
Hey.
All right, cool. Nice. Very, very good. I like it. That will be funny down the line. Can put that down. Let that seed bloom slowly. All right. So now, shall we go to Ben, or do you want to go next, Richard?
I mean, go to Ben.
Yeah, that sounds right.
He sounds like he could use something to do.
Thank you. You're so merciful. Shall I? Oh, sorry. I thought you moved my token. Am I gonna catch Lucy where she currently is, or has she moved since then?
Let me see. Where Where did I leave her?
She's
yeah, you
in
can
the
catch her
gym.
where you currently. Yeah, you can catch her there.
Okay.
All right. Lucy is practicing some light sparring with the only one on her team that's responsible enough to do it with her without encouraging her to go too far or, doing anything or being too careful with her. As Yuri is doing his best to be careful that she doesn't strain herself, and she's currently anyway practicing with the other hand, as she has a it just seems like a training sword thing she's practicing with Yuri with. He's using a similar thing like that, one of the equipments they have for spar training with other weapon types and variety stuff, just in case you don't want to use your actual weapon for some reason.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It seems right now they're practicing mostly footwork things to help Lucy get back in the swing of things. You will catch them at a moment where they are finished up and talking to each other for a second. Yuri will nod over to you as he sees you, and Lucy will see you and jump up and wave. Hey, Felix!
Hello, Lucy.
I miss this place.
Yes, you're looking better already.
I'm feeling great already. Yeah, she's better at least. Enough to be exerting herself for a bit, but it's pretty funny. You see her go for a little bit and she'll just poot out. Forgets that she's got a lower battery for now. It sucks. I felt like I was laid up forever. I know it wasn't that long, but man, my body gets so much tired these days. I know it's because it's trying to heal my hand faster and everything, but I wish it could take longer if I could at least go for jogging more often or something. I feel like an old lady.
Well, we cannot rush these things.
Why not?
Well, it could be bad for long-term health.
Yeah, you'd strain yourself. No! Guys, I know why! I just mean it's unfair! God, what, you guys think I'm stupid? Yeah, sometimes. Don't answer that way!
Well, I can see you're under good care. He'll say, nodding over at Yuri.
Yeah, no one knows how to babysit Starlight like me. Shut up! He kind of chuckles a little bit to himself and gets a beep on his scroll and looks down at it and thinks for a second. She goes, what, is it your wife? Shut up, he says as he walks off really quickly. Yeah, Mary, what up? As you hear him mutter something, stand off, and
As he walks away, Felix will turn to her and just go, so I assume it was.
Yeah, definitely. He's so ripped. It's gross. She says, but with a smile on her face teasingly. Oh, so, you want to go? She says, holding up one of the sticks.
Well, Felix will kind of shrug his shoulders. Suppose, but I will have to take it easy. Understandable.
Nah, it's fine. I'm not even using my damaged hand. Can you give me a wit roll, by the way?
Oh, what?
Can you give me a wit roll, by the way?
Oh, no, dude. Not wit. Not wit,
I'm
dude.
getting a lot more use out of wit again all of a sudden.
I know, dude. I feel like I haven't rolled wit. Well, I rolled it
Reminding
earlier
myself.
today.
Yeah, exactly. Reminding myself. Thank you. Nice save. I'm reminding myself the differences between wit and rapport, so it doesn't become the perception of my game. Yes. Yes. Felix is quick enough on the upkeep to realize that she's getting the sword that Yuri and her had stopped to take a break, and she's trying to get herself out of having to take a break.
Okay. Well, in that case, Felix will. He'll kind of go for one of the training swords, and he'll be like, I'm afraid I must decline now that I think about it.
You see her pause and go red, oh no, I've been caught.
Oh, it's.
Why?
I'm simply too tired.
Oh. Lucy groans. Kicks at the ground like a little kid for a second. Dang it. Fine.
We all must pace ourselves, he'll say, looking at her. Just a tiny bit seriously.
She pouts a little bit and looks off to the side. Yeah, I know. It's just stupid. I guess I shouldn't complain that much. I hear Clara's even laid up more than me. Last time I saw her, she didn't look that bad, but she kept sneaking over to, like, vomit in a bag, which was really scary a little bit. But she said it was fine. She just wouldn't let me look in the bag or smell it. So I presume it's worse than that.
You should not do either of those things. She was right.
Anchovy said she doesn't even have aura.
Felix will be taken aback, and he'll be like, I'm sorry, did I mishear something?
No, Irene said she didn't have aura. What, you don't call her anchovies? It's hilarious!
I would never do such a thing.
Well, I mean, we're, rival team leaders, so I gotta figure out something to get her.
I see. Have you come up with one for Clara?
I don't really think I need one for Clara. I mean, like, Clara and I are good face-to-face rivals, but Anchovies always seems like she can, like, parry all of my, like, Like, Clara's with it, She's like, we're on the same wavelength with this sort of thing. But, Irene sometimes pretends like we're not really even in competition for these things once in a while, saying it's, like, dumb or childish or, like, unnecessary. We're all going towards the same goal. Why do we have to be at each other's throat about it? Blah, blah, blah. But then she's still snide about things, so she's just trying to parry away. But that's why you gotta get low with her.
I see. This is...
Let's see, friends.
Well, I did not realize such intellectual battles went on between team leaders, but I wish you luck in that.
Thank you. I'll need it. She's quite difficult to deal with. Hagios is a whole nother story, though. She shivers.
I see.
That's for the future. We still got a couple years left here.
Yes, you have plenty of time to figure that one out.
Exactly.
I suppose back to the topic at hand.
Yeah, so you want to get started? She holds her sword up.
Once again, I've been writing signs with Carol all day. I'm quite tired.
Lucy swings her sword in the air a few times in frustration, but relents. Fine. Okay, I'll get you one of these times. I know how much you love sword fighting.
I do, but I think that you may be trying to use me in some way.
No.
Felix would just like tilt his head down and like look at her like,
how could I use you? You're not a sword.
aha, very cute.
Thank you. But what was the actual subject? She said, like, putting the sword down and leaning on the handle a little bit.
I think I was going to say that, well, taking it easy may, frankly, suck for now, but you'll be back to where you were in no time.
Yeah.
And this will feel as if, well, it'll get more distant, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so, too. I mean, I'm already starting to feel a bit, like, better. I don't get as winded as easily. Definitely noticeable since, like, my old habits. I can't really keep up with my old regiment currently, but each, like, week it's getting closer and closer, and eventually I'll be able to trust using my hand more. I still, gonna have to be considerate for, like, a month or two of how much stress I put on it. And, well, Doc says it might always get aches, like, well, potentially forever, depending on how well it heals or not, but at least I'll be able to rely on it in the future. So, yeah, I know. I guess it's not so bad now to think about it, but moment to moment I get pissed off sometimes.
I see. Well, it's a good thing you have Yuri watching out for you.
I'll say. Honestly, everyone's been a big help. You guys, the team, even a lot of the teachers. You don't notice the nice little things people do for you until you really start to think about them.
I suppose that's true.
It's really remarkable, honestly. I like having so many people like this around. I guess that sounds silly to say, but I've never been one to ignore the things I'm grateful for. I think. That sounds kind of haughty, but you know what I mean. You gotta appreciate them.
Yes, of course. I suppose being around everyone so often, it can seem normal, and it's nice to... What is the phrase? To smell the roses?
Oh, that's a good one. She suddenly shivers and looks grossed out.
I'm sorry, did I say something wrong?
No, I was gonna say I bet Clara likes to smell the roses, but then it grossed me out.
Felix will just close his eyes and just be like,
You asked!
It's washing over me now.
Yeah. Ugh. I don't know how those two do it. I'd gag.
I do not wish to think of it either.
Yeah. Hell still can't believe her sister's in a relationship. It's really funny.
Yes, it did seem as if they were taken aback.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if she believes it still yet. I mean, she does, but it's a lot. I didn't realize how much of a big deal it was. I mean, it kind of is. Lucy's. I kind of did. But, it is still weird even knowing it to know Rosalind was, royalty. Or is. I think she'd be mad if I said was.
Felix will contemplate that for a second and be like, yes, I suppose she may hold some resentment.
Yeah, a little bit, I hear. You don't really have, a lot of royalty in Mistral. Even the daimyos are, closer to, what I think Vale has as, governors. But a lot of the governors in Vale come from famous households, too. But I think there's a lot more love of the Emperor than anything else, so they just kind of get to work as, administration people. Yeah, but it's crazy to think there's nations that have, tons of really important people running around.
It is a bit strange, I must admit.
I mean, imagine having to keep track of all that stuff and, different families, wealth and all their, politics and things like that, and, you pass on importance to people just because they're in them.
I mean, to be so important I find it would be quite weird.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, Rosalind's just a person, but, I mean, it's not like I don't pay attention in history. The Vega were really important. Or, I guess they still are. I mean, those royal families of Atlas basically started the whole, nation's, stability or something. Before that, it was just all those tribes and colonists and stuff. And I know they have a bunch of other small royal families, but it seems like the important ones were the big six.
Yes. But, well, it does not seem that system worked out in the long run.
No, not really. I mean, no, not really.
Yes.
She kind of grimaces a little bit. I mean, I don't know. That whole, everyone doing all that seemed pretty extreme. I guess there was a lot of resentment towards people. I'll never understand politics, that's for sure.
I am right there with you.
Cool. Let's stick here. Let's just pretend for history class we can do better.
Sure.
Besides, a huntsman only has to know about them, not understand them. I mean, a good one probably understands them. Lucy groans at her trapping herself. But I can be great at everything else.
Yes, we needn't excel at everything.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be that would be egotistical. We're being humble.
Right. I suppose.
yeah.
I think it's much easier to learn everything else than try to understand that.
Exactly, yeah! Gwen would chew me out for this. You too, honestly.
Well, it's a good thing she's not here.
Yeah, I'll say. So, is everyone doing okay after your mission? I mean, I've talked to everyone a little bit by now, but still, I just wanted to know if there's anything like that I've been missing. I guess I've been a bit preoccupied with my recovery and exams, so, sorry if I missed over anything.
Quite fine. I'll not lie, it was quite dangerous.
Yeah. I got the 411 from Gwen, after all. And Adeshko and everyone, and, well, yeah, but, I think Gwen was one of the people who was up most of it. I can't believe some crazy person attacked you guys, like, again.
Yes, we seem to get all the luck.
Yeah. You don't think she was mad about, like, you guys breaking into jail or something, right?
I do not think so, no.
I mean, she's like a criminal or something, right? I don't know. She just shrugs. I'm trying to think of, like, what it could be.
Well, I do not think I can say for sure.
Yeah, no one can. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? Ugh.
Yes, it is. I just perhaps wish that we could quit running into these people.
I'll
Or at
say.
least run into some that are not so. Well, frankly, she was quite monstrous.
Yeah. Metal teeth. That's weird. I mean, at least you guys got to meet that cool priest or whatever in the. Oh yeah, you got to meet the Khan. Isn't that guy like really cool?
He
Get stars in her eyes.
he was an interesting person.
I'll say he's like a historical figure, except still alive, which is impressive, honestly.
Yes, well, he seemed quite fit for being as old as he appears to be.
Wow. I hope I'm still cool when I'm old.
Wow. Felix will think back to the con and just be like, I do not know if you want to necessarily follow that line, but...
Wow. I mean, it's good to follow great people, but I guess we all need some originality, don't we? Wow, Mary must be in a real tizzy, Lucy says as she looks over at Yuri still on the phone.
Yes, I...
Probably mad about something someone said online again or something. Or maybe Tiffany's been bothering her. Those two have some really long late night, like, planning discussions. Good thing we all got earphones. Hard to sleep without them sometimes.
Oh. Felix will kind of think about that and be like, my condolences, that sounds...
Oh, I'm just glad you guys don't hear it through the walls.
No, we don't. Yes, her and Tiffany do not get along.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, yeah. I would say the problem is they kind of do and they hate it because they're like too similar. Like, I always thought I'd really like having another one of me, but maybe I'd hate it. I don't know. She shrugs. I mean, I guess I got some serious work to do, so, I guess I can't complain. I wouldn't want to get in the way of, like, something important like that for her.
Yes, she still has that deal going on, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, that development deal and stuff. They've got to get, like, a prototype done within the year. I don't think it's impossible for them. But still, it's gonna take some more elbow grease.
I imagine them not being at the same school has caused some problems.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're surprisingly decent at working on, like, you know, communications. Mary managed to convince, like, her uncle to help chip in for one of those communication towers, so she gets, like, a few hours of global communication output at least, like, depending on what her plan is or something. I don't know. I stopped talking when she started going over each plan's payment processing time and stuff like that, and, you know, she kind of, like, does a loop-de-loop thing. I'm just not going to worry about it. If I have to send something, I just go to the CT tower. I don't really have the money to afford something like that.
Right. Felix will kind of be like, well, I'm glad that you're all doing all right.
Goes around Felix in this conversation. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say. Not exactly like we had the chance to go on a dangerous mission, you know?
Yes, I imagine you're not too happy about it.
Lucy, like, twirls the sword a little bit in her non-injured hand. Yeah, not really. I mean, I guess for now I can at least justifiably say, hey, I got more time to study. I mean, I can only take that coping method so long.
Right. Well, you should hold on to that for as long as it takes.
Felix, I will.
I'm sorry, you cut out a bit.
Oh, she said. Still?
I think you cut out even harder.
Yeah, you're cutting out a bit.
Ooh, let's go! Good now?
Yeah.
Sounds better.
Yeah,
That was weird.
I think you're. Yeah. Okay.
That was unfortunate. Okay, yeah. As she was saying, she'll spin her sword a little bit and grin and put over her shoulder and sigh and go, yeah, I'll hold on to that advice as long as I can, Felix. It's probably the best thing for me, and I'll go crazy without it.
Feels like a bit wide-eyed and just be like, well, I do hope that you don't get too stir crazy.
Nah, I'll stick it out. I got it. I've got everyone worrying about me after all. She jabs her thumb towards her proudly as she puts on, like, closes her eyes and grins. But she jabs it with, like, her injured hand in its brace, and she kind of winces a little bit and goes, bad angle. And she lets it lower back to her side slowly.
True team leader to the end.
Of course. Gail wouldn't give me this position if I wasn't supposed to be.
Of course. Felix will say, not very convincingly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course.
Mhm. Yeah,
It doesn't seem to deter her. She has faith in her headmistress.
of course. Of course. All right, I think that's all I got.
Alright, cool. You can chat more with Lucy until Yuri finally arrives back after another few minutes.
Do you guys know what 4chan is?
I told her not to worry about them, but they seem pretty dangerous.
You guys know this hacker? No, 4chan.
Fucking scroll net hackers. Oh yeah, they'll go back to preparing. Oh, you need a second, Richard? I was gonna ask if you wanted to go next. Okay. Guess cut this part out. Thank you. Oh, he's back. Let's go.
Yeah, sorry, I just
Richard,
gotta.
you're up.
Oh, good. Yeah, sorry, I just gotta manage my dog's resource bars.
It's okay. No worries. It's just a second. All right. You want to talk to Nebber, right?
Yeah,
Did you actually want to catch her in the footy game or
Yes.
afterwards? Okay.
I do actually.
All right. There's some shade students playing footy.
Are we playing it well? Even if they're not, I'm gonna heckle them.
It's like, an amateur game of just kids playing it, so no, not terribly well. Lawrence is pretty good at it. And
Nice.
Nebu's very competitive, so she's got the spirit for it.
Oh, that's good.
They're the main two heads butting against each other on these teams.
Oh, nice. Well, as a Valishman, I'm definitely going to heckle this game.
Of course. Yeah. We'll spend some time giving them some heckles, and as it goes on.
Oh, you call that ball handling? I dribble harder than that on my textbooks.
Fuck you, Viridian! Watch this! As Nebu runs forward, and as she's trying to get cut off, or she's trying to cut off this approaching. She's going towards this person's going here. She's going here. She's going to swing out below this woman and snatch the ball from her. She basically trips her, and is going to give a fucking big ol' kick towards the goalie, which is just going to hit him in the head and knock him over and have the ball go flying into the net as he falls unconscious. Fuck yeah! Never point! Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'll take care of this one, he says as he puts an arm on the concerned first year running over to the unconscious kid. He shakes his head towards Nebu. Woo! Nebu does a victory lap around the field. Not concerned at all. And she'll stop at Viridian and give him a thumbs down. Yeah, eat my ass. That was great.
Yeah. Sorry, just one sec. Blah. You took the goalie down.
Hell yeah.
Usually it's a fan that do that.
Right. You Valish guys are super up on this thing.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be letting no goal through the post, or else someone's gonna come down onto the pitch and stomp your head in.
Wow, and you guys call us savages.
What are you talking about? That's just how the game's played.
Yeah, you just beat the shit out of your players that lose. What is this, gladiatorial sports?
It's incentive.
Whatever. All I'm saying is, if you injure all your sports players, you'll have nothing good to watch. I don't want to see a bunch of fat idiots who scream play the game. They just fall over and waddle.
Yeah, that happens sometimes near the end of the season, actually.
Ugh.
It's real funny and real depressing at the same time.
Yeah, sounds like you guys have some issues in your country.
Yeah, use one to talk. I don't think that guy's getting back up.
He's not from Rio. I don't care.
Right. Yeah.
So what's up,
he ain't. Oh, he's gonna look over and say, I just can't keep myself from appreciating a good match of footy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I needed to get a break away from those books for a bit.
That's what I figured. God, I fucking hate exam season. Everyone is on your ass about it. Obnoxious.
Yeah, right. So, who's on your team's getting the... Because I'll tell you, my team is leaving me alone since they actually started.
Wow, that's
still annoying.
Lucky.
Yeah, before I started, Gwen really was pressing me, and pressing Felix to press me, and the drill there, and whatever.
Well, Gio and Jose basically filling each other's shitty subjects. So instead of the first time around when we were in our first year and the first exams came up and they were trying to fight each other, this year they're having a really nice wholesome study session powwow Shark Tank thing. And I dared Rose to actually try and study and get better grades than me this year, and she took that as a challenge and has locked herself up in the library. So I am free of people bitching at me.
Oh wow, that's lucky. All I had to do was dare Rose to get that to happen.
Well, yeah, she gets really pissed off. I'm actually better at something than her.
Yeah?
In that smiley way, but I can tell it really bothers her, because it does. It's really funny.
Huh. Yeah, I can see that now that you mention it.
Yeah, so, I mean, she will beat me, and I'll have to hear about it for the next few months, probably, but, like, worth it now. I'm gonna hear something in the next few months anyway.
Oh, yeah. Damn straight you probably will. I mean, that girl just cannot keep herself from talking about you.
I know, right? I think she has a crush on me. It's like that thing in, like, when you're kids and you, like, shove someone over because you like them. She never grew out of that because she was, like, separated from other kids a lot or whatever because she had her, like, hearing disability or whatever it was.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that could be something.
Yeah, Rose likes to think she's mature, but she's also really immature sometimes, so I think it's that. I don't blame her. I'm flattered.
And Viridian will just kind of nod, like, sagely, like, yes. But then he'll kind of think for a second, like, was Rose trying to mislead me? I don't think she was trying to mislead me with saying that she had done something with someone.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll think, it's probably not Nebu, so... I think Nebu's crazy.
The mystery continues.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, she definitely seems to have her nose in the biggest book down there, so... Yeah, she'll be busy till those things are over.
Thank God. Whew.
Hey, so, I was meaning to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd never heard about this before we went out on our mission and I met someone who gave me the spiel, but... Well, I mean, you's from around here, from...
I'm from Rio. Not from around here.
I know, I was blanking on the name. I was going to say it, sorry.
Sure, yeah. She'll just cut you off obnoxiously anyway.
And he'll roll an eye and just be like, yeah, right, from Rio. So, what you hearing? Well, I mean, what can you tell me about these, actor fellas?
Huh? Wow, weird pull from you. I barely expect you to, like, learn about anything besides your, like, Fenny religion thing.
Yeah, we're not gonna get into that right now. Like I said, I ran into one and we got to talking. He seemed like an okay guy, and he'll shrug and go, I'm not getting into it, but I at least want to know more about what it was saying.
Wow, this is a first. Okay, I mean, yeah, sure. Well, the actors have been around for, like, a few years, I guess, now. Maybe not even that long. I don't know. Well, they seem pretty chill. Like, the ones I knew. There's, like, some in the city. They've got a guy who always does, like, street side, like, advertising stuff, and I think he holds some, like, seminar talks about it once in a while to people who are willing to. Like, shade seminar talks where it's still out in a dusty corner somewhere, but, like, pretty official for, like, what I'd expect from someone around here, honestly. And he's, like, weird, but, like, in that charming way where you want to keep hearing someone talk rather than the way where you're like, you, get away from me, your face is disfigured.
Alright. So, kind of new blood, then.
Kind of, yeah. It's not like they've been around for that long. I mean, it's cool because, like, I don't even really know if they're, like, a religion. I think they are, but, like, at the same time, they kind of just remind me of, like, a secret society or, like, a club or something. Maybe it's, like, all the drugs.
And he'll nod and go, all the drugs, you say?
Well, also, they don't really, like, talk about, like a person that we're supposed to worship or anything, so that's one thing. But, I mean, yeah, I don't think they, like, stop people from, like, partying and stuff. In fact, they kind of, like, encourage it, I think. I mean, their whole shtick is, like, listen to, like, what you want to do more and be, like, self-actualizing and stuff. And, like, you know, that basically boils down to, like, go party and, like, you know, get high and get drunk and shit and, like, whatever. I mean, that's what I do. I'm, like, basically an actor already.
Really?
Yeah,
you know, I can see
basically. That. I mean, basically, like, I only go to, like, some of the meetings, but, like, it's not like you have a membership thing, really. I mean, if you go to like Paradise, like yeah, I think that's like a bit more official, and you get like some stuff for going there. But I mean, I'm basically one. Yeah.
Oh wait, Paradise is a place?
Well, that's like okay. So here, this is like the shtick. It's like like every like group of people always like you guys, you Fens, you're also like cagey about it, and you're like you gotta like do right by someone else's thing, like your goddess or whatever. I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't know. Your book is really big, and I don't feel like learning it. Because it seems so like talking down to you all the time and stuff. But like in this, you're supposed to like embrace parts of yourself and not like chastise yourself for human desires and things, and like be comfortable with yourself and things like that. So the shtick is that Paradise is not a place on Earth yet. But the idea is if like a world where we were able to embrace what we wanted and didn't have fears and like bigotry or like negativity, like where would Grimm be? They'd die. So like the idea is to make Paradise on Earth. So like the hub of where like Mr. like sorry, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Mr. Avalon is and everything like is like Paradise is like starting ground right now, and that's like a place where all actors go and like live out the ideal of what it would be. And the goal is for like everyone to be able to be happy and get rid of the Grimm eventually, like that's like the big pictures thing. And like I mean, I'm not like an idiot. I know that's like unrealistic, but like it's a nice message. Like couldn't we just do that?
Yeah, all right, fine. That's pretty cool. Let's say.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so it's not a place.
Well, okay, like yeah, it's like a place, but like it's not like finished yet. Like, it is a place. Yeah.
Okay. I think I got it.
It's like a place and more of a place. It's got double meaning. Don't you have that in like your book thing? Things with like double meanings or whatever.
Yes, we have those.
Okay.
They are also confusing in my really big book.
Well, yeah, you make it like way worse. Half the time it feels like you're just punishing yourself reading those things.
I mean, half the time I feel like I'm punishing myself reading any book.
Well, that's because you grew up in the woods and on a boat. See? Like, I would say, like, well, I mean, I don't want to sound mean, but I'd say, like, why are you doing things that, like, make you not like doing them? Like, don't you have something you'd rather be doing than, like, making your head hurt reading a book or something?
Yeah, at least a dozen other things.
Well, like, what would be so bad about reorganizing your life to embrace those? I guess. That's, like, the idea.
Some people would have some harsh words for me right now, but that's basically it.
Well, that's, like, bad, isn't it? Kind of. Like, I'm, like, friends with everyone, and, like, when Rosie says something, like, a little mean to me, like, I don't take it too personally, but, like, if I really thought she didn't, like, respect me, I would, not want to deal with that, because why would I introduce that to my life?
Yeah. Oh, Viridian says he has an idea. Right, no, that's not basically it. I could also fail those exams coming up. I don't have naturally good grades like you.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's fair. I mean, like, success is important if that's something you want. So obviously, maybe you gotta do something you don't like a little bit. But, like, that's, like, one of the biggest, like, struggles of an actor is that we gotta, like, figure out how to, like, enjoy our lives, but, like, not ruin it for ourselves by doing things that hurt our, like, spirit or ourself. That's it. Ourself. Right. We're not supposed to damage ourself.
Sounds hard for you.
It's very difficult.
to remain faithful to the ideal. That's why I'm like half and half, kind of. You know, I wouldn't say I'm an actor, but like in my heart, I think I am, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't met too many, so I couldn't give you my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think they're all wonderful people.
I mean,
Who's the guy you met?
he'll talk for a second and go, yeah, the guy I met, he seemed real nice. You know, you might have heard of him. I mean, it sounded like you knew Hagios, Mockbat Tumen.
Ooh, Maki! Yeah, how's he doing?
Yeah,
Oh my god, he's such a stud.
yeah, it seems like he's doing alright.
Oh
Apparently-
my god. I wish I got to go see him. It's been so long.
Yeah, I mean, apparently still standing on his horse, leading the tribe now a bit more.
Man.
Got some stuff up and coming, I guess.
God, his pops is such a stick in the mud. I mean, I thought the Khan would be cool, but he was always so mean to me.
Ah, shoot, why would he ever be mean to you, Viridian?
I don't know!
She shrills loudly.
Yeah, you seem like the kind of person who'd rub up real nice to him. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll say, right? I don't know. All I'm saying is the apple falls very far from the tree in the best way possible. I mean, like, the old guy barely takes care of himself. Like, he gets fat. And, like, but, like, Mockbot is, like, could grate cheese off that guy.
Yeah,
Perfect.
didn't have too much of a resemblance to the old guy, but I guess he's got a number of years on him.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, and Mockbat
he's an
was
actor. That's so cool.
well, yeah, I mean, he's the one who told me all about it, so yeah, he's one.
Oh, that's so cool. I have to go see him sometime.
Yeah, probably want to wait on that for a bit. He seemed real busy right now.
Ugh, bummer, right? Yeah, of course. That's rough. Yikes. That is rough. Is he single?
I wouldn't know, honestly.
Damn it, Vivi. Come on. Help me out here. Fuck.
Well, it's not the kind of thing that came up.
Jesus. Jeez, you never pay attention to, like, anything important. For a guy with, like, eyes everywhere, you don't see shit.
Well, I'm sorry. I did not see no ring on his finger and no band on his arm or whatever it is y'all do over here.
Okay, well, rude. I'm sorry that we have more interesting traditions than, like, your weird, like, chaste stuff back home. Yeah, if I was going to marry someone, I would make them look a little more nicer than just giving them, like, a dinky little ring.
Yeah, well. You know what? Didn't see no one around, but I'm hoping there's a sweet little girl in his life now.
Wow, rude.
You.
Ugh. God, you're such a fucking sourpuss.
If I need 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. That Viridian will come back and go, yeah, whatever. And he'll be like, we kind of did talk about something, actors and, actors like, look for visions and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's like a spiritual journey. Like, it's why they don't, like, have some weird, like, stringent, creepy rules to, like, follow. You're supposed to, like, find things in your life that give you insight to yourself and all of that. The most important thing there is. So, like, visions and stuff. I mean, like dreams and stuff people have, like, they mean something. Like, that's even, like, science says that. Like, you know, you can, like, analyze what a dream means or something. So things like visions and stuff, like, you know, very important for that, because it gets that part of your mind that you can't actively access so easily until you practice and train for it.
And Viridian will nod. And then just kind of, like, not look around, but, like, look to the side wryly. And then just go. Yeah, okay, so, so what about this Bandersnatch stuff?
Oh my god, you got some of that? Nice! Wow! That's some designer shit. Like, that shit's hard if you're not, like, doing it right. I guess he told you how, right?
Yeah, he told me a little way to keep it prepared.
Good, good. Make sure not to, like, overdose too much or do too much, because that shit will, like, leave you haggard if you do it wrong and, like, too much, and, you know, you gotta be careful. Like, they're intense. Like, these are made for the body, not just to, like, you don't just do, like, Jabberwocky or Bandersnatch or Jub Jub to, like, party or something or get, like, high. That'd be, like, stupid. You do them for, like, self-reflection and all stuff. If you just do them recreationally, you turn into, like, a drug addict.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, glad I checked with you before trying that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Hey, if you do it, you know, just make sure you're in a comfortable place, you're okay with yourself, you feel fine, you're not under pressure, you don't want to, like, have, like, a freak out reaction. I mean, like, if you're too stressed by something, like, you might have night terrors in it, which, like, is, like, scary, but, I mean, like, you know, sometimes all your fears manifesting in a vision and, like, assailing you while you're on this, like, drug trip is, like, I mean, it gives you a picture of what's bothering you better. So even if they are, just, you know, be somewhere comfortable first. So when you wake up, you're not, like, scared that much.
Yeah, I got it. Viridian will say, giving her the like, gentle wave off, like, I'm good, and be like,
There you go.
yeah, I got
good.
this spiel.
Good. And, I mean, like, make sure, like, nobody knows you have that, because, like, I don't want you to get, like, thrown in, like, you know, in prison or whatever.
Yeah, I'm no prison.
Well, yeah, I mean, that shit's, like, I mean, you know, it's not like, I mean, what's, like, illegal here, but, I mean, just, you know, don't tell any narcs, dude.
Viridian will just kind of stare off into the distance for a second. Not really thinking about the fact that he's just got the Bandersnatch Jello in the fridge with a note saying "Do not touch."
Yeah.
He's not really thinking about that, but he'll just kind of, like, stop the staring off in the distance after a second and go, "I'm sure it'll be fine. I ain't gonna do nothing stupid like that."
Good. Who would, right?
I mean, if you're gonna be getting into trouble, you gotta know how to get into trouble.
Sure, dude. Yeah.
I mean that, like, getting in without getting in trouble.
No,
Alright,
hey,
good.
I got it. No, I got it.
Alright.
I'm fucking deaf.
Look, I just had to make sure. It seemed like it takes you a while to catch up on things, how you was kicking that ball with the side of your foot.
Oh, very fucking funny. Wow, you got it. Back to soccer or football. Back to that. Jeez, whoa.
Look, I'm just pointing out what I saw.
Yeah, and just because not all of us are like 8 foot something that they can just stand in the goal and just block balls by themselves doesn't mean the rest of us, you know, can do it that easily. It's a hard sport. Plus, I, like, don't practice, like, that much. I play, like, our sport, volleyball.
Yeah, that's nice. Just, you know, watch out that polish you got on your toes. Don't want it rubbing off.
Well, you're damn right I don't. This shit takes forever to put on. Fuck.
Chuckle and be like, but you dang right, I am one hell of a goalie if I try my spot at it.
Well, we need a goalie because he's concussed, so you want to get in there?
Oh, hell yeah, I do.
Perfect. I love the excuse to kick something at you.
Yeah, if you're kicking it right at me, there's no way it's going in, Neb.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll fucking see. She'll
Yeah, we will.
happily strut on off to the other side of the field to reassure her teammates that we're still going, as this guy's been carted off by now by Lawrence at some point. He'll
Hey,
just
Lawrence,
look at
tag
you
me in.
bravely. Yeah, right, if you're sure about that. Yeah, just maybe wear a helmet or something.
Nah, I got this.
Alright. I guess I can't deny that you might be the man for the job. Says gets a soccer ball and you guys can play some footy.
Yes.
Excellent. Alright. I'm gonna go use the...
A few moments later.
Oh, Clara May. I have something for you, Blake.
Okay.
It will be... Where is it good? Yeah, this is fine for it. This will be... Because I assume Clara still is like, you know, going between staying at the dorm sometimes and staying at the Vega estate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool. So this will be sometime at Chateau Vega.
Just life as usual.
Mm-hmm. Yes. As you are returning from school one day, here in the later in the day to, like, you know, drop some shit off or maybe go somewhere, take a shower or whatever. You enter the large estate room and you'll go through and into the main entrance area. There's like an open garden area in the center, of course, because it's, you know, the Vega estate. There's plants fucking everywhere in this place, and you see good old Aster Midway stood outside tending to some bits of the garden. On the one of the countertops in the area you come in, you also see a small, like, not small, but, you know, not like overly grandiose bouquet of things, which you assume are some more flowers Rosalind's left for you. This is not like an uncommon thing. She normally does it once in a while just for like fun or to surprise you with things, and they're normally different arrangements of things. And you will see Aster will kind of give you a small wave as you come inside the place and speak up and go, "Afternoon, Lady Sora. Can I help you with anything?"
No. I think I'm fine. I was just stopping in for a bit to put some things down and, you know, catch my breath from all the heat today.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Claire will just admire the flowers a bit. Do you need any help, Aster?
Oh, well, I don't suppose it would be proper for me to ask for some. I quite enjoy the work here, after all. Did you see those? They're from Lady Vega, of course.
Yeah, they're real nice. Should probably find a good place to put them.
Oh, certainly, there's no spare of that. I have some of the vases and things out here in one of the shed rooms.
Right. Well, I might as well go grab one of them then.
Oh, no, let me get it for you. As he will take a second and drop some of his clippers and things and go disappear for a few moments and quickly appear coming inside. He's just got like his underdress shirt on and like a big like gardening apron and stuff on and like a sun hat.
Clara,
funny.
Clara always asks to do things, even though she knows that he's always going to say, no, please allow me.
Oh, of course. It's like how he insists on still using proper terms for her and things like that.
It's a very common occurrence.
Yeah. And he will help you start to place these in the vase in an arrangement. He'll smile a little. Well, actually, can you give me a report roll?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he lets out like a smile, but he kind of scoffs for a second and shakes his head a little bit. Like you barely catch it, as he seems like to have looked at the flowers, thought of something, and been perturbed for a moment by something.
So we're gonna pique her interest a bit. Everything alright, Aster?
No, it's fine. He strokes his chin for a second, taking off one of his gardening gloves, and smiles over to you a bit coyly. Is perhaps anything the matter, Miss Sora?
Claire's thinking.
It is not my place to pry on these things, of course, but I would like to know if there's anything bothering you, particularly, if you would find my input helpful.
Claire's just putting like her hand on her chin a bit while contemplating. I guess it's something I could talk to you about.
Lovely.
Do you want to sit down and have some tea while we chat?
Of course, the usual, correct?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Excellent taste as always.
I guess I can put out the cups while you're making the tea.
No.
Alright.
Please, sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Alright.
He will, like, shoo you off to the side to go sit down and finish grabbing the flowers and the arrangement himself and quickly pour out some tea, as he normally has a pot of hot water, like, at a tepid boiling, like, sort of flow with one of the very, like, fancy devices used for it. It's like simple in structure, but obviously a cost-effective method of using water dust to reproduce and reabsorb water, so you're not like just losing water over day with evaporation. It's like a very nouveau riche sort of invention for tea. You'll pour some shit out. What's Clara's fucking? You got tea flavor for Clara, buddy? I'm springing this on you. You got a deep meaning to it.
No, I'm sorry. I failed you. It's been a long time since I played the Persona game and was autistically thinking about that.
Unlucky, dude. I'm pissed off. We're gonna end the scene here.
That's fine. Okay, I'll be right back then.
I'll be right back. It's fucking deleting my hard drive.
I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, I knew!
I have to go neck myself.
Yeah, I gotta fucking kill myself, bro. Okay. Anyway, he will pour it out for you. You got your sugar cubes and cream and all that shit. Very fancy arrangement, very quickly done. And he will sit down, placing the arrangement on the table with some, as you guys are on some couches or chairs nearby. And will take his own cup and sip it a little bit. Are you thinking meta-wise, or is this like, do you think the science is in character?
No, I'm thinking.
Alright, yeah, take your time. I just wanted to know if that would matter or not. Because that would matter. I mean.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I would, okay, I'm gonna go with spearmint tea.
Nice, thanks, bro.
Sorry, you autistically made me have to decide.
I forced your hand. Well, you made me feel bad that I didn't think of this.
You literally did make me just go Google tea types so I could remember which ones I liked.
Man, I'm a poison.
Well, it's because I used to fucking do that in your game, so I was fucking like when you sprung the question on me, I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm sorry.
Well, you did.
I kneel. That's
okay.
my bad.
So after he sits down and pours the tea, I'm not gonna statistically like wait for a long period of time because I just asked him to sit down.
Right.
I guess you could say something's bothering me. Well, it's not like me and Rosalind are fighting per se, but we did have a difference of opinion.
Of course. That would explain things.
And one of our friends, Irene, she didn't have quite as favorable a view on it, so I think it just got me thinking, is all.
Well, I have never known Lady Vadegood to say anything of ill repute over Miss Nachovia. I just know they have quite strong opinions on subjects that may never be exactly well aligned.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that makes things easy all the time. But I suppose this would explain at least a little bit. I did worry that something was bothering you for some time now. And, well, he kind of waves towards the flowers. The lady is quite particular about things, even if it is a bit, well, it's endearing, but the effort does seem a bit hasty.
Claire kind of looks at it for a moment. Aster, just... I know flower arrangements have, like, meaning to them.
He brightens up and smiles. I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Well, I can't say I can really discern the meaning from those flowers there. Like, exactly what the colors and all that mean, because...
Oh, of course not.
I remember that can get pretty complicated.
Of course not. It's not exactly a practice that's shared within many circles, only those with enough idle time to invent such a silly thing. It's why I would say the lady's attempts are admirable but a bit clumsy sometimes to communicate. She prefers some affection, but never knows how to deliver it properly, I'd say would be a polite way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I like flowers. I guess I sometimes forget that there's hidden meaning besides just being nice.
Well, far be it from me to exactly expect anything out of anyone. I mean, well, Lady Vega carries her family's passion and elegance, but it does not carry her father's grace at accommodating others sometimes. You'll have to forgive her. But as for this, it is well, I believe I understand what she meant to say. Do you see the hydrangeas here?
Yeah.
Well, there is a sort of basis for the arrangements and things like this. Generally, the colors of many flowers will influence things, but not in all of them. And also the space and volume of some can also be read into it, depending on how deeply you wish to look in these things. And, well, Lady Vega is very fastidious, so I'm attempting to translate what she means by it. But the hydrangea has two different meanings. Obviously, though, it can mean, in a negative sense, a sort of frigidity or heartlessness. But in an arrangement like this, I don't think anyone would imply that. Generally, though, they're sent for a gratitude for, well, as you say, understanding within a disagreement. Now, what that might be would be framed by the others around it, you see. The irises, as I'm sure you might have guessed at some point, are generally arranged with messages and things like that. Which is why I would assume this is delivering a sort of apology in the first place. And here, the funnier ones, I'd say, would be the amories. He's kind of like gently leans over, or the amaryllis, as he gently kind of plays with one of the red like petals and smiles. I suppose she may feel that you had to put up with something of hers. The amaryllis is a great, beautiful flower and all. It's simple, but it's all-seeing and all beautiful in it's that regard. A little bit of red, yellow on the inside. It generally relates to someone's pride. The way they stand and all of that. Well, I didn't come up with this meaning and all of this, but I imagine they had to be inspired somewhere, unless they were just putting words onto these things. Kind of smiles, like thinking, oh, that sounds funny. Oh, and peonies, these ones framing the others here, the smaller ones, generally mean some sort of, it can be a bit of an embarrassed happiness, but it can also be a, signal of joy in one's life. Normally, I'd know it's common for young brides to arrange this around the household, signaling a sort of new step in their life and the joy that comes with it.
That one makes Clara feel a bit worse in terms of like, oh god, I can interpret that as being like, oh god, she thinks I'm like accepting it.
Yeah, so Aster will fold back with a apologetic smile as he kind of looks empathetic to you. I believe what the young lady has delivered is an attempt to say, I'm grateful that you were able to look past my pride and come to an understanding, and I look forward to a new life with you, or something along those lines. Very dramatic. As always.
Yeah, that is like her. As Clara's head also looks like it's steaming a bit from just trying to take in the information of like, she just put some pretty flowers in a pot. What the fuck?
Esther just chuckles a little bit. Like, and goes, as I say, I do have to apologize for her more often than I'd like.
No. I mean, it's cute. Her trying to, code messages for me in ways I'll never understand.
I don't doubt that she'd express it in others, but Lady Vega would never like for someone to forget her feelings.
Well, yeah.
So even in these small things, they must be said.
Well, yeah, and it's, a lot for her sake, too, making sure she's doing it in all the ways she wants to get her thoughts across.
Oh, yes, definitely. The expression of one's thoughts is critical to her if she's not too afraid to allow them to be, well, challenged sometimes. You know how she can be. A control freak sometimes, obviously, but, well, one of her age and position would assume to need that skill. How she employs it, however, is all to her own ability to recognize its faults sometimes.
Yeah, it's... Clara will just, kind of mumble off, thinking of, yeah, she really does have problems with control.
Be taking a sip at his tea and smile and politely allow you to compose yourself without, cutting in.
Right. Well, I guess I should probably elaborate, as I think I'm getting a bit of an idea of, why she arranged the flowers like that.
He'll nod.
So, I mean, I don't think it's that surprising, Aster, but it had to do with, the last mission I went on, the one that banked me up like this.
Of course. We were all quite concerned about it.
I mean, I did get really hurt on that last mission, so, I mean, it's not very confusing for everyone to be concerned. I mean, sorry, give me a sec.
Sure.
Okay, sorry. I just caught myself saying the same thing 6 times in the last, 30 seconds, and
You got it, Chief.
it got to me. Okay. Let me go again.
You got it, Chief.
It would worry anyone seeing someone get so banged up. I know I was real concerned. One moment I was in the middle of a really intense fight. Next thing I know, I just wake up in the middle of our camp. I vomited out some real disgusting stuff.
It's a troublesome method, but so long as it brings you to better health, I suppose I have to be grateful of it nonetheless.
I'd say. Almost seems like a miracle. Being
Oh, sir.
able to be up and at 'em so quickly. Wow. Those aren't the kind of injuries that someone would be able to just recover from in a couple weeks.
Dips his head in agreement. No, definitely not.
Well, so the day I got back, after I went to the medical office to get a checkup and make sure that, well, Miss Tiz and I were on the same page with how my condition was, went to go see Rosalind, to see her after our mission, make sure that she knew that I was hurt, but I was gonna be alright. And, well, understandably, she got real worried.
Some of the only times I've seen her become so uncomposed, I might add. And you do certainly have an effect on her.
I mean,
For the better and the worse, sometimes, for your own sake. I know she can be quite troublesome.
I'd get the same if I saw her in this kind of condition.
Well, I do seem to remember the young lady coming back with quite an injury once, and I don't believe you had to send so many apologies to her.
Maybe I don't get so dramatic, but I worry nonetheless.
Of course, of course. I wouldn't insinuate otherwise. But how we worry about someone can be a skill in of itself. It can be a cloying and demanding thing sometimes. And there are those among us who seem quite poor at translating concerns into anything helpful. I hope it wasn't too awful. Whatever she said.
No. I mean, it gets a bit worse the more I think about it, especially after talking to Irene. But at the time, I don't think it really minded me. Not too much.
A problem that takes root and grows over time. How in the nature of the Vega family. Ironic.
A bit. So, I guess the long and short of it is, while I was injured talking to her, she was telling me that she doesn't want me to be a huntress. Just go off with her after we graduate and I have my license.
She puts down his tea for a second and looks thoughtful and slightly annoyed at hearing that.
And, I mean, fuck.
Yeah?
I disagreed with her right there when she said it, but, well, she started to get pretty mad that I didn't have, I think, good enough reason for her. Clara looks like a bit like, not like annoyed at Ass or anyone, just kind of like sitting there being like,
she's going over an annoying saying, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And, well, after she started getting a bit more forceful, I just, to be honest with you, I wasn't in the state to really argue anymore. And I just want to, well, I knew how concerned she was with how I showed up after the mission. And I guess I wanted to think that she was just really worried about me, and that's all it was.
Oh, well, no need to apologize for her actions. That's my job to be doing. Admittedly, I would agree with your assessment that these all stem from worry, but how we conduct ourselves is not justified by any reason. Only in how we do it. I'm so sorry, Miss Sora. Once again, it seems Lady Vega has put a foot in her mouth. You must understand that she does mistake the passion and intensity of her emotions sometimes for the most important things in life. How she came to that conclusion, well, I can't say I don't have a part of the blame. But I suppose I had no other way I knew to help raise her after everything.
I don't think you have anything to feel bad for.
No, I could have perhaps tried to focus more on tact, admittedly. But the duty of a servant does restrict us from certain, well, positions in life. It's not as if I could truly ever become someone who does more than serve Lady Vega, although serving as a guiding hand can be quite close to what one needs at that age, as a parental figure.
Oh, come on, Aster. You know, you're more than just a servant to her.
Gives you a bit of a wry smile. Well, yes, the lady is quite generous and a kind-hearted woman at truth, but, well, pardon me for not avoiding the obvious, but like many roses, she has many, many thorns, and she's not good at allowing others to avoid their sting.
So, I guess what what made me feel kind of even worse about this was I was talking to Irene, and I guess I was trying to justify what Rosalind was saying to me, and that made Irene kind of annoyed.
Well, yes, in doing that justification, you do the same thing that Lady Vega is mistaking herself. You're letting yourself get guided along only by an emotional response to something like this. While deeply precious to us all, if we were simply guided by our hearts, we would have long since starved to death. We have many parts of the body we have to make use of, after all.
Yeah. At least I'm happy that I had enough sense to me to let Irene kind of talk at me for a little while. So, she explained to me more about, what I think I already kind of picked up. And I guess also what I was feeling bad about is that I guess I didn't squash this right away and, try and set Rosalind more straight on how I'm actually feeling about this right when she brought it up. Because her sending flowers like that as Clara looks at the arrangement, I mean...
Is putting in the let me restart that. Is certifying that Lady Vega and you came away with very different understandings of what was resolved.
Yeah. I could have been more clear on how I felt.
He lets out a bit of a loud sigh and he goes, Lady Sora, or Miss Sora, if you would perhaps, as you say, find some help in having those speak at you, would you mind indulging me for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
He puts down his tea after having another sip. As a midway, I have some, well, not only personal, but historical connection to the Vega family. My family has been keeping care of them for generations, of course. So I take myself as a very, very certified person to speak on the subject of Lady Vega in her actions and opinions. So I believe I have some sort of verifiable connection as well as Miss Chovy does as well. And I would say my assessment does not come from a much different angle. I must insist, though, that you do not continue to berate yourself for your own decisions, so long as you make sure to recognize that, well, in this case, Lady Vega has certainly crossed a troubling line, after all. You must understand, of course, she is coming at this from a terrible angle. I believe it is none so similar to a horse with blinders on. Ever since, well, we've arrived here, there's been one goal on her mind, and I must thank you and all the friends she's made at the Academy for slowly peeling them back and giving her more of a perspective on the world. The sand here did her some good as well, but it never quite was enough to continue to help in that regard. But ever still, they are not quite removed yet, and I dare say they never truly will be until she goes further along her own path. So I require the assistance of others along it to guide her. As a servant, I can only do so much for her. I'm at her will, after all, eventually. So I'm very grateful for someone like you to be in her life, and I do not see it in her best interest as her servant and confidant to allow her to mistreat you in any way. No matter how minor, of course. One must correct their own mistakes, and if she's too, besides herself to see them, I will point them out for her.
Right.
She's not a child. She should recognize what she's doing.
Do you mind if I speak kind of frankly?
Please, I would expect you to be able to do so as freely as you like within this household. And if anyone will be getting in the way of that, it will certainly not be me.
You're talking about her wanting to go back home and change things back to how they were, right? Or not
Well, of course.
how they were, but she wants to reinstate a similar type of situation.
Well, of course. Lady Vega wishes to help reclaim the... No, the... Oh, I'm getting a hiccup. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, thank you. Lady Vega wishes to help reinstitute the noble hierarchy and reclaim the monarchical system of the Kingdom of Mantle. Admittedly, her goals remain currently to at least achieve the Vega's household's reclaimed power, but she is not besides herself in the idea, or she is still humoring the idea of returning the entire system. If there's one thing I will say, it's that Lady Vega at least does not have it in her to be truly unjust, at least through intentions. So it is not as if she wishes to reclaim anything but what they had lost.
Aster? I guess how do you feel about that? I mean,
He sighs for a little bit and
I
reaches
didn't-
to sip some tea while you clarify.
Well, I lived in my village the whole time before the systems changed, and even after that, I mean, I don't think I was in a position to really notice much different either way.
Of course. The failings of the nation at the time were allowing such places, albeit freedoms, not so much the benefits of being ruled over by them. The trouble came later when there was no benefit to being ruled over by them in general, at least to the masses. But you wish to know how I felt. Did I get that correct?
Well, yeah, how you felt on everything changing. It's how you feel right now, just on the situation of home and on what Rosalind's thinking of doing.
Well, to be frank, of course, as you wish, Miss Sora, there is a gaping wound in my heart that I'm sure will never be filled to the quite same degree, and can never properly heal over, at the loss of what we had, to a degree. You must understand, of course, that ever since I was a young boy, well, I saw, of course, the birth of Master Dawn and all of that, and was at his side since. I suppose I have never been without the Vega family. It is the Midway's duty to serve them and all. But a simple duty does not reflect quite the nuance of the life of a retainer. You are one of them to a degree, albeit of lower status in the hierarchy, but not of lower importance to those of them. They were never any but kind to me, and, well, there's a reason such fervent service was provided to them.
Right.
Lady Vega, of course, inherited my services after the passing of her father. After all, they were always there for her, but now I am her direct attendant, and It is my life's duty to help guide her on her own wishes and advise her, to act as a confidant of sorts, but ultimately to be a servant. Should she say jump, I will ask how high, but I am not unthinking, nor am I unfeeling, and I have many difficulties with the, albeit understandable plight she falls under. Would I say I wish for the return of it? I would not wish to comment truthfully, because it tears my heart apart either way. But what I must tell you is that I was able to shadow away with a young Lady Vega, who had watched not only the unfortunate murder of her parents, but the desecration of them afterwards. I had to spirit her away to a foreign land where she had no one but myself, and no guiding light to her path, except for the only thing she felt within her heart at that point. A burning desire to fix something, whether it to be enact vengeance or to restore a glory to herself and her ideal of their family that was lost upon seeing that horror. I could not and will not be able to truly bring myself to get in the way of that, he says somberly as he's been staring at his tea for a bit and looks back up at you, the age showing in his face. But I will not be able to stand by and allow her to bring destruction to herself. It is, of course, a tightrope act, one that I am happy to accomplish, yet none so clear on how to sometimes. So I must act as my position is and support her the best I can.
Clara will be like listening very intently, kind of taking in everything he's saying. And she'll kind of sip her tea a bit and kind of look at him fairly seriously in the eyes, but also trying to not seem like too depressed by what he's saying.
Right, yeah.
I don't think you have to worry too much, Aster. You can just keep doing, well, your job.
Oh.
And I'm not bound by anything like you are. So I don't think I'll find it as hard to set her straight if I think she's doing something I don't agree with.
Despite his, grim appearance at recounting all that, he'll let out a happy little chuckle that makes him seem a bit less fraught with the weight of his recounting of it, the horrible life they've been steered down, and he'll nod his head. And that is why my job becomes easier with you in Lady Vega's life, Miss Sora. I have you to thank for that, though I do not still wish for you to have to suffer the burdens of it sometimes, and, well, as I say, I must apologize for Lady Vega's actions. I've only been able to provide her so much guidance, the guidance only a Midway could provide, but not what a Vega could. I will say she reminds me quite a bit of her father in some ways and her mother in others, but unfortunately they do not always come out in the best of ways.
Is that right?
Oh, yes. And I must say I feel quite happy to be so lucky to find a woman like you in her life. Though I will admit, in the past I may have been too close-minded to something like this. Lady Sophia, I regretfully admit I was quite hostile to when she entered Master Dawn's life.
What was, what made you so hostile to her?
Well, perish the thought about it now, but it is only the past, so I'm not uncomfortable speaking on it. I have nothing to offend. I made my repairs later down the line, I suppose. Lady Sophia came from a much, less prestigious, one of the quiet, small, many fragmented noble lineages of Mantle, one with barely a settlement of a fortification to their name with it. Of course, things like this were quite important to me, and well, the system at large. Master Dawn, in his position, should see no use in, well, fraternizing with a woman of that position, especially at the many who would be at the heels of such an opportunity to bring more prestige to their life and their lineage. After all, it's essentially marrying a gold mine to someone in any other position to be connected to one of the 6 great families. Climbing the social hierarchy has never been such an affair of hearts always, but of agreements between others, generally. And Master Dawn seemed unfortunately captivated by this woman, who I presumed had maneuvered herself within the family and his affections out of some ulterior motive. There was just something so beguiling about her at the time. She had a bit of, well, passion to match the Vega's famous one, and, well, sharpness about her that I could not imagine anything but some sort of vile temptress making her way into the family, and I say these words with much weight to them now, of course, but, well, it is how I imagined it at the time, and I suppose I must have caused the master some trouble-tease being obstinate and offended her many a time. But, he sighs a little bit, smiling a bit happily, I will never forget the look upon her face when Lady Rosalind was born, and I recognized myself for being a close-minded fool. Ever since that day, I never had any doubt in my mind that Sophia Vega was a worthy woman of Master Dawn's affection and, well, a devout woman in her own right. She brought a lot of life to the family, to Master Dawn, to her children. It's where they get their eyes from.
Clara will kind of sip her tea a bit. I would have loved to be able to meet her.
Oh, she would have found you just lovely, I think. The woman was very forward-thinking, was a good influence on Master Dawn, me, and most of the household, really, and both of her children were so happy. It's why they were so sprightly in their youth. Even Master Joaquin, despite his defection.
Clara will sip her tea a bit more. It's nice being able to hear about, well, I heard some stories from Willow and Abraham, but I don't think anyone could tell them like you could, considering how close you were to Rosalind and everyone.
Perhaps not. To many of the children, I'm sure they were friendly faces and would spoil them once or twice, but, well, it is just tragic that none of them were able to grow old and truly get to know their parents. I apologize. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of that. I need not press it further.
It's alright. Well,
Perhaps that is just another point to you that lets Lady Vega feel so connected. There was a loneliness to her, I believe, this whole time, that has started to fade. She certainly felt that she was one of the only people in the world who could understand herself. There was a bit I could not even reach within her, you must understand. It would be happy for that.
There are always bits of ourselves that I think are hard for some people to truly get to. I'm just happy to hear that me being around, well, helps her feel a bit less lonely.
Well put, Miss Sora.
And Aster, you don't gotta worry so much about me. Well, about me being too understanding with how Rosalind's acting and apologizing for her and such. I think talking to you, it's a bit of Irene, but mostly you. I think I owe it to, well, you Rosalind and mostly myself to just, I guess, be more open with how I'm feeling. You know, if I think she's saying something I don't agree with, I'll just be more upfront about telling her how I feel and not backing down if she starts, well, if she inevitably starts giving me her opinion more forcefully.
I'm relieved to hear that, Miss Sora, and I do hope you are still able to put up with her at her worst, as I'm sure she will begin to recognize it slower, more and more. I will say she's become quite a different woman in the last few years, all for the better because of this all. And I have you, of course, to thank for that to a large degree. So I trust you'd be the person to be able to continue her growth towards a healthier direction and a happier one as well.
Claire will look at the flower instrument and smile. Well, I'm not going to be going nowhere, so I don't think that will be too hard.
Lovely. Well, should you ever require an ally, I may not be able to reach the front lines to such fervor due to my responsibilities, but I will be here to plan stratagem.
Well, I know who to go to in my time of need.
To have such trust placed in me gives me such a happy feeling, Miss Sora. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now, as Claire will kind of stand up after finishing her tea, why didn't you let me go clean these up while you get back to gardening?
Oh, I could never. He chuckles a little bit quickly, taking them from you and smiling, giving you a little wink.
Well, as Clara will smile at him, knowing her efforts are futile, before heading off about her business, letting him get back to his work.
Perfect. Lovely. Good old funny man. Yes, sir. Alright, what are you boys up to?
Okay, I have to be right back. I have to go feed my cat. Please shift click.
I'll say that I wanna hang out with Jose sometime. I guess time doesn't matter.
Cool.
I want to talk to Gail.
Cool. Who wants to go first?
Well, I don't care. You can start with
all
me.
at once. Awesome.
Holy, I mean, take the stage. You got it.
Holy based!
Holy,
Why is that a big deal?
it isn't.
Because
I just
everyone
think
always
you're big.
Okay, good.
everyone always shuts the fuck up and never says I'll go first when I ask.
Well, yeah, we don't want to be
Looks like
rude,
frightened
Noah.
children.
It's called manners.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
what always happens anytime anyone asks.
I'll manner handle you.
It even happened to Callie and the entire Hollow Myth team.
Epic. They deserve death for that.
It's true.
So Viridian's off to see the headmistress, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Alright.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, you can head over to her office.
Enter her office. Well, knock first and then immediately open the door. He knows she's just gonna say, "Come in."
Oh, right,
Oh.
yes. Right, sorry, I was just... yeah, you can make your way into the office and start kicking your shoes off. As Gail is sat back in her chair with a sleeping mask on, conked out, and she'll sit up suddenly and go, Viridian, hello! And she starts to peel it off. Oh, yes. What time is it?
Oh, hey. Good nose? He'll just kind of look around and then tell her what time it is. I don't know.
You can just say. You can just throw it out there. Noon,
Yeah.
evening, afternoon,
Yeah.
whatever you want, bro. You're up.
It's about 3 or so.
Ah, 3? Wait a minute. She looks at her hand for a second and goes, did I sleep?
Do you sleep in this room?
No, not normally. Has it been a day? She looks conspiratorially to, like, the wall, confused if she slept for no time or too much time. Oh, dear.
I don't know. What's the last thing you remember?
Forget about it. It's fine. I was leaning down in my chair, and I think it was a second ago, but whatever. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah, he's just gonna kind of sit down at the desk, and it's just gonna be like, I was wondering if I could pick your brain on a certain topic.
Sure, as long as you don't break it.
Well, I'll try my best, but it's real sturdy up in there. So,
Exactly.
You'll nod and just kind of chuckle at that. And so Viridian doesn't just really like Gale.
Okay.
Like, he really respects her and admires her as a huntress. I think I've made this clear.
Yeah.
And finds her to be a great role model, especially in
Yeah.
the position she is in.
Mm-hmm.
So he feels very comfortable with her as the role model and headmistress of Shade Academy.
Okay.
As evidence from talking about breaking into a prison before. And he knows that things they talk about make it out if she thinks they're cool and wants to tell people about them.
Right.
But that doesn't matter.
Of course.
That stuff's gonna happen anyways.
Right.
Yeah. Alright, so with that and the way how he thinks about Gale, it's he's going to kind of like not take a deep breath, but just kind of like take one of those breaths of like, all right, gonna ask now, kind of ones. And it's gonna be like, Miss Gale, what's your opinion on what's your opinion on drugs?
She kind of like picks her nose for a second, quickly realizes you're looking at her, and pretends she wasn't. Just attempting to just forget that happened in general. Like, what kind?
Well, the kind people say you're not supposed to be doing. Not the kind that Miss Tiz gives you when you need to get better.
Oh, like designer drug? I don't.
Yeah, sure, those ones.
Sure. Go nuts. Just don't kill yourself. She like leans up against the desk a little bit with one elbow and kind of looks like almost like an apathetic celebrity trying to ignore doing a PSA on drugs. I don't. I mean, there's a wide variety. I'm pretty sure most of the students go to the hookahs.
Yeah, those things are pretty alright every once in a while.
I guess there's some drugs that aren't exactly looked upon favorably, and if you become just like a gross black gummed like deadbeat, I'd say that was probably a bad idea. But
yeah, that'd be pretty disgusting.
yeah. So just make sure they're not one of the ones that'll ruin you.
We'll think for a second.
I guess is what I would say. I don't really care too much what other people do. I care what my students do, like I do. I just find it so hard to get bent out of shape about this sort of thing. Now, like if Thea ever was here, I'd have to pretend I cared a lot more, or Tiz and Hephaestia, just because I wouldn't want her to make fun of me for it later in front of the other two, because then they'd get mad. So I'd have to pretend in front of. Oh, and Toto. Goodness gracious. I still can't tell Toto some of the things I did when I was in the academy, so... He was a teacher then, so lucky me I didn't get caught, am I right?
Yeah, I can't imagine what he'd have done to you if y'all was caught.
Ugh, something awful, probably.
Yeah, you was headmistress now and he still makes you do detention.
Well, yeah, no, it's not like I can really say no to Toto. He's like... he is like the vice headmaster, combat tutor, and but he did practically, he raised me, so I can't really say no to him. I guess he's like my dad.
Yeah,
Not
so
really,
like what's he... Yeah, so just imagining what he could, what would want to do when you was like student. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I don't know. I probably would have been, like, locked up in a cage or something. I don't know.
Oh, it's a good thing you didn't find out.
He's always a strict man, but he never really got up to anything awful because I think you'd feel too bad about it later.
Right. Yeah.
But my, school career aside, yeah, if you're wondering, I mean, yeah, try not to, like, do it in front of teaching stuff. Like, you could get detention for doing it if you're caught.
I figured that much.
Right, and, like, depending on some of them, the VRA might, like, they could fine you to seize the property. If it's really bad, they might throw you away, especially if they think you're, like, dealing. They don't like them that much. I guess some guys get away with it. You gotta pay the right people, though. Like, it's not an untenable side career, but it certainly would be devoting a lot of your time you should be using to, making sure you don't fail the exams, which I've heard you're doing very well on studying so far. Very good, Viridian. I've heard from a few teachers you're making a marked effort to try. Good work.
Yeah, I'm trying. Thanks, Miss.
Remember, there's only so many years of it. Once you're done, you never have to study again in your life.
Oh,
That's what got me through it, right?
Oh,
Yes, exactly.
he's gonna wipe his brow and go, yeah, I can't wait to be there. Only a few more years yet left. Anyways, yeah.
It was so wonderful before I got a job.
I can't imagine.
It's like I've come back to hell.
Anyways, yeah, I'm not really looking to start a career or habit of any of that kind of thing, Miss Gale.
Oh, that's good.
You know, I honestly don't even care about the getting in trouble stuff. I got my own opinions. I just wanted to know about, like, yours personally, because I mean, oh, you's from here, you're real Viridian, and now he'll just kind of shrug and go, yeah, even among the Viridians, like, I've heard at least 2 split opinions, and I was like, oh, I wonder what Miss Gale would say. I bet she'd be cool, but I want to check.
Well, that's fact, There's as many split opinions as there are grains of sand in the desert.
Yeah.
Never been too unified on this sort of thinking.
Yeah, right. And it's like, I figured that Miss Gale, she's got her head on straight, as long as it doesn't involve hiring no one to do a job.
Oh! It was a few times. It's not that big. Why do you students talk about that? I get enough chaff from the faculty about this sort of thing.
A few times. It happened more than twice. Like this year.
Shh. Anyway, as to what you were saying.
Yeah, right. Like I was saying, Miss Gale, she's got a real good head on her, and she's got.
Thank you.
She's like one of the best huntresses, like in all of Remnant, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course.
Definitely saw that personally and heard that talked about a lot. So she's got to know what is up and everything. So if she thinks that there's a problem with it even a little, maybe there is. But I figured you wouldn't because there isn't. But I had to check.
Gail looks like she's bouncing her eyes along to as you say the sentence, like she's following the rhythm of a song to make sure she's checking your isn't and doesn't correctly, and then she gets to the end, takes a second, she mums the words to herself again, and then smiles and nods and goes, yes, that's right.
Alright, good.
Good. Excellent.
Well,
you won't say to Toto if you get, like, jazzed out and can't move and start mumbling. You won't say I, said it was fine, right, to Toto?
I'm not going to tell Toto anything about it, even if he catches me with the stuff in my pocket.
Right. Oh, excellent. Good. Just going to say, she starts to get out some, what looks like spray cleaner and stuff and starts spritzing it around the air.
So, you sure you don't sleep in here?
No. Goodness, no. No.
Why do you have the mask?
Well, I mean, I take naps in here sometimes.
Oh. Oh, that's alright then.
Just to spray some of the cleaner near your face.
Viridian will wince and just go, thank you for that.
Well, I mean, I need to eliminate the scent, so if you do get caught, he doesn't assume it was because you came to talk to me.
Right.
I'm
Gotcha.
taking precautions now.
Is he even back yet?
No, but I mean, it's not like he couldn't pick up on the scent from a while. He is quite keen.
Aw, dang. That sounds like a real hassle.
Certainly is. But no, he has not returned yet from his, vacation. Spritz.
Right. You said that pretty weird.
No, I didn't. No, must have been your ear. It was the water I got in your ear.
There's...
Soap water. From the spray.
Yeah. Right. Soap water.
Yes.
Right.
Besides, I don't say anything weird. I speak normal.
Well, yeah, you speak mostly normal.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's supposed to mean you speak mostly normal.
What's that mostly doing there?
No, it's just there to be safe.
What do you mean just there to be safe?
Well, I mean, I never heard you speak no crazy talk, but I mean, there's people who say some things.
You know, for someone who has such good words to say about me, you can't even give me the assurance of claiming that you can trust that I talk normally. I'm offended.
I mean, like, I can give you that claim, Miss Gale. I think you talk normally. I mean,
Thank
that's
you.
coming from me.
That is a good point. I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, people say I talk weird all the time. I've never heard them say you talk weird.
Right. Never.
I mean, not that I was paying attention to. So
No,
I'm sure they don't.
No one should. No one should. Least of all you.
Yeah. He'll
Yeah.
say with a smile and be like, I need a second to think.
Of course.
Okay, yeah. We'll come back, and he'll be like, right, well, whatever it is you're doing, or we're doing, before a nap, sure, it's real important, and I am going to go do something inconspicuous now.
Right. The drugs.
I never said that.
I mean, I don't think he has this place bugged. I would be in a lot more trouble if he did.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some drugs now.
Have fun. Do them responsibly and in a safe place.
I mean, I'm trying to.
Good work. Remember, if it goes in, like, below the waist anywhere, it's a bad drug to do.
Is that right? Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Always a bad sign.
Okay, say no to those.
Yes, correct. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks, Miss Gale.
Of course. Anytime.
What a remarkable lady.
I know, right? Let's see. Felix wanted to talk and hang out with the frog man.
I want to hang out with the physical beast, Jose. Thank you. Physically.
Physical
Physically.
beast.
We're gonna discuss how physically better faunas are.
Physically.
Like physically. Don't you want horns in your head? Not even have to work out.
Here, we can do this over at breakfast. He's over in the tables.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Would I be allowed to join with Hatios? Can we have a group breakfast?
You can ask Ben, but it seems fine by me.
Yeah, man, get over here. This is kind of like a boys thing, but get in here.
Well, perfect for Clara.
Not so close, Jesus.
Ew!
Come on, bring it in.
Bring it in. Oh, where did my fucking chat
Oh, I'm
go?
covering Felix.
Yeah,
I can't see his face.
No.
I'll fix it in a second. I gotta refresh because I'm accidentally.
Well, that's gonna be the
closed it like
singer
that.
at the end of the episode is when you move the piece and it's Dark Felix. Oh, we have a cutaway. No, it cuts. He does the scene. He does the map transition back to this map and moves Clara.
No. It's literally Felix walking past a mirror, and he just looks into it and like
Smiles,
and-
leaves, but the shadow Felix smiles on the other side, lingering.
Yeah, no. He looks into him. Felix looks in the mirror and smiles, and he has red eyes, but the one in the mirror is blue eyes, and is the Felix we know who's trapped.
Oh shit! He gets stuck in a mirror.
No. That's too subtle. That's too subtle. That happens, but then the evil Felix pulls out a phone and goes, "Get me Salem."
That's fucked up because I always pegged Viridian as being the Salem Coven.
the betrayer.
How could you say that?
Quite easily.
Well, he is based on Judas.
Richard confirmed tonight.
Why would you out me like this, Ben? I shared that with you in confidence.
I know, dude.
He's trying to teach you how to play. Alright.
Fucking Jesus.
Okay. So
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking Jesus.
Dude.
Excellent footwork, Richard. Excellent. So as this part of Team Iris and Supernova sat down at the breakfast hall, you guys, does anyone want to start the conversation? We can just assume it's, in media res. It doesn't have to be right away. If you have, like, a point you want to bring up at first.
Do you want me to go, Ben?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to hang out with Jose and see what he was up to. So
Right, that's kind of my feeling too, which is why I wanted to get on board. But yeah, I will start it off.
Blake's just... I can't tell if that was BM or not. I can't tell if Blake just said,
No.
Yeah, I can tell you had nothing, so I'm getting in here.
No, it's just like I thought it was segue to start things off, and I didn't know if he had like something he wanted to get to immediately in terms of talking.
I'm just turning more turmoil in the ranks of players. My bad. Continue.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? Okay.
Gotta keep you guys on your toes. Like, it's fucking 3v1. I gotta do something.
Yeah, so I mean, it won't be too long now before I'm all fine and should be able to get back to, training and everything.
So you say not too long, but I see you get back to ability to work, and you have much catching up to do with your previous regime, because you have quite atrophied.
Yeah, but I mean, I just have to put in even more effort, go like 150%.
Wow, you solved it. That was simple. Just go 150%.
Yeah, see?
it may be a bit harder than that, Clara, but I know you're up to the task.
Yeah, Mermaid, if it was that easy, you could have been doing it already.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to hurt myself,
Oh yeah, and now would be the time to hurt yourself, right after you finished healing. Yes, exactly. When the body is most strong is when it is after healing.
Yeah, see?
No, it's not. Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on the body.
I would say, the saying is, that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
I do not think that is he'll look over at Jose and be like, that's not a actual physical fact.
No, it's
right?
not. No, not at all. No, don't fucking listen to them. Yeah, and the guy who said that didn't say that for his sake. He said it to piss off the guy who didn't kill him. What do you mean? I mean, all I'm saying is that's like a taunt. You say that after you beat something. I am thinking you are just more spiteful, Jose. No, I'm just the guy who said it was spiteful. God, fuck you guys. All I'm saying is you probably just shouldn't re-injure yourself. It'd be a real bummer.
Felix, we were running to talk. Should I say that?
I think you should pick out some more choice words for the woman who, well, what is the right word to say?
Crippled you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, she also wants to gouge out my eyes. Should I think of someone clever with that?
No, I think you should think on how to not get your eyes gouged out.
Yes, that is a good point. Focus on defeating her. Something will come to you in the moment.
You guys have terrible luck. I am jealous of them having such interesting lessons taught to them this early.
Yeah, that's one way to put what happened as Clara kind of touches her neck a bit.
Well, I am to be saying that I would have less feelings of regret that I were not there to assist in the efforts of Delatoscos. They were a friend to the Broken Wing in times. I am hoping whatever they go and reestablish themselves, some of our former connections will abide.
Yeah.
God, it's so weird to hear you talk like politics right after you've been shoving like 4 scarab beetle sandwiches in your mouth.
Speaking of that, Hadius, if you ever hear anything on that, like, and I don't end up doing it, make sure to tell me, because I'd certainly like to lend them a hand if they're ever actually doing something big in terms of reconstruction.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh no, hold on.
Okay.
God damn it.
That's him. That's him.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good? Okay,
Yeah.
Discord did the thing that it does
Okay.
before it crashes, so I was free. Yeah, I heard you. Also, oh yes, I will keep you in mind in case that does be happening, but, well, I am imagining that it will be difficult to say until some months pass, where the efforts of the former residents go. In a situation like this, it is most common for, it to reflect the state of things before whatever happened to them did. I am thinking the fracturing of political alignment may just lead them to taking in refuge and aligning themselves with other settlements, but there is a chance even 2 could spring from them, albeit smaller ones.
I guess we'll see.
Operation settlers just going off and being that happy to join someone else's, like, place? That doesn't seem right to me. You guys are pretty bristly about things. Well, ultimately, Viridians are pragmatists at heart, ironically, compared to how they conduct themselves sometimes, so you will find that within a generation or so, they can quickly abandon long-held beliefs if it is required for the survivability of themselves and their people. Ultimately, there's utilitarianism in the view, albeit it comes into stark contrast of our pride sometimes. That is the ultimate struggle of a Viridian. DC, or are you guys both just thinking of something to say?
I was thinking something.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm giving him the chance to respond.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Jose will just sit back a little bit and kind of roll his eyes and kind of look a bit thoughtful afterwards as he's swallowing that. And, you both roll me a report.
Sure.
Sure. Let's go.
We're the one Pockies!
Felix will catch it a bit before Hadjo speaks up, because he also noticed it, but Jose still referred to himself, like, you can't tell if this is like a slip of the tongue or not, if he said, like, Uverations. And Hadjo will go, well, what do you mean, Uverations, Jose? Just slip of the tongue. I don't know. Times like this, I start to feel more and more different back from how you guys act. I mean, I'm practically half Valish from Vale and Wall. It's not like I really, got the most of Viridian upbringing there is. I am thinking that is a poor mindset to be having. Felix is still Mistrali, is he not? He looks over to you.
Yes, I am. I might be a bit of a special case, though.
Yeah, we are filled with special cases here. Everyone's is unique in a way. How about you, May? You were raised on outskirts of Mantle anyway, weren't you? That is not so much different of Jose.
Yeah, I was definitely raised in a lot different environment from most people back home. There aren't that many small settlements back home, given the environment. Claire's kind of thinking. So I don't think there would be a time where I wouldn't consider myself a Legion.
Yes, of course. You still have that cold iron in your blood that Elysians do. Or Mentalians, or whatever you identify yourself as now in your weird regime.
I'm not very picky.
Oh, thank goodness.
But
The anal nature those two take can be so overwhelming sometimes.
yeah, they can definitely fight on that.
I am just saying it is pointless at this point to bother.
But also, like, Jose was, bordering another country. I was just bordering the ocean. So, I guess the only choices I had were at Legion or being like a fish, right? Why is no one laughing? That was a joke!
It's both!
Well, I
was
find it
lagging.
quite
Fuck
funny.
I was lagging, I'm sorry. Hagios did laugh and go, you're telling me you are not half fish?
I tried my best.
I think you picked in between the middle. This mermaid.
You should see. Somehow it's easier for me to actually hold my breath back home underwater when it's freezing. Something about the warm water.
I imagine it has something to do with your body.
Yeah, I think I remember reading something it's about it shutting down from shock, making it easier for me to, like, shut off my breathing or, like, slow my heartbeat.
Isn't that dangerous, Clara?
Well, like, at first, but you get used to it.
I see. That is... You do that for fun.
Well, I mean, back home, it's like you go fishing and whatnot. Sometimes you gotta get in the water.
What, do you not swim, Felix? Of course
I-
Felix can swim. He's not like a child.
Yes.
Well, I'm just thinking, I am never seeing it happen. Where would we swim? That fucking gross canal? It is not all gross, just go upriver.
Viridian does it. I think he bathes in there sometimes.
Viridian does a lot of things. I can't do a lot of the things Viridian does. He can't do a lot of the things I do, and we're both better off for it, I'd say. Anyway, yeah, I mean, back to the actual... sorry, I mean, I guess that weird shit about swimming was kind of interesting, but... Yeah, I guess I am really feeling how weird it was to be there. Yes, I am supposing it is one of... Well, actually, it is the only place to experience such a phenomenon in all of Remnant. Outside of smaller communities in Vacuo, of course, but... Well, I am learning from the international exchange program that even variation differences are much more, comparable to continental differences. They're so stuffy about these sorts of things, after all. Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, I didn't like most of Vacuo before, but I guess I kind of got more of an appreciation for, like, why it's like this now. And you are thinking I am much more charming with the broken winging, yes? Yeah, and that Rio's gotta be a bit of a shithole in its heart if it got someone like Nebu to come out of it. Oh yes! Obviously! It is land filled with strife and prosperity! it breeds quite striking characters who are at times so bountiful in certain ways and so empty in others. Like in her dignity.
Clara will laugh a bit.
How is Nebu?
That sounds like a leading question. Did she do something weird that we don't know about?
I was simply asking, but I assume that she is all the same with that.
Yeah, nothing's really changed. Even being drunk to the Vital Festival did not shake her. I have come back around to respecting it.
Wonder how long that will last.
Well, until she pushes me the other way around again. The circle is, as it is said, cyclical, you see. The process just repeats. Last I heard, she had a bet with Rose about who'd do better on the tests. Weird, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe she was high when she bet her.
I think Nebu usually does pretty well on tests. Weirdly.
Jose grimaces, and Hagios laughs and goes, I am suspecting she bribes the staff.
Huh. You think she's not this smart?
But she can make gold so easily, so yes, I am expecting her to be doing underhanded methods.
Well, we couldn't put it past her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely not.
Speaking of that, Felix, have you noticed Viridian's been studying a lot recently?
Yes, it is. Well, at first I had to check as if he was hiding something else within the book, but I'm glad to report that no, he is not.
He is? I fucking told you. Like twice. I thought you were kidding both times.
You know, I really hope it pays off for him. Like, he's finally studying, like, really hard, and I hope it actually shows some results. That'll probably be good.
Yes, I have quite the confidence in him.
I am of two minds of this. On one, I am very happy for you as a friend, but Hagios looks deeply troubled as he's put his head in his hands a bit. But on the other, I am wondering if the victory and small celebrityhood would have been a positive that maybe could have fixed Nebu, and we let it slide by. Father Sen, please, don't let it be the case. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, her dad's already relatively famous enough. She's like a modern-day, like, Phaeacian princess. I don't think something like that would help. I think it would make her more unbearable. Oh, Jose! You are right. That is the much more obvious answer. Oh, razor and all of that, you know? Shave off the least likely one.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
Well, Clara, Hagios was very fearful that us winning might have caused Nebu to lose the opportunity to be better, but we all come to the consensus that there's no way that would have happened.
You okay, Noah?
Ed?
God damn it. Noah, are you okay? Hello?
No, you good?
Am I back? I think I'm lagging really bad.
Yeah, I think you are. You're cutting out a bit every now and then.
Let's go!
We heard what you said.
About them having the little joke routine where he's like,
Yeah.
damn, I wish we, on one hand, I'm glad you guys won and inspired him. On the other, I wish we won and inspired her. And Jose went, she would never be inspired. That's being ridiculous. And Hagios was like, oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. I sound good for the minute, but if it starts cutting out again, I'll cry. They basically end their speaking bit, so do you guys got anything?
Yeah, I think you didn't hear what we said after that. Then
No, not at all.
Okay, well, then Clara's like, "Well, what are we talking about?" And then Felix just explained verbatim what they were talking about.
Yes. Okay, Hagios will look over and smile. Oh, Clara, I thought you, or May, I thought you were bit on neck, not hit in the head. Are you forgetting things already?
No, sorry. I guess I was just a bit lost, but no, I agree. I don't think it would have mattered either way.
Yes, I am good. Even the inebriated one is agreeing here. She's not inebriated. Whatever. I thought you were on drug or something to make you feel better. You keep vomiting.
No, this is just my body healing itself.
Well, that doesn't make sense, but you said it with enough confidence, I'm sure it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing, but these are like the bad bits of me that I'm getting out.
That's, why are there bad bits in you?
Well, it's like a mixture of dust that's causing my aura to heal my inside bits that are kind of bleeding.
There's
So,
dust in you?
yeah, he like stuck dust crystals in me
Jose looks horrified.
to kind of jumpstart my aura.
Are you not sure that is what caused the damage?
No, I was gonna die like within a matter of, I think, like probably minutes if you didn't do it. Also,
Oh.
I mean, Viridian said that my wounds were exploding on him, but I mean, when I woke up, they were a lot better.
Well, Viridian says a lot of things.
Hmm.
That sounds disgusting. Ugh.
Oh.
Jose puts down his crab mole.
Oh yeah, that's why.
fritter.
That's why I tried to not go into too many details.
Yes, they're exploding. Hagios bites down on another sandwich, and the beetle pops out and breaks apart into guts. Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Come on,
so,
man. Ugh.
Why my aura doesn't, work very good, and I can't use my semblance or anything, is because it's, ticking around the clock, starting and stopping, healing me on the inside. And
Sounds ridiculous.
And what I'm throwing out is like, bits of myself that are being kind of shaved off.
Yeah, that sounds utterly ridiculous. But I mean, I guess it's real.
I mean, Clara kind of shrugs. I wouldn't believe it if you told it to me if it wasn't happening.
Gross.
It is extremely gross.
Hey, I'm just thankful because injuries like those probably take me more than a year to properly heal instead of a few weeks.
I'll stay.
He did say I'm like naturally compatible with it because of my semblance.
Hey, don't look at me for making sense of that. I barely understand how it's working in the first place.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take him on his word on that.
Might as well.
So, Clara will kind of look towards Haas. He goes, "Alright, I was hoping that you'd be one of the first people that would train with me, once I'm all better, because I know you won't, go too...
I will handle you and take advantage of it.
Yeah, you won't go too easy on me like some other people would."
Excellent! Not excellent. Clara, I'm gonna, put a stop on that, or at least come watch. You can't actually get injured right away again.
Alright, you can watch.
Yeah. Plus, I don't want Gwen hounding us for not controlling Hagios. Please, I'm a composed, elegant leader. Yeah, but you're not leading her. You're gonna do something stupid. Huh. Well, I would not call it stupid.
Glad to see that Gwen is a deterrent.
Always has been. To the weak-willed. I know how to put her in her place. You just go like this. He holds his hand out and does like a head patting motion in the air in front of him.
Claire kind of hums.
Simple. It is simple. She loses composure. Very funny.
That would not work.
For you.
Felix just like
I mean,
look at
yes. Hey, she loses composure and starts screaming, if that's what you consider working. Yes. Very funny.
You can see Clara kind of holding her hand out a bit to her side, just kind of judging distances.
There you go. Perfect form.
There are many ways to make her lose composure.
Okay, maybe I'll try this sometime.
So you're saying there are still improvements I could be making, Felix?
Well, if I was to say that I would want to improve upon someone making my friend Gwen lose composure, then yes, there are many ways.
Perfect.
Felix, I don't think you'll be happy if you actually end up helping him with that.
Felix will just look at the table for a second and be like, "You're right. I'm sorry, Hagios, but my loyalties lie elsewhere."
Disappointing, but expected. I will rely on May's assistance then.
I wouldn't help you with something like that.
But you owe me for teaching you this technique. You cannot consider it helping if it is bartering.
I guess you got me there.
You're damn right I did.
I
still can't believe you guys are team leader material. It's because we think differently than you and see the bigger picture in things.
Yeah.
I feel like someone look over at Jose quickly to see his face.
Jose just sighs and slumps in his chair a bit and looks over at Felix with a get a load of this guy cam face.
Okay, Felix will just look at him like, "Oh no."
Alright.
Whatever, your guys' funeral.
Alright, that's one down. I'm also looking to get in some, schedule some training with Irene and Lucy. Irene will know just how,
a cripple fight, perfect!
Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. Irene will know just how seriously to go, and Lucy's also injured, so it works.
I can't believe you're gonna be making regional, shaking important decisions once you get older, Hagios. Ha! Such a simple concept. He's still thinking about Lucy and Clara fighting with their injuries, but so entertaining in its own way.
I must warn you, Clara, that you should be careful when you fight with Lucy.
What? Yeah, I mean, her hand's probably still healing.
Oh,
I think
suppose
he
I
means
meant-
he's got time healing on you. Her hand might not be that good, but she's starting to sprint around the place again, so she's going to be way fitter than you.
I mean, yeah, but Clara will kind of smile and raise her head a bit. I did win the Vital Festival, so maybe.
She's got you there, Jose.
So maybe it's just equal in the playing field.
Yeah, that's it. Jose just starts snickering to himself. Yeah. Oh yeah, you never mind. You're right. Go for it. The humbling will do you good.
I advise caution, but I cannot
No,
stop
no. Don't stop her. This'll be funny.
I cannot.
Oh, perfect. Huh. Well, I will be assembling a betting pool.
That sounds like fun.
Yes, it is not only the everyday we can see such a specific fight arrangement.
Who should I bet on?
Lucy.
Why is that a question?
Clara.
Foolishness.
I'll need deliberation on this.
Clara will look a bit sad.
You're not breaking Felix. He's still thinking.
I don't know if I have much more to say here.
Yeah, you guys think it's good to wind down?
Yeah, I'm good.
I think it's good.
Cool. Very charming breakfast scene. Very goofy. Alright. Mr. Amis.
Yes.
Are you ready
Oh,
for your turn?
Yes.
Among Us.
What?
Yo, you're dead.
You did not wait till right now to do that.
I can't believe you kept your composure when Asher said Among Us.
I was in the middle of a scene, Noah. I heard it.
I know, I couldn't believe you kept your composure, because I said it without realizing it. And went, oh no, he's gonna start laughing.
Isn't
but
it
you
fucked
didn't.
up that Among Us is just something you can say?
It's a trigger phrase now. Because we're all retarded. It's all our own fault.
Okay, everyone at home, when he says Among Us, go to the Epic Store and download it for free right now!
Okay,
I
everyone,
just
when-
dated
when-
this episode!
I'm
he
not
says Among Us-
sussy!
Okay, everyone, when he says Among Us, you go, because it's funny.
I'm
Every time
not
they say Among
sussy!
Us.
I'm not sussy!
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting.
You're insane.
What's Viridian up to, Richard?
I think I'm finally ready to experience the drug trip you said you prepared for me 2 weeks ago.
Excellent, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So the room is empty. Everyone is out. Viridian has the place to himself,
Nice.
and Ben is AFK.
Nice.
He can find the gelatin mixture, which has changed from its multicolored form into a hard, chewy, sort of taffy-like substance in a cube that you need to shave a piece off of per instruction. The inside is layered now, like a Jawbreaker is, with the multicolor rimmed areas. So it's like a layer cake of the different colors. They somehow, in the preparation method, just end up with the followed instructions of adding the dust and things and letting it coalesce, end up in these layered, ridged formations naturally.
Whoa. That's crazy looking.
Oh yeah, it's wacky. It smells like sugar. Like a not like sugar doesn't normally have much of a scent, but you know what I mean, like cooked in like kind of like coated sugar substance. Like a caramelly smell is what I meant, basically.
Right. Smells pretty sweet, actually. Renee will just kind of look around once again. It's like, yeah, this place is pretty comfortable. And if anything goes wrong, when someone comes back, they can drag my ass over to Tiz. Well, down, past the lips, down the gums. Look out, stomach.
Alright, Rain can take it, and he'll feel himself immediately start feeling dizzy and disassociating, and he can amble off wherever he'd like to pass out in the room. Awesome. Alright.
Half in the sink. He was gonna splash water on his face, but he never turned the faucet.
Fantastic. One moment. Okay. Here, pause 1 sec.
A few moments later.
Yeah, so Viridian passes out for a while, just, oh, right, yeah, I need to tell you to start recording again, sorry. Here, start again, Blake, give me a countdown, or no, you can just stay, it's good, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So, Viridian, starts to feel the cloudy, fuzzy sensation as he passes out, and, barely catches. He thinks he might have foamed a little bit at the mouth as he was slipping unconsciously against the sink. And we'll just feel this sort of easy calm roll over him for a while before that moment of passing out. And then it's just instantly quiet. And Viridian, his consciousness feels a sort of a rocking sensation and some breeze blowing on him and leaves falling on his face. And he will wake up on the boat.
Okay.
Viridian is sailing on the ocean or clouds or the sky. And as he looks down, he sees sideways the waters below him down on the right bow, like a giant wall in the sky. There's a nice, lovely tree, as always, where he can go hang out. And he's riding on the ship. There's a large axe embedded into the front of the ship, and standing on it, looking grumpy, is Captain Viridian.
Ooh.
So, you're awake, boy.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, just once.
So Viridian is normally cognizant for reference. He feels completely normal in the dream world. There's a bunch of weird shit, but he feels normal, like he's just awake experiencing this.
Yeah, Viridian's eyes kind of flutter around a bit as like, if he's cognizant and he like knows he just did drugs, but this is still like pretty weird. I'd imagine eventually maybe be like, just kind of like accept it, but right now kind of like, as his eyes are fluttering, he's gonna be like, holy shit.
There ain't none of them sailor words coming out of your voice while you're still a boy. Captain Viridian adjusts his sailor's cap and shuffles in his blue coat. He looks gruff and has a black beard and mustache, not fitting his hair at all.
Okay.
He lifts his foot off from the axe, which stands there perched on the vessel. And he goes and walks past you and kicks the tree, and a bag falls down, and he tosses it at your feet. Well, get to work while we're talking, boy.
Yeah. Alright. Sorry, Viridian says he's like picking up the bag and opening it up.
Yeah, he finds himself holding a potato peeler, and the bag is filled with them.
Oh, this is bad.
Viridian blinks, and the potatoes turn into eggs.
What the?
Viridian blinks, and the bag turns into potatoes again. But over the potatoes, stretched like poor texture meshes, are faces of people he knows over the potatoes. His friends from the academy. Captain Viridian clears his throat. Well, boy, we don't want scurvy. Get peeling.
What? Peel these?
Well, boy, do I look like a potato to you? He does.
Of course he does.
Now he doesn't. You rub your eyes, and they're back to normal potatoes.
Right. Viridian will pick up the peeler in one of them and just kind of experimentally, like, shave off a bit of the skin.
Yeah, it's a potato, luckily.
Wait, why am I peeling goddamn potatoes again?
Why wouldn't you be, boy?
Ain't I over this by now?
You're not over it till I says you were. You thought you could be a lookout and get away with not peeling potatoes? Everyone on this ship does their work, boy. And where are you running away from your work, boy? You're making a mess of it, boy. He points down, and you're peeling your homework.
Oh my god. Yeah. And he'll be like, yeah. What the?
Can't keep your head on straight, boy, he says as his head rotates like a swivel on his neck.
That's not... How do paper even peel? It's just a sheet.
If you knew that, we wouldn't have so much trouble in dustecology.
I hate
whatever they call it, boy.
I hate whatever they call it.
You hate learning, don't you, boy?
I'm sorry. That just got me for some reason.
Good to know.
Okay. Yeah. Viridian will be like, it's not that I hate it, per se.
I'm pretty sure I hate it. That's gotta be the reason I don't need to do it. 'Cause it's bad, isn't it?
Well,
I should do something useful, like peeling potatoes.
doesn't take that long to peel potatoes.
That's
Like,
right.
just your time doing that.
That's right. Peeling potatoes. Mm-mm.
No, I've had enough of peeling potatoes.
That it, huh? I've been enough at school.
What you mean by that?
Where's this ship going? I barely know where it's going.
Will kind of like look in the distance where the ship is like heading, and cannot see anything. I assume.
No, he can see something.
Oh, he can. Awesome.
Yeah. Off in the distance, Viridian can see where they're going.
Where is it?
Viridian sees one of the stops on his journey. It's a little far out. It's okay. You can walk there.
Oh.
Viridian will start to walk on the water. Make splashing sounds.
Okay.
As he approaches his first destination.
Yeah.
It's Viridian.
Oh, of course.
He sat sideways in the water at an angle, so his lower half is just below the water, and he's just sat down like he's sleeping, his hands behind his back. And Mr. Sticks and Stones is there, standing tall. Viridian looks up at you for a second, and then 10 more seconds before his eyes close again.
Viridian's eyes will glance up at Mr. Sticks and Stones in the back of his Viridian, and he's gonna be
No. At Viridian.
Oh yeah. At Viridian.
Yeah. Alternatively, you can pronounce it like Viridian.
Alright, I think I'll go with that one.
Go for it.
Yeah, Viridian will look back at Viridian. And then go, y'all getting kind of wet there.
Eventually.
Eventually, I think eventually is right now.
Yeah. Oh. This is alright. I mean, this guy's got it.
Yeah, I think he's alright because he's mostly all rock.
Yeah, but it's not like I can be a rock, can I?
I mean, not without trying really hard.
What kind of talk is that?
That is a
Try hard. I mean, look at this guy. He's such an asshole. I tried so hard, and this is all he's got to do.
Yeah, well, I'm like, I mean, y'all made a different stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I'll never be like this guy. Let alone better. Will I?
Viridian will honestly be like at a loss for words there for a second.
He starts to sink deeper.
I'm
so tired of peeling potatoes.
Hey, buddy, I think you're lowering yourself there.
No. I'm just stealing some pies.
Stealing some. Viridian will look around and go,
It's fun. I like Rob.
Yeah, Rob's great.
I'm a bluff, buddy.
Yeah. You is?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Aren't
Well, I mean, if I'm seeing everything right, like, yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of things with my bird.
Yeah, but I mean, can't y'all be a little more blab about it?
Viridian frowns. But I don't know. Rob seemed real out of shape about it.
She did she?
I was really. I didn't know she was like that.
Yeah, wait, like what? What's Rob like?
Well, I always thought Rob knew she had something to do. And she didn't, though.
She didn't?
Yeah.
Like no plan? That don't sound like Rob.
It done, didn't it? Well, that's what she said. I hate gay.
Ugh. Yeah, he sure do got a stick up his ass.
Where does he get off working so hard?
Well, I mean, the working hard's not really his problem.
Yeah, it is. He doesn't even have anything great he wants to be. He don't got this guy over here. Bob's in the water a bit deeper as he looks up at Mr. Sticks and Stones. Why does he think he gotta do something? He should just relax and get that stick out of his ass. Sherwood's a great place to live.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, he should relax a bit, but I mean, besides all the prissy poncy stuff and being a narc and stuff, him wanting to be a huntsman ain't that bad.
Why we gotta be a huntsman anyway?
What? Why we got? What? Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, he's got it. Look at him. He hasn't even blinked once. Good old Sticks and Stones.
He don't even really have eyes. How's he gonna blink?
Yeah, that's right. I don't remember what his eyes looked like.
But they look like some dark holes in that helmet pouring on through, man.
Ooh, I really am slow, aren't I? Did the captain say he wanted anything from me again?
No, didn't really mention y'all. Now, what's the deal with that boat, anyways?
I always hated the captain. He always made me do something. It always kept me busy. Like he said, being lazy would be... Oh, I get it. If I don't do anything, I just drown. As water fills his mouth and he sinks below the water and disappears.
Hope I don't dream about that later. Hope I don't dream about any of this later. Excuse me? Oh.
Mr. Sticks and Stones sinks in the water after falling down. He was just a pair of sticks and stones.
Not really good to hold itself up.
Yeah.
Ah, dang. Viridian will say, lamenting the loss of Sticks and Stones and Viridian.
Well, time to head back to the captain, I guess.
I
A
guess.
long trip.
I guess.
Alright. We can walk his way back onto the boat. Captain Viridian starts driving again. Kicks a tree and another bag falls down and he throws it at you. Yeah, Will. What that deadbeat want?
Honest to God, is I don't think he wanted nothing.
Yeah, that was always his problem, wasn't it? That I didn't want anything.
I mean, I will just kind of think for a second, like, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm starting to get what's going on here, kinda, maybe. And he'll be like, I mean, shit. What's in this bag? He'll say, opening it up.
Yeah. Just a bunch of pies.
Pause.
You remember stealing these? They were
Gosh.
delicious.
Shoot. He's gonna, like, reach in and, like, pull one out and look at it.
All this hard work for a pie. Viridian would never make a pie. That's way too much work.
They're sure tasty, though.
Yeah. Bet they taste better because you didn't have to do anything. Ain't that right, Viridian? Boy.
I mean, it's not like... Yeah, not like I did... Not like it takes much to lift a pie, but... I mean, they still taste good, but... Yeah, you'll be like... Yeah, I guess it might have tasted better for the people who made it.
Yep. Always feels better to be doing something. That's what Captain Amis is here to say.
Ow. Yeah, okay. Getting back into it. And he'll be like, yeah, as he puts the pie back into the bag and go, yeah, you sure got a lot to say.
Do I? That's weird. I don't remember listening to this much.
Yeah. Well, it feels like you're getting a lot to say.
Maybe if I knew how to listen, it would help.
What? What's that supposed? I know how to listen.
Yeah. I listened real good, didn't I? That's why I can captain this vessel. And what a beauty it is. Part of the floor breaks and water shoots up out of it. Oh, look at that. I'm sinking again.
Yeah, y'all. I mean, this ain't no beauty. This is some 2-bit dinghy you pulled out on the ocean. Alright.
Well, how am I supposed to call it a dinghy? After all, I got it from that guy. Points down to in the horizon to another Viridian.
Oh Lord, what's this one gonna be?
Well, get moving, he says.
Yeah. Try not to sink while I'm gone.
I wouldn't sink, would I? So you approach Viridian the Huntsman.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He's standing over a black silhouette of a giant man with a bloody knife in his hand. Yep. Another one down. Oh. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
So what's y'all deal?
Huh?
I'm
what
asking
do I want
you.
to do?
Yeah, I'm asking what's y'all deal.
I want to
kill
kill
that
all
guy?
the Grim.
Yeah, kill all the Grim.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Nope.
Yeah.
Grim?
Nah, I ain't no Grim. I look like a Grim?
Oh, I don't know. Have you seen a Grim here?
Nope.
Yep.
Ain't seen much of anything around here. So,
Well,
you ain't no Grim. What y'all gonna do?
I'm gonna kill the Grim, aren't I? I mean, that's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, it'd be damn impressive.
Yeah.
Be the guy who kills all the Grim.
Yeah.
Dang right, make you a damn near legend.
Yeah.
I mean, you took them all out. Like, that's so impressive no matter what kind of character you had. Maybe someday someone gonna be calling you a saint or something.
Yeah. Be funny.
Yeah, that sure would be funny.
Yeah.
So that's all you got? Killing all the Grim?
I mean, yeah. That's all I got. Yeah.
Well, what about that thing? You killed that thing?
What's that?
Yeah, Viridian is just pointing at whatever the big giant body was.
Yeah, he looks at it and just goes, "What's that?" Huh.
You don't know what it is?
I know. I think it's Grim. Oh. Don't really care.
Don't really have a full collection of marbles, do you?
Well, I don't really need all the marbles to kill Grim. I can, just zone out unless I need to kill Grim. Like, why would I try if it's not, killing Grim?
I mean, you got a point if you can do that, but it sounds awful creepy.
You could have stopped that sentence a little earlier. I got a point. Gotta kill Grim.
Yeah, but I wouldn't stop the sentence before I got to the important bit of it.
Gotta kill Grim.
Right, yeah, gotta kill Grim. Good luck with that. I hope you find some Grim around here.
That's the weird thing. There's not a lot of Grim here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Do I? Or maybe I shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I mean, if your only purpose is killing Grim, not a lot of point being here.
Yeah. It really isn't, huh?
Yeah. This is a really weird place.
Is it? I
Yeah.
didn't really pay attention to it.
Yeah, I just bet you didn't, did y'all?
Why would I?
Yeah, why would ya? You're kind of sad, you know that?
Yeah. I don't got much. Gotta kill Grim, though.
Huh.
You got anything else?
And he'll be like, yeah. He'll nod and go, yeah, I think I got something.
Nah. You're just like the Grim.
What do you mean I just like the Grim?
You don't got anything.
Oh, got it. Hey, y'all the one saying you don't got nothing else.
Yeah, I know. What,
Don't that make you just like the Grim too?
Yeah, you're right. So he spins the knife and stabs himself and falls over dead.
Oh, hell no. Oh, okay. Why did I say that?
Gurgles in visceral detail. Powered by Viridian's traumatic experience of finally seeing enough dead people to imagine it himself.
Yeah.
Grim oil runs out from him. And he
no.
starts to turn black just like the other body.
No. Wow. Oh. That was too fucking much, man.
They both start to sink into the water.
Okay. But I can't really say I'm vibing this place too much yet.
Alright, you can get back on the ship.
What the f- Yeah, okay, he'll get back on the ship and come... When he gets on, you can tell me no, because I know it's Felix, but he's gonna be like, hey, Captain, I don't think that other guy's gonna be coming.
What other guy? Yeah. That guy? Well, he sold me this boat, and I don't think it's very stable.
Yeah, it's not. This thing's rocking all over the place, but the sea's pretty calm. Don't know how you manage that.
That's okay. I got a counterweight over there. He points to Felix.
What the? Nah. Felix?
That ain't Felix. That's boy.
Thank you. He's gonna be like, yeah. Did you just call everyone boy?
No, boy. But he's boy, yeah.
Yep. All right. You know what? That shakes out. Tell you what, I'm gonna go inspect y'all counterweight.
All right. If you have to.
I'm gonna look at the Felix boy.
Yeah, he looks just like Felix, with his older outfit and the robes, but just like Felix.
Oh.
Nothing seems like funny about him, but he's just stood there motionless, standing still, staring off slightly into the distance, pointed like he's a statue that's been placed down. You see him like breathing and stuff, so he's like alive. He blinks once in a while.
This is too fucking weird. Y'all got anything you'll be saying? He'll say as he like pokes him in the shoulder.
Of course you don't. Boy doesn't say much. Well, I mean, he might. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm the captain of this ship, so why do I gotta listen to anyone else?
What?
It's funny, though. So
I mean,
I keep him around.
What's so funny about him? He's just standing there. Also, what? No, the captain's supposed to listen to everyone on the ship. You know, even if they're saying stupid stuff, you gotta listen.
Yeah, well, the captain did, but I don't. Do the dance, boy! Felix claps his hands and steps up and down a few times. Isn't he funny?
What the? You, treat him like a trained monkey?
What? Nah, he's funny.
I mean, I ain't laughing.
Yes, I am.
Don't know how to respond to that one.
Oh, one day, boy, and I tell you, we'll go to find out who's the best.
Let me unmute. This is amazing.
I don't think he's got a lot of fight in him, if I'm telling you honestly.
Yeah, I'll win.
I mean, he'll just look back and forth between them. I mean, if I were a betting man, I wouldn't put no money on this thing, yeah, but... I mean,
hey, don't call him a thing.
oh, yeah, sorry.
We wouldn't want to be racist.
I didn't think that way about Felix ever.
I guess. That's why he's boy. You're right. He burps loudly. Tell you what, I got something for you to do, boy. He points to you to clarify.
Okay.
He's polite enough to do that.
Okay, good.
Here. Come here. He pulls out of his jacket. If you take some time to rustle around in there, you kind of hear it like dishes cracking and breaking. And like something like some like screaming. And then he pulls out a letter in a bound envelope with rope around it, like a thin parcel rope.
Right?
Yeah. Can you deliver this for me on your way down?
On my way down?
Yeah.
Fuck, that's not gonna be pleasant, is it? Yeah, sure, whatever.
The ship breaks out from below you, and you fall into the water.
I'm gonna be honest.
Over here.
After he said down, I'm just gonna say Viridian expected that to happen.
Yeah.
Still
Alright.
like, oh fucking shit, but he expected it.
All right. You arrive next to the post box.
Knew that thing were gonna break. What? Viridian will just kind of like yell out to wherever around him. Just supposed to stick this in here?
He's too
All
far
right.
on the horizon. Yeah, okay.
Alright, fine. You'll say taking the letter parcel, placing it in the mailbox.
As you approach, someone runs by giggling and snatches it and rips the letter up. Not today!
What the
Never today and never tomorrow. That's right! Amis! Amis! He starts
What
beating
the-
his chest like a gorilla.
What the fucking hell's y'all problem?
What are you doing? He looks over at you, normal, going to like stationary, normal standing position, staring at you with a furrowed pair of eyebrows, which seem particularly thick. You realize he has a unibrow
Oh my fucking god.
and a small Fu Manchu.
Oh my god. Thank you, Viridian.
Of course.
Okay. It's gonna be like, I was fixing to deliver that.
Huh. Yeah, right. I'm never delivering that mail.
What the? What was so gosh darn blasted about that mail you had to snatch it out of my hands and tear it up in front of me?
Because I'm never gonna do it.
So you're just never gonna do it. So you're gonna go ahead and destroy it. Stop.
That's right.
doing it?
That's right. Because I'm evil. I don't listen. And I do bad things for no reason.
That, yeah, you sure is describing evil, but I
Yeah.
mean, kinda. Sorry, I just need to pause.
Yeah, sure.
He'll be like, kinda, definitely jerk lot to go ahead and tear apart someone's mail.
That's right.
So what the heck made you go and behave like that?
Because I do these things for no reason.
You can't just go and be doing this for no reason.
Can I? What do I get out of it?
What do you get? What do all y'all get out of being evil?
I don't know. Why am I like this? I'm never sending that letter.
I don't understand. Y'all go in.
You know why mailboxes are in front of people's homes?
Oh, why?
Because they want to send them to someone else's home.
Yeah? That's generally what you want to do with a letter?
And who wants to be a sucker with a home?
Y'all sure y'all evil and not just stupid?
I don't know. But I think I'm evil.
Y'all think you were sounding pretty damn sure about that earlier.
He looks over in the horizon to the boat. I don't know. I just do things. For no reason.
Wait, so y'all just think y'all evil, so that gives you an excuse to go ahead and pull jock moves like that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Battle Rose, this is really hard to swallow.
I'm a bit of a rogue.
Y'all an idiot.
Miss.
Oh,
Oliver's right. You really are a chump.
he's gonna raise an eyebrow and go, hey now, man, Oliver might have a point about some of the things he said, but I ain't
See?
Hmm.
I knew it.
No what?
I'm right.
Did you just get right up in my face and like whisper in my ear?
No, he becomes you.
Oh, okay. Yeah! And he'll look around at himself? I don't know.
Yes.
This is crazy.
Yes. You two are now grouped together.
Perfect.
Mailbox sinks.
Well, I guess I hope there's a boat to go back to.
Oh yeah, it's off in the distance. You can go back. You can go back the way you came if you want, though.
Will that work? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Alright.
We'll do a crazy thing.
You'll come back to the boat. You'll appear out of the hole and you'll hop out.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Added to the arrangement is Gwen in a cocoon up at the top of the tree. She's got a Christmas light on her head. Damn! That idiot's here! Evil Viridian says to you.
They'll move back together. He's gonna be like,
Well, look who decided to come back. Did you deliver the letter?
yeah, no, some jerk me got in the way, called himself evil, and ripped it up.
Yeah, I never delivered the letter.
Y'all tried this before, it seems, huh?
Haven't I?
Yeah. So, why is she all strung up there with that glowy bulb on her head?
I don't know. You should go ask her.
Hey, you know what? Think I will.
Yeah. Or you can start climbing up the tree.
Yes.
Alright. Gwen kind of looks over at you slightly as you climb up.
Right. Why can't I move them perfectly on top of each other?
I don't know.
It's so weird. I just moved
It's
them into
ruining
the
my
pile.
intended effect.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's roll 20s.
Yeah, she'll be looking at him, and when he climbs up, he's gonna be like, hey, hanging out?
I'm not your mom.
What?
Stop being weird.
I know that. What do you mean being weird?
You look at me funny.
Yeah?
You're not gonna find it here.
Not gonna find it here. Find what?
Up in the treetop, here is my spout. Here is my handle. Here is my spout.
And starts mumbling to herself. The little spider starts swinging in the tree.
Y'all went around spout with spout.
I don't know the words. I don't know anything. But I do know one thing.
Yeah?
I'm not your mom.
Yeah. I know. Thanks for reminding me of that. Wow, Viridian will say, being like, no, that's not all I think of Gwen about.
What am I?
What are you? Never really described someone to...
I got 2 legs, 2
Yep.
arms,
Yep,
red eyes. What am I?
y'all, Gwen.
That's not true. I could have been Oliver. He has red eyes.
I'm looking right at you. You ask, what am I?
Okay.
You don't look like Oliver.
But do I look like your little sister?
What? No, I don't have a little... What?
Viridian, you have a family.
Yeah?
You should find them before finding a new one. Sorry, I just thought Gwen would say something smart here.
Yeah, I guess she would. Viridian will say as he's
No,
kind of...
she doesn't know how to say things. It wouldn't make sense. But then again, she's always confusing.
Yeah, she's confusing sometimes, but I mean, she ain't all tongue-tied, not know to say something. She tries. She tries her best, and that counts. Counts a lot.
Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. She goes back to rhyming. Called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers free.
Viridian will climb back down the tree.
Yeah, I like her.
Yeah, you do. You don't say.
Always says something smart.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't hear too much of that around here, would you?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not like Boy's ever gonna say anything smart.
Does he ever say anything?
Nah, I think I just don't listen.
Right.
Nah, he doesn't say anything. Do the dance, boy! Felix stands still. But sometimes he doesn't listen.
Right.
I
Yeah.
hate that part.
Yeah. I can see why.
Yeah.
So, got anything else before this thing goes topside?
Well, yeah. All things come in 4. Oh, and you can get rid of him. He pulls out cocky woodsman and transforms and shoots an arrow that turns into confetti. An evil Viridian. Oh. Evil Viridian dies.
Huh, nice. Okay, good.
After all, what's the difference, really?
Difference between... I can see a pretty big difference myself.
Hey, speaking of seeing, why don't you go see if you can see something? He points over in the direction of the next event.
Yeah. Figuring I will.
Right, you make your way over.
How's that a hang for looking out on a ship?
Oh. He looks behind him and goes, "Oh, hi there. See if you can figure this one out. I've been stuck on it for a while."
Alright, might as well give it a shot.
Step up right next to me.
Okay.
See anything in this? It's looks like a mirror, but you only get the reflection of the boat off in the distance and everything, not yourself or Nagirov.
Okay. Nope. Nothing
Yeah.
there.
Me neither. Ain't that kind of fucked up?
That's pretty weird. Never seen no mirror broken like that before.
Yeah, it's like the Deceiver made it or something. It's unholy.
But I saw all the other ones.
All the other ones?
Yeah, like the weird guy of me that talked slow, and the one in the captain's hat, and the one who killed himself, and the one who said he's evil and tore up the letter, and he kind of like goes cross-eyed for a second, so he looks like he's thinking, wait, I don't remember the last one. I just found this mirror, I think, but there was another one here.
Yeah, another one. Well, you know, I
Yeah.
tell you, but you ain't see him in there yet. I don't think you're gonna see the last one in there.
No, he was right here. He was staring at this mirror, and I walked up and asked him, what's he doing? And I said, stand next to me, and I did, and he didn't remember the last one either.
Viridian's head is starting to hurt from that.
Yeah, that always happens. All this makes my head hurt. Start getting all sweaty. I don't know how to figure out what to say, and I don't know what I'm supposed to look at.
Oh yeah. Ooh, that sure is something. But hey, tell you what, I am not actually looking to come you and wait for me to walk up.
Oh,
That'd be pretty weird.
well, yeah, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, but that seems like that's what happened to y'all.
Nah, that doesn't make any sense. That'd be like saying I walked around the whole place and saw everything and didn't learn anything and just couldn't even see myself in the mirror. It's just broken.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Well, I think it's broken, or my name ain't Nadirov.
Yeah, I don't think that it is broken. I mean, it's showing all the sea and sky and even that boat up there off in the distance.
Well, yeah, I'm never gonna forget that I gotta kill the Grim. Duh.
Yeah, but if the only thing it's not reflecting is y'all,
Yeah. Ain't that weird?
it sounds more like. And Viridian stops himself before saying, "It sounds more like y'all the broken bit." But he stops himself.
Right.
I just figure it's important for you to know what he was
Of
going
course,
to say.
I thank you for saying that. Yes. No, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you. Please do that if that's ever important.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Ah.
You think that Captain me looks good with the beard, or?
Nah, it looks like a rat crawled up on his face and died.
Yeah. You think he's supposed to be Thunder? I don't get it.
I don't think he's supposed to be Thunder.
Right. This
I've
is
never-
supposed to be me.
Yeah, and I'd never think of Thunder like that. First of all, the old captain would never let a dinghy like that set out without fixing it up himself first. It don't seem like he knows all the reasons why he's got to be doing stuff. Just doing them.
Yeah, he is. What an idiot. He says as he goes back to just staring at the mirror, confused at what he's doing.
Viridian gives a sigh and just kind of reluctantly goes, "Yep, this is a big old idiot."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so do you know what I gotta do? I just walked over here and I was standing here and I asked, what are you doing? I said, well, see if you can see in the mirror. Have I said this already?
Yeah, I mean, sounds
Oh.
like you might have done it a couple times.
Yeah, I repeat myself a lot.
Yeah.
Is it for myself? Nah, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, there's no one else here, man.
I can't wait to kill all those Grim.
Yeah, just don't end up like that one guy who killed himself.
Oh, is that the lesson? Nah, he just didn't get enough of them.
Looks to me like he either got all of them or there weren't none to get.
Huh. Is that supposed to mean something? Why don't they just ever tell it straight up?
Viridian, gives a sigh out, yeah, I get it. Is his general mood right now to everything neither is saying. Yes, I'm coming to understand the vision. You don't have to spell it out for me.
Neither looks over at you and goes, all the Grim, right?
Yeah.
Look, if you're gonna be an asshole, you can leave.
And he'll be like, nah, look, sorry, it's just, yeah, all the grin. That's what he wanted. And it kinda made him kill himself.
I guess.
Y'all don't want to kill yourself, right?
Nah. But I guess I don't really. I mean, I want to kill the Grim. Why am I not showing up?
And he'll be like, yeah, I know. The way I figured everyone should want all the Grim to be gone. But that's a bit too big to be a goal, man.
Yeah. But I want to kill the. He pauses. What do you mean, too big?
He's gonna be like, I've been there forever, and it's taken a lot of people already doing their best, like a Miss Gale and my pa, and the Grim is still there. And he's gonna be like, even if I's the best ever, it's gonna be a real big job, and just getting rid of Grim ain't gonna fix the world. What about the bad people?
Yeah.
Yeah, even if the monsters are gone, we ain't in heaven yet.
Yeah. I was scared. Because, well, isn't it bad that the people did that and not the Grim, really?
Yeah, you're dang right it's bad.
Like you broke the wood on a dam and the water came pouring in. I can't blame the water, can I?
Nah, can't go blaming the water. Not really.
You guys appear in the mirror.
Oh, wow, really?
Oh,
Awesome.
well, this here's my stop. I'm not sure I got it, though, but I hope you did, buddy.
Yeah, sure. Look, go on. Get out of there. Treat yourself right.
Yes, sir. And Dira disappears into the mirror, becoming your reflection.
I cannot deny that I hate this place.
The mirror sinks in the water apathetically to your care.
Alright. Let's go see if there's anything else.
Going back to the boat.
Yep.
All right. We'll step onto the boat.
Okay.
One moment. Captain Viridian is dead. Clara May stomped on his head.
Oh, come on.
Hi there.
Hey. What y'all doing?
Nothing. I'm sorry.
Y'all sorry for nothing?
No, I'm sorry for this.
She points at her foot as she stomps the ground. Over his head again. I'm sorry.
You know,
She looks nervous.
That is definitely something you should say sorry for.
Yeah.
But even though you should, I just don't actually feel bad about it. So, there's that.
Oh, all right. Thanks. Yeah.
I'm real ashamed the guy never got to finish his voyage, though.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, but this boat's kind of rickety.
Oh yeah, I probably wouldn't have finished either. Try not to stomp too much on it anymore.
You know how I get, but I'll try.
Hey, look,
You
there's something you're good at. It's trying.
well, thanks. I know we're all gonna do good, okay?
Yep, Viridian will say, definitely, like, yep, sure, I believe it. He'll say as he's goes over here.
All right.
She'll step away, stomping off towards the side of the boat, making it crack each time. Apologizing each time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he will pick up that thing that I assume is a rudder.
Yes.
Yeah, and go, yeah, this needs to be in the water.
Nice. We'll start to steer the rickety ship.
Mhm.
And you'll see, as the sun begins to set, there's someone standing at the front of the boat.
Oh my goodness. Then we'll see that and just kind of gulp a bit, like, oh no, what is this hallucination going to make me understand? And just going to kind of like step away from that rudder to like start walking up.
Felix walks up to you. Boy
Oh.
walks up to you and stops you and puts a hand on your chest.
Huh?
Viridian,
Yeah? Oh, you got something to say now. Alright, well, I'm all
I
ears.
always have something to say.
Alright, well, I'm all ears.
Look at her.
Yes. I can do that.
Are you stupid?
Am I stupid? Sometimes.
You can't talk to her.
I can't talk to her.
No.
Alright, why?
Viridian, who is she?
Yeah, okay. Who is she? I'm
This isn't
guessing.
the time for games, Viridian.
Yeah, I'm figuring that. I think that any answer I could give would not be satisfactory right now.
And glares at you. You're not taking this seriously.
Hey, don't fight.
Clara, or the huntress, shouts from off in the distance.
Yeah, okay. Well, that looks like Kit.
And
I kind of wanted to talk to her, see what she had
Why?
to say. Everyone else here has had such interesting things to say.
You're interested in a woman you have nothing but ignorance on. Pathetic.
And Viridian's just gonna kind of cock his head and kind of go, well, ignorance is where you start, isn't it?
Foolish one. You're past the starting line, aren't you? You've already lost the race. Look at her, the little spider.
Yeah.
She doesn't have these problems.
Yeah, it seems like she don't.
Spider up the barn. She's mumbling to herself more. The boy looks annoyed.
Viridian will stop for a second and think and go, now, hang on a second, how do you know she don't got no problems like this?
That's a good point. Oh, wait, I know. Because I know her. And so do you. Know where she came from. Know who she is. What she wants. You idiot. You know the little spider better than that Faunus girl. And yet you wish to speak to her. Foolishness.
Yeah.
I bet
Yeah,
you can't even figure out why I'm speaking to you.
Viridian will think for a second and go, now do you really think I'm that stupid?
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, you know what? I said it before, just earlier. Sometimes I can be stupid. Whatever. You... And he'll kind of shake his head and go, you're trying to stop me from actually trying to get... No, hold on. I need to think about that better.
Okay.
This might take a second.
Sure.
Okay. He's gonna be like, y'all trying to stop me? Because it seems like I'm wasting my time.
Foolishness.
Well, what else could it be?
Because whenever you make a mistake, I am here to remind you of it.
Well,
So
thanks for
stupid!
that.
Felix stomps off. Not as loud as the Huntress. The boy makes his way over.
Ah, yes, of course.
He loses his name.
He loses his name. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I guess now we can go over unimpeded.
Of course.
Maybe.
You make your way over. The back of the ship breaks off, and they start to sail away.
Oh, I guess this can't last too much longer then. Viridian just says to himself.
You stand on the axe. The Faunus girl steps to the top of it.
Right. Okay, standing on the axe, she's on top of it.
Hey there.
She says, politely from up top. Her face slightly obscured by the sun.
Viridian will kind of sigh a bit and go, hey,
What you doing?
think I'm doing this whole self-discovery thing.
Drug night, huh?
Oh, yeah. Don't think I'm crazy, though. I feel pretty not crazy right now, despite everything.
Okay. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know, though. I mean, it's you that matters, right?
Well, yeah, it seems like most of this stuff here is about me.
Yeah. That's how it normally is.
Yeah, so, I'll just kind of think for a second and go, sorry, cough, and go, yeah, so I figure with the way things are going and y'all being here, you might not actually have too much to say, honestly.
Isn't that kind of sad?
Yeah, it is.
I don't even really know my name.
Yeah, I mean, he'll just kind of shrug and go, I don't. Not
Yeah.
really, I guess, when you put it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really say if what I know is important or not, but he'll just kind of shrug and go again and go, I do think I got a bit of a message.
Okay. I mean, I hope so. However this goes for you, I hope it's good.
Yep, hope so too. Come out of this experience, maybe learned a little something if I wake up and my head ain't pounding.
Viridian, man, you gotta be careful.
Oh my
Oliver says
goodness.
from under the water.
How? We kind of look back up at Faunus Girl and then down at Oliver and like, what do you want now?
I'm just saying, man. I was right.
Yeah.
She
Okay.
sinks
Careful.
down in the water, and she smiles.
Do you think
Thanks,
he's
Ollie.
right?
He's gonna pause for a second and go, do I think he's right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could think more about it, but no, I don't really think he's right.
Okay. I guess that's a good thing for me, right?
He'll be caught at a loss for words for a second and then go, yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah. You don't. Sorry.
Yeah. Dang, that's real depressing like.
You know what the worst part is? You can't see my face, but you know this is your dad's axe.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the sink isn't much better than like a tree, but at least it's in your room for once, so good job on sleeping there.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah. I hope
You
your
know-
friends are okay. They all drowned in that boat.
Yeah.
The captain was dead.
Yep. He was.
Well,
Oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah. So, you want it to be over?
I kind of think I got everything from this.
Yeah, I bet you do.
She'll turn to sunlight.
Ah, boy. Oh.
And Viridian will wake up, foaming at the mouth a little bit.
Ah!
conked out.
Of
Hit his head against the upside of the sink.
course.
What do I do? Clara
Feel
will.
free to be as conscious as you like.
Is Viridian conscious or conked out? Because I
He just hit his head.
If you don't get up,
No foam in his mouth that tastes like sugar.
I'm taking you to the infirmary if you don't respond.
I was told you hit your head, you're conked out. Then Clara showed up. Okay, I can be as conscious as I want. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Oh, water.
Yeah, here. Miss Clara will pour a cup of water and give it to Viridian.
Viridian will put it in his mouth,
Uh,
slosh it around, and spit it out in the sink. Blah.
oh, I'm sorry. Did that not taste good? Was the cup bad?
No. Needed to get that out of my mouth.
What?
It's like I've been eating cakes for days.
Did you have something
Just
like
licking the frost off.
frosting? Oh, I thought you had some of Gwen's wacky ramen.
No, I know better than to go poking around that thing.
Did you have something bad to eat? I mean, I thought your stomach's pretty tough. Yeah, I mean, you take the food around here like a champ.
Yeah. I know. Look, you so don't want to know what I ate to do this, but I'm not even gonna tell you.
Viridian's kind of funny, right? I mean, remember like when we first met each other, it was me vomiting, and now you look like you're about to vomit?
Yeah. Look, I ain't gonna vomit. I promise you that. But this still tastes like sugar.
Maybe you should. It seems like whatever you ate, it's messing you up pretty bad.
Nah. That's not gonna help now. It's just the bad taste in my mouth. And what time is it?
For Viridian's sake, it's been literally only 30 minutes.
Nice.
It is a power trip. It felt
Nice.
like hours.
Nice.
You okay? Your eyes don't seem to be focusing.
Here, give me something to focus on.
Claire would just hold up like 2 fingers.
Alright. Hold on. Vinny will place a hand over one of his eyes and just kind of look at her finger and be like, yep, that's working.
Alright, you want to, like, me to take you to Tiz or something?
Nah. I'll be better in a minute.
Are you sure?
You know, it pains that you don't believe me, May.
Well,
It pains me real deeply.
I mean,
Not as much as this bump on my head do, though.
I'm a Viridian, I just walked in and you just randomly hit your head on the sink and keep saying it takes sugar. Like, I mean, you're like sort of looking around for like any kind of sugary snacks around. That seemed
They weren't
peculiar.
random. You lift your head up over the sink, you hit your head on the cabinet.
Huh. Well, you want to like at least lie down in your bed? It's still looking a bit wobbly. I see you're still holding on to the sink.
Yeah. I don't feel too wobbly, but you know what? I would like to lie down. So yeah.
Here, why don't I give you a hand
No,
on that?
Don't help me.
All right.
I should do this myself.
Claire's gonna observe. ready to catch him if he looks like he's gonna trip.
Yeah. He's gonna like pander around the walls.
Of course. Clara will.
Yeah, he's starting to get the feeling. I mean, like I said, you got this on you. You can judge it yourself, obviously.
Yeah, I got it. It's just a bit more funny if it lasts a bit.
Oh no! I'm not judging you for how you do it. I'm just making sure you know you get to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clara will put down another cup of water next to his bed, and just like go to sit down on a chair and pull out one of her study books. Oh, you feel free to lie down. I'm just gonna start studying, and I'll probably stick around here just in case you start foaming at the mouth again.
He'll just raise a thumb, like, yay. I give her a thumbs up and go, yeah. Good. Look, I'm already starting to feel better, so you just study a little hard out, and, I'll probably go get something to eat in a little bit.
Yeah, just, you do that. Just, Clara just doesn't really know what to think because the situation was very bizarre. And is just gonna sit here and study while she tries to observe Viridian enough, because she thinks he's doing better as she's looking at him more, but she is still concerned he is just going to randomly start like vomiting or something. So she's just gonna keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything more I think I want to say here, or at least from my end.
Yeah, after like a bit of lying down, probably like 5 to 10 minutes, Viridian will kind of pull himself up to the side of the bed like he's gonna get up, and we'll go, "Hey, Clara."
Yeah.
Never mind. Just remind me I have something to tell you later.
All right, that's fine.
I disappeared. Oh, I deleted myself. How did I do that?
How did you?
What? Hello?
Hello?
You can't do.
I
You don't
didn't
have
think I
that.
had that power.
You're not. Players aren't supposed to have this permission.
Yeah, there's not.
What the fuck?
You didn't like. Sorry, I was on a different map.
What the
tweaking something.
fuck? I can delete myself.
Like,
What? Players can delete their own tokens now? God damn it!
Why?
would you do this? Why would
I
you
mean,
do
Find a
this?
better group.
Just find a better. Just find a better group. Oh my fucking god!
Oh my fucking god.
Okay. Okay, well that's
This is so important here.
Oh my God,
Clean
they're
these
back.
up. Clean those
God,
up and don't delete them.
Oh god, combat has started.
Combat has started. PvP. Sorry, Richard, you were saying something before that happened, right?
Yes, I was.
Alright, that's
Viridian
fucking awesome.
Viridian had just said, remind me I gotta tell you something later. And she'd been like, alright. And Viridian's just gonna stand up and go, alright, I'm gonna get a shower.
Alright, well, I'll still be here studying.
Good.
If you do fall down or something, need help, just make sure you make a loud enough bang that I can notice it.
Clara, you see how tall I am? If I fall over, you're gonna hear it.
Alright, just making sure, because sometimes,
Yeah, alright, look. I know I'm in good hands. Just don't run in here unless there's a big bang.
yeah, I'll
Because I'll be naked.
yeah, it's fine. You don't...
Alright, good. I'm good with that.
Yes, I'm...
All right. Ryan can go take a cold fucking shower or cold fucking bath or whatever he needs to get his mind off everything that happened to him in his sequence.
Yeah, there was a lot there.
Oh yeah, a lot to go through, I'm sure. Okay. So, does anyone else have something on the agenda they'd like to get to?
Thinking.
I needed to run to the bathroom that entire time, so I'm gonna go do
That
that.
probably made the experience better.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna use the bathroom then.
A few moments later.
Or is it no one?
I don't.
Excellent. Ben?
Huh? Oh no, I'm good.
Excelente. Okay. Well then, we are going to have time pass as you are obviously, for good measure, I am assuming, still talking to NPCs in the downtime we just don't see. I like to remind people when we skip long parts of time that we are going to assume that the player characters are still having interactions off-scene that aren't don't have any specific importance.
I feel like it's pretty. I feel like
Yeah.
this one is probably important to clarify. I did go out drinking with Hephaestia like I told her I would. I just didn't think I didn't have anything to make that a scene. And for how I interact with Rosalind right now, because it's after the Aster conversation, mostly so like the same as I was before, where it's just like, everyday normal day to day, like, oh hey, what do you do today? Just hanging out like at the manor and stuff. Not really bridging the topic, addressing the topic because like Clara's trying to think on it.
Yeah,
and like
she certainly hasn't brought it up.
Yeah, if she doesn't bring it up, I'm not going to bring it up at the current time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just a mum issue. She just seems happy and normal again, and you guys don't have anything to bicker over again.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, cool. I hope you would put that into the recording part. Sorry, I don't know if we ever finished the cut.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, cool. So we will be ticking along the time, and we will be arriving down in the timeline at the I would say probably few days, I'll say, before you would normally receive your next mission orders. By now, Clara is healed up enough, and has gone through it that her aura has regained itself and her injuries have healed, and she's not like in the cripple zone anymore. And by now, the rest of you, of course, would also be in fighting condition. But you four will all be called to the headmistress's office, including Gwen, obviously. So you three and Gwen. So,
All right.
move yourselves down to the headmistress's office. This will be in the afternoon, way past when classes would have ended, just for surety. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get this a little bit because bless you. As you arrive in, you will see that Headmistress Gale's not in yet, but Team Iris is actually inside. They would have turned, and Rosarim wouldn't have, because she would have known who's coming. And Nebu was silent and said, "Rose, you said it was the headmistress." I lied, it was funny. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, are you all in trouble as well? I told you we're not in trouble. And I told you she totally found my stash. I am losing it. Never sweats. And Gwen narrows her eyes. Stash of what? Nothing. Nothing.
I don't think we did anything to be in trouble.
That is very suspicious. I do not think the Toto is back yet, so I don't know how she would know if we did something wrong either. This is getting stranger and stranger. Gale. Oh yeah, Felix, go ahead.
Felix will just think off Hagia said, "Go, I do not think we are in trouble at all." Then,
Gale kicks the door open. Oh goodness, I'm late to my own meeting. Take your... not enough seats. Take your shoes off. You all have... Oh, I love you kids. Come here, come here! She gestures for you to get closer to the desk. So, Headmistress, Hagia says, taking one of the seats, as Jose rolls his eyes. What is going on?
fine. Come on. I can't see.
Fine.
Clara will pull out the chair for Gwen.
I'm not a child. And I'm not standing on it either.
Oh, very funny, Clara.
What?
Claire, that was
yes,
downright savage of you.
Hilarious.
Really, really mean.
I'm sorry.
Here, Gwen, let me help you. I'll take that seat.
Shut up. Yeah, fine. Whatever. So,
Thank you all for making it here today. Gail claps her hands together, gathering your attention. So, as I'm sure you're all well aware, you two teams, she clarifies, placed very highly in the Vital Festival. Some might say you were the first and second place.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't say that? Shut up, Hagios.
I was talking shit.
As I was saying, Gail clears her throat again and looks a bit like, wipes a bit of sweat off her, neckline.
Are you doing okay with that, Mr. Toto?
shut.
I'm doing fine. I'm a grown woman. Thank you, Clara May Sora. Are you doing fine without your grandpa?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Miss Gale,
Good.
if I said something rude.
Gail,
She seems under a lot of stress.
Gail, that was mean. You know she weren't doing fine just the other day.
Shut up, Viridian.
Like she
Let's-
knows she wasn't doing fine.
Let us let the headmistress speak, please.
Thank you, Felix. You were always one of my favorites.
Okay.
What?
Shut up, Clara!
I'm getting a headache. Okay, so something very strange has happened.
Do we respond now?
Yes, I mean, should we... What is not normal about you? Okay. I'm going to ignore, half of those. And no, not now. We have received a very important missive asking for a extended, generous trip for you to perform some extracurricular huntsman work. Both of your teams. By the King of Vale. She corrects her tie a little bit. Hagios raises an eyebrow. Jose looks more attentive. Nebu looks shocked that this is something important, and Rosarm tilts her head, showing more surprise than she normally does. And Gwen shoots up straight a little bit.
The king? That's pretty important. I mean, does he request a lot of kids to do things for him?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, this seems kind of... This is peculiar, ain't it?
It is. I received word that it was a sign of good faith and congratulations that they would extend it because there is a situation that would require well enough experienced huntsman teams. However, it was deemed not necessarily critical. So, the reinforcement of providing two or three extra huntsman teams of fully fledged huntsmen would seem perhaps, while not necessarily unnecessary in process, there is more to be gained apparently by allowing, you all to be involved. What I'm saying is it would be doing some favors for some important people in Vale, and they want to have you do them. You're getting the chance to rub shoulders with a lot of important people. And this doesn't happen. Ever.
Ever?
Ever?
No, why the fuck would... I find it very surprising that the king not only has requested you to go here and assist with the current, I don't even know if it's a situation. It just seems like they want you to do some work in the city. But I've never heard of the request like this from a high power for students before. But it seems the victors in second place of the Vital Festival has earned you quite a lot of esteem, and there are a lot of people interested in, well, seeing you in action. If that makes sense. Because I'm not sure I've ever had to coach or explain this to people before, so this is all very new to me as well. This never happened when I was a student.
Don't worry, you're doing great.
Thank you.
Sorry. Clara, like, is quiet and raises her hand.
Go ahead.
Where are we going? Like, somewhere in Vale, but, like, where in Vale?
You have been requested.
Oh, thank you.
Just pulling up what looks like an old parchment burr.
No, you're cutting out.
Awesome.
Oh no.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you cut out basically right when Gil started talking.
Yeah, I saw my light laying up. I just couldn't tell you I saw that because I was lagging. Gil pulls out a piece of parchment that looks like it came from a sealed envelope. So this was not normal communication network stuff. This was from an actual letter. By missive of the king. Oh shit, let me remind myself what number he is. Hold on. I think he's Artorius the 23rd, yeah. Artorius Guild the 23rd to attend a communal and continental bonding exchange by supporting the efforts of Vale's Pride and Glory, the rising metropolitan beauty, the dream city of Mountain Glen.
Oh, holy shit, we's going to Mountain Glen?
You're kidding!
Whoa. Jose just lets out a little gasp.
Claire looks
What's that?
towards Rose.
Oh, Mountain Glen. It's wonderful. I've heard. It's an incredibly new city built within the last 2 decades, finished about 5 years ago, I believe. The whole place is built underneath a mountaintop.
Oh, that sounds fancy.
And not just any mountain, an entire range known as the Glens. That's the name. It's one of the largest cities in all of Vale. Its current expansion progress has it seen to outgrow the city of Vale eventually. Within the next 5 years even, if it goes at speed.
Oh, wow.
It's the city of the future, besides Atlas, which I hear is competing for the title. But I suppose that's always how we've been.
So they
Yeah, everyone back talking up Mountain Glen for years.
Yeah.
So they just want us to go there and do what?
Well, are you familiar with promotional deals? What?
I'm just gonna cut it and say, nah.
We're going as advertisement? You're going as advertisement.
I
So
see.
so we have to like take pictures?
She looks over the letter again. Maybe.
Clara looks towards Nebu.
Nebu is looking more like contemplative and actually like an intellectual with a sharp wit about her for once.
Well, I guess it is like a pretty good celebrity spot to promote the place. I hear with the expansions and everything, considering the immigration situation also, they may be considering this a sort of good time to advertise the city's appeal. Like, I mean, I don't think they want every refugee just to end up in Vale and, like, make the place look worse. So, either they're appealing to them or, oh, I know what's happening. Duh! You do? Oh, actually, Nebu? I'm sorry. I just don't believe you exactly. No.
Shh. She shushes the headmistress, who just nods, like, in shock that Nebu's taking the front place.
Think about it. every refugee that's swarming over to Vale is dropping property value.
That's a bit mercenary of you to jump to.
Yeah, so what would they want? They'd want to advertise to the people of Vale to go trade places and move to the Glen. Abandon old roots and move to a nice new city. What's the perfect excuse? Yours going to shit. Dealing with a refugee crisis.
You really think they're like that cold?
Yeah, that's awful, Nebu. Think about it! It makes sense.
Some people are that cold.
Oh. Well, it still would be a good experience for you all, but now it sounds very mean, almost.
Is that how?
The king's asking for us, right?
Well, yes, it is a letter from him. I don't imagine it was necessarily directly his idea.
Nebu, is that how the place you're from got, going?
Well, I mean, Rio just basically sells its land and gets people to buy really expensive plots of land sometimes for businesses and commercial resorts and things. So, kind of. We keep out most of the bums, though. Immigration to Rio is a lot more strict.
You are picky about your people and will only end up with gold diggers mining your place dry.
We're not having this conversation right now. Viridian, what were you saying? Gwen says up to you.
I was saying that, there's some shitty nobles and moneybags over in Vale who'd come up with something exactly like that, but, I mean, everyone always speaks pretty good about the Artoriuses, so even if it's someone else's idea, if he's going along with it, Viridian will shrug and go, there's no bad intention aimed at us.
I think Viridian's probably right. It's probably just something he had to do for a deal within one of the houses of nobles or commons. The king still has a lot of authority, but he still requires appeasing the houses, and getting them on his side would be worth doing something like this. It's not as if it seems that scummy on his end to ask for it. Yeah, duh. The whole point of this is that it's not actually scummy on the surface. We'd probably be doing stuff like chasing cats or whatever and doing photo shoots and maybe attending some meetings and galas or something. And, well, I mean, we basically get to be celebrities. So, we're taking this mission, Hagios.
How long are we gonna be there?
She scrolls down the message.
You said extended, didn't you?
It did.
Are we gonna miss a lot of our work here?
Well, like most missions will help adjust your class schedules for them. You don't actually know how long they want us. I have no idea.
Ah.
That is troubling.
Is that
Extended
okay?
would imply quite a while.
Well, can't you just ask? I don't know how to call the king. Letters take time. He's asking for you all in 2 days. That was the other troubling part.
Well, I mean, can we really go? Can we really go without knowing anything?
I mean, the King of Vale asked a favor of me directly, so... And Neb was right, this might be a good opportunity for you all. I wish Toto was here.
Gwen looks over at Viridian, since I think I heard you saying something, Richard.
Yeah, I forget what I was saying.
I'm sorry.
I thought I was heard and was kind of answered, and so I just let it go.
Nice. How about Felix? You got any thoughts?
Felix, when she's asking for Toto, Jesus, but Felix will be like,
Felix will be like, Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. No, Felix didn't say Jesus, but he'll be like, well, I suppose I have no objections. And he'll kind of look at his team.
I mean, let's think of it this way, Rose says out loud to everyone, clapping her hands and trying to look comforting.
We'll be seeing the world for a good excuse, and, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some actual work to still do. We've all done some pretty boring missions with patrolling the city. It'll just be like foreign city patrol.
Yeah, I
You
guess.
know, I'm with Rose. Like, I say we go. Like, really, what reason would we have to turn it down?
I guess you're right. I guess I was hoping for something a bit more, well, worky since I've recovered. But maybe,
Honestly, I'm kind of relieved that it's not that worky since Clara still could use some practice.
yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's no reason to look poorly on something so extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you just think of it like City Patrol, it's not that bad.
Jose, you make sounding like a celebrity to be bad.
Yeah, galas and stuff are really dull. I am thinking I'm very interested in this the more I think on it.
Do I have to?
Making some connections with people there would be important for my future as the chieftain.
Should I like pack a dress or get one there?
I'm thinking whatever dresses we would make would not be acceptable in Valish culture.
Oh, Rose, can you help me find someone that's acceptable in your culture?
Of course, dear. I'll make you look more than acceptable.
All right,
I'll make
thank
you
you.
look more than acceptable.
Thank you.
She nods her head willowy with a ghost of a sinister smile. So we should get packing, because if it's that soon, we've gotta get a... Well, we're gonna have to get on the rail, aren't we?
Oh,
Oh, yeah. We're gonna have to make a connection in... Oh, Valenwall! You want to see your family, Jose?
No, we don't really have the time. That's fine. Maybe I'll catch him on the way back.
Great! Thank you, kids! I do not want to be, like, punished for sending no to this, so I will attempt to go navigate the way to communicate my assurance that you are on your way to the king. I have to ask a lot of people for help on that one. How do you get in contact with him? Does he have a phone number for, like, an assistant?
Gail starts muttering to herself as she starts shuffling through drawers in her dresser. And Hagios will clap his hands together, finally getting out of the chair. Let us get packing, Iris.
yeah, Supernova, let's go pack.
We'll see you at, like, the train station in, like, half an hour, okay?
Oh man, that
Pretty
really
puts the
isn't
cherry
one time.
down.
He puts the chair down.
Thanks for it, Ian.
All right, well, okay. Claire just like starts speed walking. Man, I also have to tell Ralston that I'm leaving.
Well, we practice packing for a reason in survival class sometimes.
My stuff's already packed.
Yeah.
That's because you don't unpack it.
Exactly. Y'all should pick that habit up.
I think I'll skip out on that one.
Yeah, same. Some of us have more than 4 outfits, Viridian.
Yeah. I don't know how you keep that straight.
In a drawer.
Paid out on that. Any significant scenes you want to have saying goodbye to anyone? For now. Or you think you guys are good?
I'd like to say goodbye to Russell.
Sure.
Do this in the courtyard as I'm getting ready to leave.
Yeah, you can like call her and be like, Rosalind, Gail got hoodwinked by royalty.
Rosalind, meet me at the courtyard because I'm leaving.
I fucking hate the Valish King. Artorias can die. Choke. Okay. You'll be talking to Rosalind. Anyone you two want to say goodbye to on screen? I mean, you can always assume you do it off screen, obviously.
I don't think there's anyone. I mean, on screen, I don't think it'd be substantial enough to really do.
Of course, of course.
Let me think while Blake does his goodbye if saying goodbye to Kid is big enough.
Certainly. Rosalind will come, moving swiftly into the courtyard and find you, raising an eyebrow and looking a bit perturbed by this sudden summons.
Claire will be
Is everything
standing.
all right?
Claire will be standing there with her luggage, like already
Nay.
prepared to go. So I got a new mission.
That's early.
rest of your team's coming, right?
Yeah, so is Team Iris.
Oh. What is it then?
They're sending us to Mountain Glen and Vale for publicity.
That anthill the Valish built? She raises an eyebrow.
Yeah, apparently the king sent Headmistress Gale a letter asking if we could go to Mountain Glen.
Asked by the king?
Yeah.
Her eyebrows raised up and she looks surprised.
It didn't really give much of a reason why, so we had to speculate on that. We came upon the idea that we're advertising.
What? I'm sorry, May. You must have had some time to process this. Give me a moment.
Trust me, I'm not exactly sure myself. All I know is that we're leaving in like 15 minutes.
And you found out about this?
Like 30 minutes ago.
Our headmistress is unbelievable sometimes.
I think we're expected to be there in 2 days.
Well, I suppose we'll have to cancel dinner tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry about that. Kind of last minute.
No, that's not your fault. I'm not concerned about that. So you're going as a publicity stunt.
Yeah, Nebu said it's something about, trying to show off how cool Mountain Glen is to convince some of the richer people in Vale to move there. Well, these refugees move into where they lived?
Can you believe how tactless the Valish people are?
I don't really get it.
They're turning a travesty into an advertisement campaign.
Huh.
Rosalind shakes her head. I can only hope that all of those disgusting apes move out of that place and make room for the poor people who had to be moved. Maybe they can do something better with the Valish land. Veracians are good at building from nothing. Well, sorry, I'm just...
I don't think I'll be doing much besides, I think, just city patrol and,
Yes, but do be careful. You know how Valish cities are.
I actually don't.
Well, they're about as rife with crime as Shade is, except, well, there's an actual police force that is just too corrupt to deal with it, or mismanaged. And I hear there's some criminal organizations, perhaps on the scale of ones we've already unfortunately had to deal with, but still, just, you'll be careful. Oh, don't be careful. I don't believe there's anything as, well, reasonable as an acceptance of vigilantism in Vale. They'd skewer you for the sorts of things we do, trying to make the city better.
Yeah, maybe I'll hold off on that and just do whatever I'm supposed to be doing with everyone else.
And don't work too hard, you're still recovering.
Yeah.
She says, looking nervous.
You know, I don't think either of us have to worry much about that. It doesn't sound like we'll be doing anything strenuous on this mission.
I hope not, I'm just... Well, it's just odd.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Right, sorry, I suppose you would be the victim of it the most. Well, I feel like the victim knowing I won't see you for quite some time, apparently.
What?
How long will it be?
I don't know.
May.
I asked, she just said she did, Headmistress Gale said she didn't know. Indeterminate amount of time is what I was told.
Right. Okay. Send a message from the CT channel. I'll be checking each day, and I'll stay from the mission if I have to wait for your response.
How about I try and send them, like, every Sunday, then? Just so you're aware.
Right. Just send one as soon as you get there, alright? Just to make sure and
yeah.
figure something else.
Yeah, I'll make sure to do that.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to miss you, and I didn't even prepare myself for it this time. I thought I had at least another day or two.
Trust me, I'll miss you too. I hope your mission, whatever it be, goes pretty well.
And I hope you aren't strutted around like a billboard by these veilish, foppish nobles.
Well, either way, hopefully, Rose knows how to kind of navigate the situation better than I do.
I don't hold a lot of hope from her. Well, it's not as if she was trained in that, but she does have a way with it, and at worst, I think you could actually employ Viridian as a useful device to get those feckless brats away from you. You know what they're like. If they see him, they'll probably be scared off or fascinated, so I suppose I'm thankful he's with you this time.
Right. Well, I guess I'll send you a message when I get there and see you at some point.
Right. Do you mind if I come see you off at the station?
Oh, yeah, sure.
She smiles. Thanks, May. Another few moments with you is all I could ask at this point.
Yeah, I think both of us are a bit frazzled by this.
Then give you a reassuring squeeze.
And we can go to the station. And so I'll give her a kiss goodbye and all that as we set off.
Yes. Okay, good. I did hear all that. Good. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I caught the last exact thing you said, but
I said
just,
she said she took May's hand and gave it a squeeze.
Yeah, that's what I heard the word squeeze.
Yeah, and then you transitioned off perfectly, so I assumed you heard it.
Yeah, I heard the word squeeze, so I kind of figured.
I said she squeezed your ass. What? Rosalind, come on.
Shade student blushes.
Shade student blushes.
It's literally a tamer's video now.
Clara's a massive ass cheek.
We really need to get back on that train.
There's so much. Did he make
alone.
another movie yet? That's the easiest way to get back into it.
I don't know.
No, we're gonna miss the whole Yakuza arc, dude.
Wait.
We need the build up for the movies.
Can we go back and watch the old movie? It's been so long. I think it would be funny again.
There's so much new shit. Why would we
the
watch
new
the
shit?
movie? Yeah, let's just watch the new shit.
Okay.
Watch the movie another time.
Okay.
It's not like he doesn't recycle the same joke like 50 times. No, hey, it's always funny, but...
Okay. Richard, did you decide if you wanted to have it on screen or not?
Yeah, I think it's substantial enough, actually.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
I'll delete Clara for you.
No. All right. You can catch Kit in the hallway.
Good. Up there, hallway.
Hide among the shade students.
Yeah. Among us.
Shut the fuck up. Only I can do that.
Hey, Viridian, she says, like, hurrying up. I saw Rosalind, like, bolt like a fucking jet. What's going on?
Oh.
You guys are going on a mission or something?
Oh, yeah, it's a mission. Definitely a mission. Kind of a weird one.
Yeah, I'll say it's a little early, isn't it?
Yeah, but, well, he'll think for a second and go, nah, she never told us not to say anything. Now when the King of Vale asks for something, apparently even Miss Gale.
Whoa, the king? Are you for real? You're fucking with me.
I swear to the goddess, I am not fucking with you. Like, you could even see how frazzled Miss Gale is if you want. Pretty sure we left the door open.
You guys are such celebrities now that you won the Vital Festival. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly that. We won the festival. We're team number 1. Iris team number 2. They want us to go and see Mountain Glen and do stuff over there.
Isn't that city really like, I heard it's famous, but I don't remember for what.
Oh yeah, it's famous. It's really new, already really big. Also, it's built under a bunch of mountains for protection from Grim and stuff, instead of having walls up.
So it's like an even more complete version of Shade then. An actual mountain instead of just a couple rocks.
Oh yeah, it pretty much is. So anyway, guess we'll be doing city patrol and stuff over there. Maybe we being having a chance to rub shoulders with some hobnobbish, Valish nobles.
Well, I heard it is quite the metropolis, so I hope you managed to find somewhere comfortable in it for you. I don't think there's going to be the same sort of running water and palm trees and earth under our ground like there is here. Or earth under our feet like there is here.
Yeah, probably not. Last time when we were in Vale, they had a real thing for sidewalks and streets.
Ooh, I hear this place is like beyond Vale, so what could be more city-like than that?
Yeah, what could be? Well, tell you what, I'll find out and send that back.
Yeah, take some pictures and send them through the CT network, okay?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I think I figured out this whole thing well enough to do that.
Yeah, has Kalen sent anything back to you yet? He has not.
Okay. And he'll be like, no, not yet, but he said they would only be stopping in at the city and stuff around there, like, once or twice a month.
Yeah, right, and he probably has to spend a lot of time moving in anyway, wherever they ended up going, right?
Yeah, so he'll get settled in, and I'll get a message from him someday, and he'll shrug and go, now we get to talk to the kid and see what's up.
Cool. That'll be nice. Well,
Yeah,
make sure to forward any messages you get from him so we can talk about how cute he is.
right, of course I will, and, hey, look, I'm, like, sorry about this, but, don't know how long he's gonna be there, actually.
Oh, that's so fucked up. Like, you don't know?
Yeah, we don't know. It's just this Gale in the letter used the word extended exchange, so it might be a while actually.
Ah, that blows. Like, I mean, they give us mission estimations sometimes, and like, yeah, sometimes they're vague, but I guess with like a weirder one where there's not like an immediate threat, it's just weird to hear that they don't know how long they want you.
Yeah, I mean it's especially weird if we're just going there to be the champions of the Vital Festival and like hop up the place. I figured they'd know when they want their advertisement to end.
Right?
Just shrug and go, so yeah, I'm sorry about that. Guess it's gonna keep me for a while.
Hey, I can't blame you. Plus, this is a really good opportunity for you, isn't it? So, like, hey, I'm gonna be here when you get back. Don't worry.
And he'll just kind of nod and go, yeah, it's, and he'll just kind of shake his head a bit to, like, get the little lingering bit of trouble in his head out and go, yeah, it's a pretty good opportunity.
Yeah,
I figure I'll make the best of it.
good. You should enjoy it. It's not a lot of chances you have, like, a good excuse just to fuck around in the city, right?
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? Yeah, if we do a good job advertising, maybe I'll make some contacts to get some real good jobs in the future when I'm a huntsman. I mean, I don't necessarily want to have a jacuzzi in my house, but he'll just kind of shrug and go, there's some things I could use.
Well, okay, but a jacuzzi would be pretty cool. I'm probably gonna get one.
Yeah, well, I know that. You can go ahead and get yourself one. I ain't stopping y'all.
Well, I'm just saying, it'll look cooler.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they can come up with some dang cool-looking anything nowadays.
Yeah, I guess. Do you need any help packing? What the fuck am I saying? What I mean is, do you want to hang out a little bit before you have to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, he'll just kind of nod and, like, try to do that thing where he, like, makes his smile bigger and be like, yeah, well, since I don't got much to pack, I guess I got a little extra time no one else has. So,
Still smirk.
might as well use that privilege.
Well, come on. I'll help double check your bag for you.
Gee, thanks.
He smiles and heads off if you spend some last time with you.
Yeah.
All right. Boys, you're heading off to the train. I think Blake actually AFK'd for a second, though. Blake confirmed tonight.
What? No.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I thought I heard shouting from you. Okay.
No, what?
You guys are gonna head to the train.
A few moments later.
Yeah.
You guys
will join Team Iris on the good old, what did I name this fucking train? Oh no. No, this one's called the bunker line. You will have one stop where you transfer in Vale and Wall. You guys head into the train, and it starts to move, and you will be sailing off across the desert. The journey on the train will take about a day and a half. So you'll arrive basically just in time. You managed to all get your way in. You have your nice cabin, and you can head over to Iris's cabin to chat with them for a bit, if you'd like. Anything you want to talk to among the team immediately, though?
Yeah, sure.
Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, we probably should talk.
So,
Yeah.
Viridian, anything more you can tell me about this mountain glen?
He's gonna kind of think about that for a second and go, well, I've never been myself, but I've heard all the things they were saying about it a couple years ago. It's supposed to be the next super city in the world. Already real big, almost as big as Vale itself, with, it's like a new Vale, so it's all shiny and under mountains. They built it like that because it was easier to protect from Grim or something. Think for a second, and I guess I will make an acumen roll to see if I know anything else.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes. Mountain Glen not only is the city itself famous for its actual architectural and development and progressive development in the sense of, Vale was built a long time ago. The city was redeveloped a few times, and there's lots of, newer parts to it with modern innovations and things, but let's be honest. The cracks show a lot of the place in a city like that. Mountain Glen is within, the last 30 years. It had a boom in the post-war. It was planned pre-war and was delayed a lot of times due to the war starting. But during it, you remember that in the war, it was originally used as a weapons and vehicular and machine processing plant in the mountain, which is where it started its industrial nature. And the project expanded in the post-war. You remember it was revitalized for some reason, and that's where it started.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you get with that level of acumen. You can say what you like, and there might be a spider who will chime in with more.
That's fine. I can work with that. Everything will be yeah. So Vale's pretty old, so it's got a lot of history, but Mount Glen's got that fresh stuff about it. It's I think it started in the war with some manufacturing stuff, and it's got a bunch of industries. So a lot of rich people in business set up there, even ahead of some Valish things.
Yeah, that's... Wow, you actually do care to remember things about Vale. Gwen looks impressed. The entirety of Mountain Vale started as a manufacturing plant, basically, that just kept getting bigger the longer the war went on until it got ridiculous. I mean, the Valish people were pretty famous for their industrial revolution, and that place really showed it. So, when the war was over, not a lot of people were exactly buying weapons, but automobile manufacturing and things like that, with the redevelopment projects, with all the roads and stuff that were built during the war for, chain line of command stuff. A lot of those got turned into roads and things. Vacuo got a lot more places where cars are viable, and the engines being produced there could still be sold to them for air traffic or for aerial vehicles and some of the things like that Hagios' people would build. So they were able to turn their product into a lot more of a profitable thing in the post-war economy, and
Merlot Industries kept their grip on the place and really started to redevelop it.
Oh, wow. Huh. Only cities I've ever been to are, well, Shade and Mantle. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what a Valish one is like, especially a brand new one.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm
See
in
that,
much
Felix?
the same boat as Clara. I've only truly seen Shade as a large city.
Felix, this is actually a train.
Haha. Clara,
Oh.
I see that your cunning wit does not even stop. Here,
Like-
he'll point around.
Like, Mantle's pretty big, I remember, but I know it got kind of, shrunk over the years for issues. But, like, Argus is basically the size of Shade, Felix, from where I come from. I mean, yeah, Shade's impressive because of its interesting geography and architectural design around the free swords and all of that, but, like, well, I mean, Vale could fit 4 shades in it, at least.
Oh,
And Mountain Glen is inching each, well, like, month slowly growing in size compared to Vale. So, it's the largest city in the world.
I see. That is.
Mm-hmm.
hope it's not as compact as Mantle is.
I think that's kind of what they were avoiding.
Yeah, you know, I don't. Streets back home can get pretty winding and pretty hard to manage.
I heard myths about, like, people living in, like, 8x8 apartments being, like, their only room. That's true?
Yeah, some people.
Crazy.
You know, you walk down the street and pass, like, maybe, well, the buildings go up real tall. So, there could be, you know, hundreds, if not 1,000 people living in one building.
That's ridiculous. I
But
can't even imagine that.
there are so many places, like, that are interesting to explore. I mean, a bunch of hidey holes and all that. But, Claire will
Wow,
shake her
I'd
head.
love to find one and get stabbed.
Claire will, like, shake her head. Wait. What are we talking about Mantle for? We're going to Vale and, you know, this brand new future city.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, Viridian says as he's like kicking his boots up on this desk table thing. He'll be like, yeah, well, everyone back home, they have nothing but exciting things to say about Mountain Glen. You can't find a part of Vale. Sorry, let me.
Understandable.
Y'all can't find a part of Vale that don't have the hype for that place.
But you're excited.
Yeah.
But you're excited to go see it.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, I think it's not Vale itself, so I might even get to see it before Rob does.
You know, the important part that's easy to forget about Mountain Glen is what Governor McDonald's done to the land around it. I mean, they've bought up a lot of the smaller inlet communities that used to be baronies in Vale. And, well, I mean, not only is the city impressive itself, it does have its own agricultural program that's, well, one of the largest food producers, if not the largest in all of Remnant. I mean, between just like grains and normal meals and agricultural things like cows and meats, there's also a lot of specialty goods and stuff. Valish wine's famous for a reason. It's because of the McDonald family. And the governor taking control of it basically turned the entire place into a city that's perfect and, well, turned the land outside into perfect farmland by moving everyone on the inside.
Man, think we're gonna have a chance to meet this guy?
I mean, probably. If we're being sent there, he's the governor. He'll probably deal with him eventually if we're doing, like, publicity stuff. Well, at least shake his hand for, like, a picture or something.
Viridian, if we're shaking his hand, I'll let you do that since you're the guy from Vale.
Plus, you're the most impressive.
Yeah, look. Hey, you need someone to fill up space in a photo. I'm your man.
Haha, you're big.
Yes. Yes, I am. And you are not.
Shut up! Look,
Quite a low blow, Viridian. Felix will bite his tongue almost instantly.
Oh, not you too, Antlers. Do you get stuck on the ceiling again recently? Huh?
Gwen, that never happened.
Come on, Gwen.
Yes, it did.
Come on, Gwen.
It's hilarious.
Gwen, just calm down as Clara will put her hand on Gwen's head.
Gwen will start literally steaming and shaking and screaming, and we'll cut from the scene there.
As Felix,
I'm sorry, I can't. I can't. No.
Sorry, too much comedy in this game for you, Ben.
Dude, come on. Fuck you. Yeah, our character literally explodes. Anyway, we're gonna cut away for now. I don't have a cutaway right now.
Alright, so...
as Felix gets, like, fucking wide eyes as Clara's hand is moving towards Gwen's head.
Yeah. Oh no, here it comes. So, you guys will transfer in Vale and Wall, and we will enter the forested regions of Vale as the... Give me a moment. Let's see. As we enter the... That's not all the trees. Oh, some of them decided they didn't like that layer. That's cool. Hold on. Oh no.
I'm impressed. I would have just duplicated the map.
I should have too, yeah. Meh. Token issues would have driven me up the wall if I had to make last-minute adjustments that didn't transfer over. That's a good point. They should be a grassy field that's glowing. You guys will.
Why is the map lagging so much before when it's on the bottom layer?
When there's 400 gifts behind this JPEG. All right. So this will be like on the next morning. Do you guys want to like talk to Iris at all? Maybe hit up the food cabin.
I mean, I'd probably like play like cards with them or like hit up the food cabin, but I don't think I have anything super significant to talk about. Yeah. It'd mostly be like the same thing. It'd mostly be small talk, like along the same lines what I just talked about with Viridian, being like, man, we're going to like some future city.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have any like substantial thing. Probably just hang out and talk to them.
Right.
Likewise, as well.
Okay. All right. At one point, as you guys are like mingling with Iris, you know, either in like their train car or whatever. Here, let me just rotate some of them around a little bit. Nebu's gonna knock on the door and go, "Who's going to the food cart? I'm starving."
Yeah, I could go for some food.
Felix's stomach grumbles.
Thanks. Yeah, Felix will stand up and just be like, Viridian, if you could please move aside.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You're not hungry, Viridian?
No, I am. I could go.
Come on, idiot. Let's go.
And they'll all start to move off as Jose walks into the other car. And you guys can head off.
Oh, place, Nebu's not there anymore.
Jose sits down with them and goes to like join in their round of the board game before he squints and goes, "Wait, are we in the bunker line?" And Gwen goes, "Yeah, why?" Ah, shit. Well, I guess they'll find out the hard way. All right. As you all corral into the room, Nebu runs over to the bar immediately. Viridian ducks his head in to step into the dining car, and it's a very nice dining car. I didn't describe the line, I apologize before, but it's a very nice, comfortable train line. It's built with these cabins for beds and stuff for sleeping overnight rides. The cabin itself, the dining cabin, is a step up because it is the in-between area between first class and normal transport. And so it is accommodating to a higher degree of customer outside of the normal people who bring food to them. It is a much fancier place. There's some accoutrement on the wall, weapons and some things under cases, pictures of horse racers and some things like that. There is a beautiful little classical piece being played over the ceiling, and there's a kitchen unit and stuff behind the bar and everything that they're preparing, and fancy waiters moving around. And the atmosphere is clearly a step above the normal one. Where would you guys like to sit? As you pass by the employees, they kind of eye you a bit nervously as you step in. One of them nods kind of quietly and goes, congratulations in the Vital Festival.
Thank you. Is there an open place for 4 of us to sit?
He looks to the other employee nervously, who shrugs, and one of the waiters comes over and eyes them, and they both kind of shrug, and the waiter nods and goes, yes, I have a table for free if you'd like it. As he kind of turns his nose up a little bit.
Clara will look towards Nebu, who's already at the bar.
She's got her food.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Right, okay. He'll lead you to this table. He'll give me a wit roll.
Oh. Yeah.
Classism in my D&D? I thought I put that on my. I thought I put that on
my triggers.
On my trigger card.
That.
My triggers. Fuck.
I'm at a. It's okay. I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10 for things.
Oh baby, yeah. You guys make your way over, and this waiter is giving the shittiest look at Felix you can fucking imagine. The minute you guys sit down, he tosses some menus on the plate and quickly moves over to one of the other staff members and starts quietly talking with him. As you guys look around, most people in the car are turning their heads a little bit to look over towards you and uncomfortably look back towards their meals.
I guess we're out of vacuo.
Yes, it would seem so.
Luckily, Nebu gets a few glances too. But as you sit down, as a waiter and some more waiting staff moves from the table to the right of you, you see 2 people who strike you as different than the normal, just like waiting class immediately. One of them is a man in a large sort of brace that looks like it's to be fitted over with heavier pieces of armor. It's just got like some refined chainmail and gambeson like leathered under it, and 2 spots with lower like smaller pauldrons that have holes in them that clearly click into larger ones and part of a set of armor. And he's built like a brick shit house. This is Garth on the north side. He has a nasty scar going down the right side of his face and a left one going across horizontally over his nose. So they cross over one of his cheeks. And he has this ashen sort of skin. And as I said, built like a brick shit house. He's very tall, not Viridian level tall, but he's incredibly wide and is using 2 chairs to sit on. He doesn't look fat necessarily, just like stocky and huge. And I presume you guys would not travel around literally with your weapons on you, besides maybe Felix. I don't know if he's picked up on I'll leave in the upper carrier yet.
Actually, let me think about that. I think he would, but he would like leave it with like Gwen. He wouldn't just have it somewhere.
Yeah, she understands.
He'd leave it with someone he trusts completely.
Yeah. Garth Bumanes is at his waist, still on his large reinforced belt, are his weapons tracers. These like big, long, they're more like scimitars, like shaped daggers in sheaths. And he's clearly still armed. And he raises an eyebrow as you all turn, and the man with him has this very composed, clean-shaven face, gray silverish hair with like gray maybe eyes, a large red cape over one side of his body on his right side that he's pushed over the side to eat, pair of gloves, this white and blue sort of. It's not like a gown; it's more like a tunic with long black sleeves under it and black pants. And he puts down his fork and knife and stares over at you all incredulously, and looks over towards the staff and glares at them. The big man kind of chuckles a little bit as this man unseats himself from the table and makes his way towards you, striding over. His silk outfit, his silk's like moving very like water as he moves. It's very fancy clothes, and he sways the cape off to his shoulder and behind him, and he stares down at all of you. He's maybe like 5'9" or something, so he's not incredibly tall by any means, but still, you're all seated. He's taking the advantage to sneer down at you with this disdainful look. And he eyes himself, he finds himself glaring at Felix. What in the goddess's good graces do you think you're doing here?
Felix will turn back to him and be like, I am trying to eat.
Is that a joke? Goodness me! I didn't know you could learn a trick like that. Well, have you tried learning how to read?
Clara will look towards Felix, just like trying to get a sense of like, did she hit him, or like what is? How do you want to play this, basically?
How about Viridian?
Viridian has decided that he's definitely gonna do something, but he'll let Felix do whatever Felix wants to do, and so he's just looking over the menu right now because he's already decided, yeah, I'll speak up when I got my shit, when Felix's shit is over.
Okay. Well, after he says that, Felix will put down his menu, quit looking over, and he'll turn over to this guy and be like, does your interruption have some sort of purpose, or are you here to prattle on until I leave?
So composed, so well tamed, interesting. But I'm sorry, you two, unless you're also an ape, he says, looking at Viridian. But if you would perchance maybe look up from your feet once in a while, he'll take from one of his hands out from his back and point it accusingly towards something on the wall, which is a metal emblazoned human eating car. We don't allow your kind in establishments of this caliber. If you could remove your pet, please. You wouldn't want to make a scene for the staff. They look quite worried enough already. He eyes them accusatorily, who both kind of wither and move off away from where they were.
Clara,
I mean, heavens, you're making a scene.
Clara's gonna take a deep breath, but I will let Viridian get the first move if you want, because he just called you like a monkey.
Yeah, that's true. Just give me a second to think. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Nebu's consumed in her food. She has not noticed anything. She's got her AirPods in.
Doing great.
Unironically.
Doing great.
And unironically, his headphones on.
Doing great, Nebu.
Okay. Damn, how did we miss the gold-plated, diamond-encrusted sign that said, fuck Faunus? Damn, how did we miss that coming in?
It's not very big, to be fair. It's not. They're not rubbing it in your face.
Yeah, I know. I've watched RWBY. I know what these signs look
Oh,
like.
human eating car. I'm sorry. I thought this is where I ate humans at.
This employee nervously walks up and goes, I'm terribly sorry, but it's not as if we won't serve you, sir. He says, looking towards Felix, kind of like wincing. Like, he doesn't look like he's saying, like, get the fuck out. He just looks uncomfortable at the situation. Oh. And you get why that other employee was like, congratulations, and like didn't want to say anything to you.
Right.
He didn't want to go, I'm sorry, no Lagoos, but I really liked you in the Vital Festival. It's like, we'll still serve you anything that's made here. Just in the cars. We'll bring it to you and everything. Anything you need, sir. It's part of the ticket. Oh, that's on the accompanying class now. How very generous of you to provide for the non-first class service members. This really is a fine line, isn't it? He smiles.
Okay.
Felix will glance over to his two friends, and then he'll be kind of
Holy shit! Maybe I won't do anything.
What the fuck?
Listen. I'm sorry I said it like that. I literally, the second I said it like that, my mind went, why the fuck did I say it like that?
Look, we all had that reaction.
Why'd I say it like that?
Y'all ain't even squaring up. Give me that full throat defense.
I
What
didn't
the
mean
fuck?
to say it like that. That's my bad. I used the wrong inflection. I'm sorry.
Why didn't you defend me?
What did you do? Fuck you. Fuck you.
I literally just kept saying I'm allowing other people to do things.
I know.
Viridian was saying. Richard was saying.
Yes.
I was going to do something.
Go ahead.
I said Viridian is going to like put the menu down and go, you know what, I decided what I want.
The employee signals over to one of the waiters to come over. How can I help you, sir? This was the waiter that sees it, Felix.
Yeah, of course. And he's gonna be like, yeah, no problem there. What's like a name, a common Valish name I could call him?
How about Jonesley?
Yeah, okay.
He looks like a Jonesley with his thin, wiry mustache and olive complexion.
Yeah, Viridian's just gonna kind of like stand up, purposely like scrape the chair back as he gets up and goes, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay, Jonesley. I can get it myself.
I'm not quite sure what you mean, sir.
And he's just going to kind of get up and start walking away. Not away, but like, So, the plaque that says human dining car.
Yeah.
Does it look like something that could be ripped off?
It's nailed to the wall, but you could certainly,
So I could then grab one of those display weapons and jank it off like it was a crowbar, right?
Yes.
That's essentially what he's going to do when he gets up.
Mm-hmm. Bastion's trained his eye on Viridian with one raised eyebrow, fascinated by whatever this is happening.
Where is it? Like over here?
Yeah. You can pry the plaque off. Good heavens, this noble woman says as she gets up. Sir, can I help? Sir, please, can I help you?
Claire's just gonna laugh a bit towards Felix.
I don't think you can.
Felix will be smiling a bit.
Tell you what, come back to Vale. You can get another one of these made, but I'm keeping this as a souvenir.
Sir, I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. He's
gonna tough now. Truly, what happens when one commiserates with beasts?
Claire,
he's gonna walk back and just kind of like clang on the table in front of him and go, "Hey, we still hanging out here, guys?"
Well, I have no problem with it myself, but perhaps our friend here has something else to say.
Probably not anything important, right?
Oh
Can't
my!
imagine so.
As I live and breathe, you three really know no class, do you? I must ask, for your own sake, for you to cease whatever unruly high has claimed your senses, because acting this way any further is not one's, good interest. You wouldn't want to commit a crime, would you?
Listen, Twinkle Toes, I think we are pretty much comfortable where we are.
I don't think you understand the position you're in. You're causing quite the uncomfortable situation for the employees of this cabin and the owners. They're merely following the law, after all.
Felix will kind of look over to Viridian quickly, and he'll kind of look at him like, is this against the law? Is it actually against the law?
I'm pretty sure
Viridian is not fucking clear on Baelish case law or like establishment law. I mean, he doesn't think so, would be fair. But I don't think there's ever been a situation where Viridian would have really given a shit about this, to be fair.
Yeah, true, and that would probably be his response here. He'd be like, ain't no law I ever heard about.
Why would you have? In an establishment such as this, with the transport of humans and faunuses, those are to be kept in separate and private places while accommodating the needs of both, necessarily. The car is designed for the humans. They'll still feed you. It's not as if you're getting mistreated. You're just being reminded that, well, you're a disruption to the people here. But no, like the animals you are, you stomp your mud in. Embarrassing, personally.
Felix,
Could you not have just realized this by asking the men at the door, or goodness knows why they didn't stop you?
Felix
hope
just
you
hold up
didn't
a
threaten
hand
them.
to him and just go, "Yes, Clara, what is it?"
this is kind of what areas I kept talking to you about. There's similar people back home.
I see now. How troubling.
Though I think you'll find people like this in most places you go that aren't Vacuo.
Oh. Now I recognize you all. You were in the Vital Festival, weren't you?
That's right.
Ah, I see. False sense of importance. Right. Well, children, it's very good of you to represent your school, and I admire your courage to apply yourselves as huntsmen. I truly do. Even a beast can be trained well enough that I would recognize its splendor. But still, that doesn't give you any immunities to the way the world works, and while fame is fleeting and all, I would ask you to do your best with it while it lasts. This is not how you want your huntsman's career to end, being arrested for causing a disruption in public. Or offending a noble class member.
Noble class member.
Heavens, I forget, you're foreigners. My name is Bastian Ganymede, heir apparent of House Ganymede, and a member of the House of Nobles. Feel free to excuse the awkward introduction, after all. It's not your place to know these things as foreigners. But I am one of the members of the House of Nobles. I speak for the laws and regulations of all of Vale. As a member of that house, it is my duty to enforce such laws if necessary. And as a noble, I have the right to, well, demand the respect of such position. As such, you are quite far into my leniency, and I am feeling quite offended by now. Should you continue to make a disruption, especially in a place of my habitat, I will be forced to have the, well, law handle the situation for me.
Viridian, is he as important as he's saying? Claire's not gonna sound worried, just asking frankly.
Acumen.
Acumen, okay.
Yeesh.
I mean, Maya's a noble, and she never arrested me.
Oh,
I think she would have done that by now.
This is literally looking into Patrick's brain and a carton of milk spills over. That is literally what just happened. That's pretty pain. Holy shit.
Viridian's, I guess, just gonna snore and go, probably. I don't know, I don't keep up with that.
Clara's also trying to, keep an eye on, the big guy to, see if he's making any, any gesture at all towards this.
Garth has put down the large slice of lamb he had been eating off the bone. He had been going through his racks of lamb and just picking them up the bone and eating them quite gruesomely, not very politely. And he'll look over and keep your eyes steady as he stares at you with his dark, brassy eyes. Gosh. My lord, is this gonna really be much of a problem? Oh, did I disturb your meal, Sir Garth? No, I guess not, but... Viridian acumen again!
Carton of milk run too?
That happened twice.
Can't happen twice.
I mean, it can.
Oh! Knights
The carton sat back up and all the milk went back inside.
Knights are really cool, so you know all their names. This is Garth Bumanes, Knight of the Round Table, of a decade's worth of service to the Valish Crown and the King himself and the noble class. You liked him especially because apparently he became a husband later in his life and did it himself without going to a school. People call him the Bull, which in flattering terms, you can basically know that trivia of, in flattering terms, it's because of his fighting style. In funny terms, it's because of his attitude. This is a peer of your favorite Historia. She probably would have mentioned him at least once or twice if you had asked about the other knights.
Yes, of course.
It explains his menacing aura and exuding presence. And you are instantly to assume, well, I guess this man is here to serve the nobleman, as he is a knight and in service to the crown, and probably would be deployed in service of a noble if necessary for whatever they would need help with.
Okay, yeah, well that makes Viridian a bit ticked that he's employed by the noble right now, but that doesn't make him dislike Beaumains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Viridian's just gonna go, ah, shit.
Huh?
He's just gonna kind of like eye Clara and Felix and go, look, just as pissed off as the rest of you, but making a stand here probably isn't worth it right now.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's not gonna go hitting anyone.
It's a smirk.
Yes, I don't think
gets
that
a
was
smug
ever-
smirk sliding onto his face. Oh, you have sense now. Fascinating. It's like I'm watching the development of a civilization before my eyes. Soon he'll advance to literacy and return the property he's stealing.
Though he really makes me want him.
Oh, this is precious.
Clara kind of looks towards Felix, being like,
What neck of the woods did you pull this radish out of? She speaks so funny.
From Atlas?
He frowns and looks disgusted. Oh, of course. Where else would they get the backwoods from?
Claire's just gonna...
Wait a minute. I do remember you. You're the... right. The consort.
Consort?
To the Vega Whelp. I remember now. Ah, rising up the ranks through broken riches. Very smart of you. But unfortunately, a commoner's logic can only get them so far.
Okay, now Claire's gonna stand out of her chair.
Hey, wait a minute! Zebu comes over drunk. Don't call Clara a whore. Bastion just looks over and goes, oh, what is this now? As she throws a plate at him. And Garth is going to reach up with one of his knives and intersect the plate, and it cracks as he reaches over, like leaning over his shoulder to stab where the plate is with his desk. People have some screams and the plate cracks, and Bastion just kind of blinks for a second and looks at shocked and goes, oh, you're quite drunk, aren't you? That's...
Felix is gonna stand up and just quickly walk
No,
over.
I'll handle this. He cuts her off and walks up to Nebu, who goes to swing at him, kind of like, not like swing at him, but like sways towards him and goes, listen, ass. And Bastion just backhands her and she falls back. And before she hits the ground, quickly running through the tables, having heard this conversation developing for quite some time, Rose spins over and grabs Nebu as she collects herself, looking just confused that she got smacked, and goes, oh dear, it seems like I ordered too much room service. Could you all come help me with it?
Yes.
Now!
Might be for the best. He'll say, looking at Clara.
Claire wants to hit him, but she's controlling herself.
Bastion turns his nose up a little bit and smiles towards Clara as he leans forward. Did you have something to say, Ape?
Like, multiple anger ticks, as she, like, just pauses for a moment, hoping that he hits her.
I don't have any interest in the used property of the Mantley and Remnants, but If you have any information you'd like to give in service of the Valish Crown, I would relay it out of a patriotistic streak.
Okay, I'm gonna try and hit him. Does anyone want to try and stop me?
If Felix is gonna try to stop you.
I mean, yeah, but I'm kind of far away.
Yeah. You can like make an effort being like, oh shit, like show that you're clearly doing
Yeah,
it.
Felix is gonna try to get in between these two and be like,
Rose
Clara,
will help
please.
grab her other arm as you can grab one. Listen to the beast, dear. You're making an ass of yourself.
What was your name again?
Bastion Ganymede, heir apparent of House Ganymede.
Right, I'll keep it in mind.
Please do. I'll keep your name in my mind as I pray to the goddess for your salvation every day.
Yeah.
Clean yourself up.
As Clara will like allow herself to continue being held as like they try and exit the room.
Oh, and do take note of the disturbed faces. If you continue to act like animals, you'll see them everywhere. As Rose and Felix, Rose also one arm like hard grabbing Nebu, who's trying to claw her way back, drags her and helps guide Clara out. And everyone makes like a wide berth as they look at you kind of like nervously and uncomfortably as you can all lead your way out into the car. The employees you pass in the way look particularly guilty as they huddle back inside. You guys can make your way out into the other car. As the smug face of Bastion remains. So.
Claire's just gonna like once they make it to the other car, just release yourself and start walking forward.
Rose just like grabs Nebu by the ear and yanks her forward. Jose's like, by now the Jose and Gwen and Hagio sort of been waiting inside the car, and Jose scratches the back of his neck. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about the laws on the regulations on this line. And plus, I normally kind of get a pass because of my dad, and I don't really look obvious. My bad.
Wow. Okay, fuck you guys, Gwen says as she points like in every direction.
it was my fault.
No. Fuck you guys. You always say Mistral's a shithole? You have laws about where faunas can like eat?
Apparently, like Clara like looks towards everyone that's from Vale.
Rose shrugs. They're normally not really enforced or in Sleepy Hollow or anything. It's not like there's much of a participant who would be affected by them in the first place. I imagine it was the same in Sherwood.
Yeah, basically. I mean, hardly ever think about that.
Nebu,
Most people.
Nebu, if you had harmed him in any way, you would be, both of you, she says to Clara, would be in a lot of trouble. The nobles are a protected class in Vale. You could be fined if you're lucky. It's a crime.
Clara will just like stew a bit.
It doesn't make it all right, she says as she yanks Nebu forward, who looks still disgruntled, like almost embarrassed a little bit by all of it and mad. But it's still going to be a concern. I suppose it's best that this happened early on. I'm sorry, Felix, for what he might have said. I only picked up the later half since I was engrossed by Hagios attempting to cheat in cards.
It's quite fine.
Oh, it's always my fault, isn't it?
I have enjoyed the luxury of, well, shade for quite some time. It's easy to forget how things can be.
Yeah. I can't believe people call Vacuo a backyard. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not great. Jose shrugs.
Well,
Shit.
Maybe it's a compliment coming from assholes like that.
Rose just sighs and looks still relieved but a bit aggravated that she didn't step in sooner to come defuse the situation. Was that Sir Garth?
Right. And Viridian will be like, oh, yeah, that was.
Whew. Well, at least there was no confrontation. I imagine Historia would have been quite cross with you.
Yeah, well, even if she were cross, feel like I should have done more.
I do wonder what Mr. Lord Ganymede, she corrects herself, would require a knight's assistance for, but it also is curious that he might have been in Valenwall, I presume. Even more so if he had been on this rail before.
This is gonna rub the back of her head, frustrated. It's not like Artie and them were anything like that asshole.
Rose smiles a little bit, and Hodges goes, well, I liked Artorius, so of course they wouldn't be. Yes.
Yeah, but I guess that's... sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I believe you must have underestimated the strange person Artie is, that he is so not just familiar but kind as the Crown Prince of Vale. Many with less privilege would probably have much greater inflated egos. It's what the system is built around.
Well, it's just... I guess when I compare and, Clara will look towards Viridian, you and Lawrence talk about, Valish nobles while you're biting your tongue or whatever. I didn't exactly pay as much credence to it as I think was due.
Yeah, well, everyone fucking knows we'd be better off without half of the cocky suckers ranging around.
Yeah, what a shithole. I'm gonna go nurse this hangover. You're not hungover, you're just embarrassed. Shut up, Jose! She runs into the car. Asshole. I'll go help with her, Gwen says.
As long as I don't have to.
You think we're gonna have to deal with those types all the time while we're here?
I don't know. We're gonna be guests, aren't we? Yes, I don't imagine they'd exactly be trying to put on the screws on Jose and Felix the entire time.
Yeah, but something tells me, well, this car kind of looks back towards the car. Even if we were guests, I don't think someone like that would really change how they're acting.
Well, let's just avoid people like that, then.
Yes, that's probably for the best.
Thank you for keeping a very clear head, Felix.
That's fine. His insults were not very original, frankly.
No, but he was still quite, well, awful about it. You can't let something like that get to you, Clara. Besides, remember, you'd have to keep a clear head if Rosalind was here. She'd probably do something worse than you wanted to.
Yeah, but doesn't that help me, because I'd be more focused on stopping her from killing someone.
You two are adorable. And, is there anything else you guys would like to say on the railway?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Who do you want to talk to? Okay,
Felix.
You want to get back in your car?
Yeah, I want to talk to Felix.
Okay.
You can also be here, Viridian.
How kind.
No bother.
Who's our fourth?
Do you want a fourth?
I don't know. They can't fit 5 in the other car.
Watch
I
me.
was just saying that as a joke. I'm sorry.
Gwen's small.
Fair.
Yeah, sorry, Felix. I didn't, get ready to punch him just because he mentioned that stuff about Rosalind. I wanted to do that the entire time, so I would have done that if he, switched to you or when he mentioned you.
I appreciate that, Clara, but we should keep our head calm. Although, things he was saying about you and Rosalind were quite vicious.
Yeah, he seemed to have a bit more words on that. He just kept referring to you as a beast, and, well, that's not the most, I think he said creative before, which, yeah, it's not the most creative thing you could say.
Yes, well, Felix will just shrug his shoulders. I suppose I'll just have to look out for people like him, then, while I'm here.
Viridian, you're probably pretty good at spotting those types around, right? Like just telling from a look at someone if they're, moneybags or whatever.
Yeah, and we don't get too many of them over in Sherwood, but I got some experience.
All right.
Folks, Talks folks.
Do us the favor then of pointing out any of them if you see them, so we don't have to deal with them.
Oh, don't worry. I don't want to deal with those. I don't want to deal with those bastards no more than you. So I'll do that.
Looks like we're pretty square then.
Yeah. I just want to say something real fast. People like that, they might get scared of being hit, but that's not what really hurts them. That's what sucks about those nobles. You can't just bash their face in. Like, if you really want to hurt them, you gotta hit them where it does hurt. Like in their wallet or something they're prideful in. He'll just shake his head and go, me and Rob always talked about getting even with them someday.
Sounds like a bit more complicated than I was gonna do.
Yeah, what you were gonna do would probably just end you up in jail. I mean, it'd feel nice as hell, but probably that's all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think it just caused too many problems. So, I think avoiding them's for the best. But, you know what we can do, as Clara kind of looks around to Viridian Felix, we can order as much room service as we want. Maybe make sure that bastard doesn't got any food by taking it all.
I want food. Good.
Yes, Clara. I suppose we could do that.
Don't worry, Nebu's already ordering a ton. Also, she got chewed up by Rose. It was hilarious. She said all that mean stuff and then complimented her at the end. Nebu looked so confused.
Well,
It's kind of sad that she's not used to compliments.
It's just because she acts like she does.
Yeah, but it can be nice to see that sometimes too. Alright, yeah, let's get some lobster.
Yes, we can order food. Clara will order all the strange things she does not recognize on the menu.
Very ill.
Huh.
What's that?
Wow, that sounds tasty.
Alright. So.
Excuse me, is this humane?
I didn't get the vegan option! Ah!
How can I eat veal in front of Felix?
Oh, God.
Look, Felix, dear.
What?
Felix! All tasty!
Imagine Felix is sleeping, Clara just like crying, and she's like, Felix, wake up, I'm so sorry!
I'm so sorry.
I failed you! What
Okay.
the fuck are you talking about?
Got a little more left. Stay with me, bros. Don't make me bust a gut yet. So,
Okay.
you guys will approach Mountain Glen and be exited out onto this train station and follow the lines that guide you through the city. Give me a second. I will just keep us on the train map for a second. Let me hit the Mountain Glen music though. As you guys arrive on the train station, it enters at the edge of Mountain Glen, where there's still some outskirts city spots, and even the outskirts of the city that's not under the Glen, the mountain range, are still huge buildings and incredibly metropolitan compared to what you're used to. And you are met with a bus that will be driving you and dropping you off at where you'll be staying, or wherever you'd like, or wherever, and at the person you'll be working for during the immediate process within the city. After pulling straws, Team Iris agrees to go deal with checking in reservations and unloading people's stuff into rooms, and you guys will go meet with who you're dealing with first, since you are working under pretty strict time constraints, and it's already getting late, and you're all tired and want to sleep someone for real. But first, you'll be given a nice bus ride into the city. Entering Mountain Glen, for especially some of you country mouses, is like a overload of information. If I were to compare it, obviously, to somewhere in the real world, it'd be it'd be like the New York City of places. As you roll under the entranceway to the Glen itself, it's a small underpass tunnel that seems very like reinforced. Like it doesn't look like you're under a mountain. It's all like stone and nice metals and stuff. And you enter the city with the simulated skylights, these large, huge panels on the sky that display sun and stars during the night and simulate the outside world. There's vents on the walls and places that help regulate the air and the temperature of the place, heaters for winter and things, and simulations of the appropriate temperature to keep up with all climate change, since Vale's temperate. It changes for all the seasons. The Glen is so large from the outside that when you hit the city, there are still like skyscrapers on the inside. You see on the high ends of the dome of Glen these reinforced beams that keep parts of the mountain even more secure than the normal mountain ranges, especially after being hollowed out. There are massive pillars of metal throughout the city that are these support beams for the Glen itself. And across on some of them, and just in general, there are these giant size skyscrapers, like so high up into the sky. It is a fucking sight to behold. Like, you were all impressed with how big the swords were, but the Glen goes deeper down and higher up than all of Shade City, and it is spanning. It is fucking massive. Gwen described it to you as possibly like 4 shades could fit in all of the Glen, and it was hard to process how big that was until you enter the place. And it is very strange not to see a skyline for that far. But basically, obviously, also, it's not like a completely circular building, because it's a large mountain range. So it's like a snaking, long, but still wide enough to be, not claustrophobic by any means, patch of city. And so you will go down one of the highways, because this place is filled with people. It's filled with honking cars and normal buildings. And it is... while still subject to some of the trappings of the cities, with some, debris on the ground from passerbys and some streets that need to be cleaned and some spray paint and things, it is so metropolitan and different than where you guys have been. Clara could not imagine a city that is not an iron clusterfuck of awful shithole communist blockhouses and actually see a real city. Most of you are just kind of left in quiet awe as you are first entering this place and driving through and appreciating it. Sorry, drink of water and some breath. As you were appreciating it, as you were all quietly appreciating it, we will take some vignettes from across the city. The good Constable Burke Brandy has stopped a crew of workers moving in a zone where he suspects them to have no permission. All I'm saying is, I haven't heard anything from the chief about this, and I know the chief would keep me in on anything that's good. Burke Brandy plays with his pork pie mustache and smirks with his elegant, massaged older face as he tips his domed hat. The belligerent worker continues to stress to Burke Brandy that there's not indeed a criminal organization causing this as an illicit move of drug narcotics. They are packing sardines into the plant to be shipped out. But Burke Brandy is on the case. Down, if you follow me here, mobbed by a crew of cheering fans and photographers, and blocked by 2 large security guards, is a sort of thin, wiry man in a large gray trench coat with pink shirt under it and blue pinstripe pants and a swath of his pink hair and a stricken sort of appearance to his face. And he is politely kind of... no, he's not politely, sorry. He is quietly, with 2 of his hands, doing that camera pose thing where you're trying to frame a picture around at one of the larger buildings that kind of hang from one of the city rooftop skyline parts, as his assistant worryingly checks the growing crowd and goes, Director, are you sure we need the shot from here? Oh, yes, darling! I'm telling you, Think about it. Picture this. He grabs her by the shoulders, and she doesn't look too perturbed as he does a wide sweep with his hand. The city of hell collapsing down upon these people. Could you imagine the stress of that film? It's a city of safety. The Grimm are outside, but the city itself is a tomb. Sir, I'm not sure the rating board is going to approve of this. I'm not looking for their approval. I'm looking for their emotions, Dahlia. Please! As Periwinkle drags his hands down his face, incensed at his assistant's yammering. Across the way, a woman, a horse faunus with two ears at the top, and a small yellow trimmed tail coming out of a set of what looks to be light plate mail she is wearing. She has a sword at her side and is leaving with 2 bags from this bakery. As this young, slightly portly, rosy-cheeked man runs out behind her and goes, Sir Percival! And she quickly turns and smiles at him kind of tepidly. Her face doesn't seem very filled with emotions. Tobias, please, it's not sir, and I told you, you may call me Percy if you wish. Sir Percival, you left, he mutters with his hands a little bit awkwardly. You left, I told you the second bun and the cupcakes were for free. And she kind of shakes her head and smiles a little bit. I told you, I'm not taking any handouts, Toby. I know it's for the children and all of that, and I only asked for so much. You overpacked my bag. I'm not letting you give me something for free. You already have to look out for ourselves in this city, and besides, it's only 10 more gold. It's hardly double the price of what I bought normally. I just didn't want you to travel light after everything, he says kind of nervously. Well, Toby, you can call me Tobias if you'd like. I prefer it. It sounds more manly, I think. I'll call you Tobias when you refer to me more casually, if you'd like, Toby. He sighs as she continues to chide him for trying to give her too much as she leaves her way off to head out of the city, and Toby returns to the bakery. Off in the road ahead of you in this bumper-to-bumper traffic, a man in a smart suit and a very well-kept figure taps along the wheel of his very fancy ride, an open-wheeled car of a new design that is yet to be released to the public, that he's achieved through his social connections. He's listening on his scroll as a woman's voice continues on about something, and he throws one of his hands up in exhaustion. Listen, Daisy, dear. All right. I'll listen to the proposal later. All right. I mean, listen. Your husband's going to have my head for doing it if it ends up being a bust. But, well, I suppose I owe you enough. Yeah, I'd like to think so, she says, kind of snippily, and sighs. Enoch, are you going to... He's in town. No, I'm not staying by for any time. Your husband's not an idiot, Daisy. And besides, I feel awkward about it. It's Junior's birthday soon, isn't it? That's not the sort of thing you should be getting up to. Oh, you're hardly a saint. I didn't mean it like that. Listen, I have to listen to the proposal before I get to the next meeting, alright? I have to cut it off here. I'll talk to you later, alright? Will you see me at the green light later? I'll see you at the green light. He smiles towards the phone and hangs up the scroll and sighs. What have I gotten myself into? And goes back to driving as the car's traffic move. Off down, admittedly, this isn't particularly shown, down a series of alleyways. There's some shouting as a group of faunuses, one of them on the ground, writhing in pain as he reaches back for his now docked tail, is bleeding from the back. As these two are holding back Yusef Puzola, the strapping 6'2" faunus with his primed hair, his teeth gnashing out in a fit of anger, absolute anger as he's red, his skunk's tail primed up at the back, all prickly-like, screaming, spitting in the face of this Valish man who looks cockily with a knife he's putting away. as his wife hides behind him. Did you have to go that far? He didn't say much to you. No, I put him in my place. I'll fucking kill you! You dirty fucking ape! Yusef spits. Watch yourself! You'll find a knife in your back for what you did to him as they pull him back. Yusef, boss, come on, man. You can't get arrested for this. He'll be fine. Just they're letting us off easy. Easy? He wheels back to one of his finest friends. You fucking cowards! Let go of me! I'll kill him! As the Velishman gives him a little tut and starts to walk off with his wife hurriedly down the alleyway. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch! And we will return to everyone in the car as Nebu goes, yeah, so this is a bit bigger than Shade.
Yeah, it's a bit different from Mantle.
Yeah, a bit different. Anything you guys want to say in the car, or shall I take you to the next locale?
Clara will kind of look towards like what Felix is thinking, because he's the one that's probably the most foreign.
Yeah,
to this.
Felix is he's taken aback by this. He grew up in a fucking shack in the woods. So
Felix hasn't seen a building that's smaller than a shack yet.
I mean,
Some of the cars are bigger than like his room. This bus is huge.
Yeah, Felix is kind of feeling the culture shock right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Glenn, look!
Look at what? There's so much.
I know.
She shakes her head in disbelief with a small, excitable smile. Viridian got anything, sorry, or no?
Sorry, I'm just waiting to be released from my bondage. No, he's impressed by the city.
Thanks, Richard. Anytime, bro.
Clara will
Man,
point at Constable.
It's been a while.
Constable Bundy.
Brandy.
Brandy.
Understandable.
And just shout out that she likes his hat.
Nice. He'll look to the side, obviously not having heard you fully through the roar of the city, but knowing that someone complimented his hat, he looks pleased.
Good.
Alright, so Team Supernova will be led off by the driver at the place that you're working at. You'll be relaying with the person first to say, yes, we did make it. No, the king did not. We did not go against the king. Please don't have Gale shot. And you will be dropped off at the front of a very clean and sleek-looking, not futuristic, but sleek-looking building at the front of a factory side.
You know, guys, wouldn't we just like split up into like two people from each team for this kind of a meeting? Just fine. I get why.
No, I want to go to bed.
Same.
Rose, you can't go to bed.
Well, I don't want them to yet.
And that's how the conversation went.
Oh, okay.
As you will all be dropped off in front of the prestigious Merlot Industries building. You were told by the driver that you should have an appointment with the president inside.
All right.
Oh God!
I just saw him.
That is the best shriek I've ever heard you have.
This looks like a fucking Poke Center.
Get him out of here.
The building has gray floors with like nice white sleek walls and this green like lines and stuff across the place with the Merlot logo. You see Merlot Mouse, their mascot, in the corner of balloons, giving them out to some kids and playing with one of the cool tech knives that they've developed.
What is that? And why does it have a knife?
That's Merlot Mouse, Clara. You didn't ever watch Merlot Mouse?
I watched Gladiator Combat. Also, I really
Your childhood was robbed from you.
I also really like Huntsman shows.
Oh God.
Go ahead, slaps her hand over her mouth, realizing her faux pas, and happy that Clara just ignored it.
Gwen, if you may, who is this mouse?
He's Merlot Mouse.
You say that as if I should know. Oh, cartoons, right. Felix will just look at her.
Clara will walk up.
He's one of the maniacs.
Wait, you're like a movie star?
Hey there!
Hi!
Waves with one of his big hands. I'm Merlot Mouse! Ah! Oh shit! Tanya! The woman runs out the building to follow her kid.
He's just a man in a costume! No, I'm not! Hey there!
Hi, I'm Clara Mesora.
Hi, I'm Merlot Mouse. And this here's the Merlot exclusive 4200 tech knife. As he waves this knife in the air and it glows blue and electric dust pulses around it. Wow! The Baylor's kid in like a punk rock t-shirt with like a tie-dye with like multicolored hair and spikes in his ears. He's like, he's like, dude, that's awesome! I could like stab someone with that. No, it's for self-defense, young man. Where are your parents? I don't know. Excuse me, Missy. Merlot Mouse has to deal with. There's a fucking lost kid. Can you let me do my job?
Yeah. You go.
Thanks. Here's a coupon. He says as he sheaths the tech knife in his holster.
Thank you.
You can use that to buy Merlot Industry rounds or medicine. Let's find your fucking. Let's find your parents. Gay!
Clara walks away being like, why do there like kids in here? The first things they're selling me are a knife and bullets.
Well, I didn't know they still produced weapons. I thought they had moved mostly to medical professional production. That's what Merlot Industries used for nowadays.
I didn't know that they did something with not weapons because I walked in here and they just tried to sell me weapons.
Well, Merlot Industries was the post-war company that took over most of the manufacturing, but I thought they had transitioned under new ownership, new presidentship, to mostly doing medical research and supplies. That's what made them a lot of money after the weapons started to go down and automobiles and stuff started to wane a little bit.
Well, I think I prefer irons, ammunition anyway.
Excuse me, if you're just going to loiter and advertise, a temperamental Merlot employee says, and the unruly Veilstorm goes, you are still talking to me, young lady. Yeah, ma'am, I'm going to have to put you on hold. I'm not on the phone. I can help you over here, normal Merlot employee says.
Perhaps we should go about our business.
Yeah, excuse me. We're here to, we're from...
Home Team Supernova! Congrats, by the way. Loved your fights.
Thank you.
So, you're here to see the president, right?
Yeah. That's what we were told.
Okay. Perfect timing. Wow, you guys are so punctual. Okay, I can take you there. Do you... Actually, she looks over at those two getting to fight. I should probably help with this. Jem, can you come take these guys through? Give them a tour if they want it. Okay. Yeah, see ya, Hagrid. You guys want a tour, or you're just here for... They're here for a meeting with the president. Whoa, Oh, Team Supernova! Whoa, cool! Wow, is that Felix?
Felix will look around and be like, yes, it is.
Love the sword. That's so classic style. I grew up on all those, like, Mistrali samurai flicks also.
Well, Thank you.
Oh my god, Viridian really is that big!
Yes. Eye is this big.
So, you guys want a tour, or do you just want to get to your appointment?
We'd like to get to our appointment, please. Maybe a tour another time.
Yeah, I guess that would be pretty rude to the president to, like, keep you guys busy. He wouldn't fire me, I think, but he might. Okay, come on! She will lead you through the tour, which this room is obviously representatively a bit bigger, as she goes down some hallways and rattles off a couple facts about things and says hi to people. And you will be brought to his lab, and she'll go, what's the... yeah. Sir, your guests are here. Sir? Waits like 20 seconds and goes, okay, Sigma, Delta, Epsilon, Al? I know there's a click and this robotic voice comes through. Yes, Jem, how may I help you? The president's meeting. Oh, yes, of course. How hilarious. Well, I'll open and let them in. They can deal with that themselves. I'll make my introductions later. Okay, thanks, Al. Goodbye, Jem. Have a nice day, lovely. Charmer. Okay, you guys are good. I shall walk off. As she walks off, the big blast doors will start to slowly open.
You know, I'm starting to... Gale can't even afford, like, a scoreboard for class?
This place is the cutting edge of technology, Gwen says in awe.
I also feel as if the money may be going somewhere else.
I just think this is what actual progress looks like instead of vacuum.
It's a world apart.
It's a bit different.
Yeah, I was trying to give it the gratios it deserves.
You guys will be let into the laboratory. You don't immediately see anyone.
Hello?
There's a loud sound and a thump as someone hits their head on this desk over here, and it rattles and things roll off a bit.
Claire will like Claire will like move to try and catch some things that are falling near her.
Oh no! As he rolls back and grabs at the chair and falls into it limply. A spry-looking, older, like middle-aged man, maybe. You can't tell. He's very gaunt and looks almost anorexic. He's got like a white, pale face and this gray to teal, messy hair with amber eyes. He's got a white lab coat on, but underneath it is a red, like a crimson red, deeper red, like just shirt with a white and black Merlot mouse on it. And just comfortable looking sweatpants, shorts, and slipper, like flip-flops. And he rubs his head, clearly in pain, as he crouches on the chair a little bit. Fuck, that hurt a lot.
Are you alright? You need some help?
I'm fine, it's my own fault. Oh, shit. What day is it? Oh, no, that's a really stupid question. I know what day it is. He sits back down in his chair normally instead of squatting L style and swivels in it, kicking himself over here and overshoots it and goes and kicks himself off this device, which looks like a big computer radar, and spins himself till he's facing you all. You're Dr. Merlot, right? Yeah. Pleasure, by the way. I'm Dr. Montgomery Merlot. Wow. Yeah, you're supernova, all right? He says, looking a bit like, not apathetic, more like, oh, wow, yeah, as he's sizing you guys up and waking up clearly.
Yeah,
shoot.
Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Merlot.
Hey, I'll say, yeah.
Team Iris is currently at the hotel, booking us in.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about that. I kind of got forwarded, wait, no, that was about the other team. Right, glad you guys could make it. I was late because I was asleep, he says, with this little, like, it's like a smile, but it's like those awkward ones that you can almost grimace at, but it sounds weirdly genuine.
Yeah.
Kind of, goes to stand a little bit. You see he's pretty tall. He's like 6'3", and then kind of falls back down his chair. Whoa, I slept on those bad. Oh, jeez. Pins and needles. Pins and needles. He spins in the chair a little bit as he rubs his legs.
You want me to help?
I don't think you can, right?
Well,
I haven't developed a way to deal with this.
What? I mean, your muscles just seem sore from sleeping wrong, right?
No, I fell asleep on my legs. They're numb.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So nice to meet you guys. I guess you don't have to do your introductions if you don't want to, because I know you guys.
I still think we should, just for
oh, cool. It makes me feel way less awkward, thanks.
I'm Felix.
Hey, nice to meet you, Felix. I'm Montgomery.
I'm Clara Messor.
So, like, the first two are the first name, right?
Yeah.
I love that syntax that the older Mantlian tribes would use. It's really cool.
You can call me anything. It's all fine.
Well, process overload much. I presume you mean of the combinations.
Yeah.
Dumb joke, sorry. Scratches the back of his head.
No, it was funny.
I'm Gwen RNA, sir. Never call me sir, please. He goes even paler, which seems impossible. That makes me Look, I know I'm like older than you guys, but I mean, I don't know. He scratches his back and said, "You can just call me Merlot, President. Prez is more casual. That's fine. Monty, Montgomery, whatever you want."
Yeah, Monty, I think I'll just keep it casual.
Thanks, Claire. Ooh, that sounds weird, sorry. Clara. I'll stick with Clara. He looks over at Viridian.
I'm Viridian.
Cool. Hey, Viridian. Is your middle name really Galucius?
Yeah.
That sucks, man.
Yes, it do.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I mean, don't worry, you're not, like, alone in this, ridixical book. Mine's pretty bad, too.
Maybe you can tell me about that sometime. Viridian says,
Yeah, I got cat.
pain.
Yeah, I got catamitis.
Oh, God.
I mean, Montgomery Merlot had a really good ring to it, so I guess my dad thought he'd ruin it by making it Montgomery Catamitis Merlot.
Is there not like an M name?
No, there are like 4 others at least, and then 6 in the Ridixical Revisionist version, and then depending on which version they have, Enuxius can be transformed to Manticus because of the phonetic change in the... He looks around, realizing that some of you are following, but most of you look confused why he's going down this train, and he goes, yeah. Radixical language is really weird. Kind of interesting, though, if you're bored. Not that I'm bored, I did that when I was younger. Like your guys' age, I think. Whew. So... mission debriefing.
Yeah, we were told almost nothing about while we're here.
Yeah, well, make yourselves a little comfortable. I got some coffee and stuff. He wheels himself around as Gwen starts to explore and look around at things. My partner has... Oh, God. He sees this mess of papers and goes, it's fine. You guys don't mind. As he sits backward style in the rolling chair and starts getting out some coffee and cups and things. You guys want any snacks?
Yeah, sure.
Please explore around. I've basically idiot-proofed most of the lab because I touch and break things a lot, so nothing you do is going to really mess with anything unless you're, like, outright malicious. Plus, I have, like, safety codes on things. When you work with medical wastes and heavy electronics that can actually damage people if they, like, touch them wrong, you set up safety measures really quickly because of yourself.
Man, Felix, that looks even fancier than the stuff Mary uses.
Yes, this looks quite advanced compared to that.
So I'll just tap the radar.
They'll kick over and go, "Oh yeah, I bet if Bonnet had some, she'd use it. Her dad's a real whiz. Was before he went to like hermit isolation." He says as he leaves some coffee by you and wheels past and hands Gwen hers and gets Viridian's his.
Yeah.
Oh, you like those? He points to what Viridian stood in front of, which are these 3-lined energy conduit devices with big bulbs of energy with 4 metal rods in each surrounding green crystals that look like dust, but you've never seen a shade of that variety. And there's like a front with a keyboard and like some valves that can open. You like them?
Yeah, real fancy looking.
Yeah, they're deconstructive refinery units. We use them for like dealing with medical. You don't want the full version, do you?
Nah.
Essentially, I use those to make gelatin molds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, pretty simple if I break it down into like not an obstinate dickhead speech. He says as he hands you your coffee finally.
Alright, thanks.
I like Jello.
Oh, come here, check some out then. He goes to this one, he pours out some, and it looks like a different colored red gel. Yeah, this is the edible one.
Oh, nice. So we'll just eat it.
His eyes will go wide.
Was that bad?
I was kidding.
Wow. Should I vomit that up?
He blinks again and sighs and goes, "No, I wasn't kidding. I thought I'd get a better reaction. Sorry. You guys really are huntsmen in training."
I've been through some rough stuff recently, so I'm not.
Need a lot worse than vacuum. Gwen shouts over.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's just cherry jello.
Oh, you're real
Yeah, I
fancy.
use this to clean these out.
Wow. Oh wow, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, in between cleanings, it's not like the jello leaves anything that would actually wear it out, so doesn't really hurt it once not in use directly.
Oh. You see, back where I'm from, we just use like a Tupperware container and some water and mix.
Yeah. Oh, hey, can you help push this cart out of the way? My legs are still numb.
Clara will just help him move things.
Yeah, he'll ask you to move this cart. He'll just say, "Let the papers fall, I don't care," and ask you to move this over here. And as you're moving it over here, you hear the door start to click and open. Goes, "Oh yeah, there's my partner." And someone will come in with a literal like comedic stack of papers and things in one of those carrying boxes in offices they are clearly struggling with and tumbling and are nearly falling through the door with. Would Clara like to assist or laugh when they fall down on face?
Yes, Clara would like to assist as quickly as she can using her rescue.
Clara can arrest you to catch these and stabilize the papers and guide them off to this cart where they're clearly what he was moving them to be for. And he's like, "Oh, nice thinking."
Oh, Jiffy, you could have given me a warning, Monty. Thanks, love. Really appreciate it.
As a rat faunus in a lab coat smiles up at you. And we will wrap up the session here. It's a stinger. You guys like that?
Crazy.
You guys have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun session.
Thoughts?
It was very long. Almost felt like it was spread out over like multiple days.
Yeah.
I feel like there's two sides of me, like the side that played it a different day and the side that played another day.
You guys
That's
are psychotic.
just not possible.
I don't know why you'd say this.
It was a great. What the fuck is that?
What's
What the
what? What?
Is it a fire?
Well, yeah, it burned down.
Oh god, are you
Teletodos.
gonna do this to every place we go to that gets fucked up?
Maybe, I don't know. It'll probably calm down at some point. It's ripped now.
Will this happen to every place we go to?
I don't know. Mountain Glen's looking pretty clean.
It's looking pretty sussy.
Looking pretty sussy. Lab rat Pipers.
Really? We're going
No,
with
this will
the
be a
same
great
sussy.
movie! I'm here for funny foreshadowing jokes!
Great.
I mean, he's just the man who could see what was happening. You know those writers who like write things just like, dude, he knew.
Spoilers.
Periwinkle's just here a little too early.
Spoilers, by the way,
Spoilers.
for early season RWBY. Mountain Glen is fucked up.
Yeah, spoilers for season 2 of RWBY. Mountain Glen doesn't make it.
Mountain Glen.
Matt-
No, dude.
Well, yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm sure that doesn't have anything to do with why we're here.
I mean, it's not like we'd come here at the exact moment shit hits the fan.
What would be that? What a fucking coincidence that would be.
We're only brought here because some faggot in the lab coat told us to.
That
And God damn it!
fuck.
God damn it!
Bleep him. Just write a note.
I
to
know,
bleep him.
I
That's not
know,
hard.
I
It's
know,
funny.
I know.
It's content.
Fucking god.
Content spray.
I'm
Can-
so sorry.
Can we
It's
just,
okay, guys. He didn't say anything that bad, but you know, it's YouTube.
can we just fucking
Noah got to have the little kid call the mouse gay.
Yeah, which has no derogatory meaning on Remnant, because gay is not even a thing on Remnant, dumbass.
quote
Oh
unquote
my God.
gay. He also made sure to show us like what we're working towards by saying there's someone in plate mail.
Kill her for that. Kill her for that.
Okay.
Plate,
Okay, I think we could go on making jokes forever, but yeah.
Do this
If you like what we're doing here, please like, comment, and subscribe. Please share with your friends. We always like seeing comments from people about our records of Remnant RWBY. I love it. If you miss what we do here because you're all out of content, because this is the most recent episode at the time of recording, check down below for a link to the One Piece game run by myself, starring Noah here in the role of Lee Ali. It's
me.
It's
only me. My show now.
It's pretty good. We just wrapped up Marriage Realm in a very, very great finale that I'm sure you'll enjoy.
Finale.
So I will see you next time on RWBY Records of Remnant Team Supernova TM.
Stay safe, everyone, and have a good one. We'll see you next time at the start of the Mountain Glen arc. Oh, Ben, you son of a bitch. You see, folks, you get to see if I actually bleep that out or not. Because I am so lazy, I might just not do it. But yeah, that's fun. That's good. Son of a